The good news is, there just so happens to be some fun horror things going on around here. We're in the midst of multiple video game playthroughs that are all kind of horror-based. There'll be more horror-related
Big ups, everybody.
gaming stuff coming up this month, which we'll talk about in a minute. The nominations
I'm kind
are
of a
open
boomer,
for
I
you
guess.
guys out there to nominate.
I feel like I'm half
games
boomer.
for my upcoming marathon on
Half
Halloween.
whatever else the other one
And
is.
there's multiple levels of special stuff going on here on the channel and over on my sister channel, DSP ReeAcked, for the month. So I'm very excited for this month. It is one of my most favorite months of the year, mostly because of the new releases of games, but also because of all these kind of special holiday festivities that we do. So welcome, everyone. I hope that you're having a good day. Now, here's the thing. I was checking around today. Like, what should we talk about on the show today? Is there anything really particularly happening? And the answer is not really. Game news is very quiet right now. I get the feeling that in the next couple of weeks, things will actually pick up a bit in regards to game news. People will start talking about these new releases and things coming out or just about to come out. And once that buzz starts,
Hope
then we're going to have
everybody had a
things to talk
great
about, like, every
weekend.
day.
Having
Today
a great weekend.
is kind of a very slow day for this kind of deal.
What's up, Big Bird?
So, being that today's October
Big
1st,
ups, Fifi.
and it is Halloween Horror Madness here, I think it is time to talk about
His
that. Let's talk about the holiday. Let's talk about
Halloween Horror Madness,
in general.
baby.
Let's talk about how we celebrate it, and I'll talk about my history, enjoying things like horror movies, and how I'm actually, translating that into content, in the modern day. Last night, I actually put up a poll right here on DSP Gaming on the community tab. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I asked you guys, what movie should I watch this week in review? And the two options were as follows. Scream 5, which was just called Scream when it came out last year because it was supposed to be a reboot of the franchise, or Dr. Sleep, which is essentially the sequel to The Shining. Now, I'd seen The Shining many, many years ago. I've seen it again over and over. It's a movie that kind of stands the test of time, in my opinion. So I am definitely going to watch Dr. Sleep. It's actually on HBO Max, so I'll watch it this month. But you guys voted for Scream 5, about 60% out of over 500 people who voted overnight. And I just incidentally happens that I watched it last night. I was watching the early polls, and within an hour of me asking, probably it was skewed very strongly to Scream 5. So I ended up watching it, and, I'm going to be reviewing it this week. Probably not tonight, probably not tomorrow night. Well, maybe tomorrow night. You think about this. Probably not tonight. I think maybe either tomorrow night or Tuesday night. I'll be filming my review and putting that out on my React channel, DSP ReeAcked, so you'll have a new horror movie review this week. And just in a nutshell, because obviously I don't want to spoil my review, I'll just say this. There were some things about Scream 5 that I actually really, really liked. And there's some other things that I really, really thought were stupid as shit. But, I mean, that's par for the course for Scream. Like, I think that's one of the things about the franchise is that there's purposefully ridiculous, cheesy, nonsensical things in it. It's not meant to be ultra serious because it's supposed to be a fourth wall breaking movie series that follows all the tropes of slasher horror flicks. I mean, it says as much in the series, So I can't wait to review it because I think it's going to be interesting. The truth is I knew nothing about Scream 5 or Scream 6 at all. I have not spoiled myself on these movies. I didn't know jack diddly. So it was actually quite refreshing to watch it not knowing anything going in. I had actually seen Scream 4 back in 2011 when it was a new movie, and that movie was absolutely terrible. It was really bad. Like, atrociously bad attempt for them to try to, reboot Scream after not making them for many, many years, and it was really awful. So it was good to see them at least try something again, over a decade later. So what else is going on this month with movies? Well, I'm going to be watching Halloween Kills, Scream 6, and Halloween Ends. And if I have extra time, I want to watch Dr. Sleep as well. So I may be doing a lot of horror movie reviews over on DSP ReeAcked this week, or this month, I should say. But this week, the first week, will be Scream 5. Okay? Anyway, welcome. So if you weren't here yesterday, okay, a couple of things you missed. All the Halloween stuff is now in effect. As you can see, we have Halloween decorations behind me. All of the animations for this month are Halloween themed. If you do a tip of any sort all the tip animations are Halloween, and they're all new. We have 5 brand spanking new Halloween animations for you. Yesterday we
Still
saw 4
milking
of
the
them,
animation
okay? So that was really
scam,
cool.
dude. Come on.
On the super chat side of things, everything there is related to previous years of Halloween. So we've got some throwback Halloween stuff
Big ups,
from many
Noisy
years
Puff.
ago. We've got some from over the past few years. Pretty good stuff. So no
What's up,
matter how
Naga?
you contribute to my streams, you're going to see these
K-Dot.
Halloween animations. Now, I did not update the animations on DSP React.
Dead school.
Simply because they're 2 separate channels. The setups are a little different. And, you know, we do 1 stream a week there. maybe I will eventually. I just didn't have time, really, to set it up and have everything over there. So those are more standard animations. But anyway, I'm happy to have horror be a part of my content, all right? So you may say, well, how is horror going to be a part of your content? I'm currently playing 2 horror games right now. Lies of P, as well as Resident Evil 4 Remakes Separate Ways DLC. And in the next week to 2 weeks, we'll probably wrap up both of those.
Yo, what's up, Ben?
playthroughs. So that's going to be fun to have that horror element, you know, implemented in what I'm doing. Later on, near the end of this month, will be Alan Wake 2, which I think is going to be really interesting. After all these years, them finally making a sequel. And people who have been doing previews and stuff of the game say it actually is quite scary. Like, it is really R-rated horror with gore and all kinds of stuff. It's kind of interesting, because the first one was not like that, right? The first one was more psychological horror. So, I guess we'll see. And, excuse me, of course we got the Halloween Horror Marathon coming up on Halloween. Let's talk about that now. So on Halloween Day, it's a Tuesday this year, we're going to be doing various different things. First of all, it will be a marathon all day long here on DSP Gaming. What will we be doing during said marathon? Well, a lot of gameplay, because you guys are currently nominating various games for me to play during that day. Now, although I do typically enjoy playing horror games, I did not limit the nominations to just horror games, okay? If people wanted to see me do something different, whatever that may be.
So what are the other nominations?
But
you don't even know.
You know, I said, hey, you can nominate whatever you want.
You want people to tell you.
The way it works is right
dude,
now
you don't even know what the fuck's going on, dude.
Threads that I posted up here on DSP Gaming. And I'm actually curious because I wanted to test something. Last night I created a chat command, which doesn't seem to be... There it is. Okay, it is working. It was a little delayed. So last night I created a chat command. Exclamation point Halloween. Okay? When you type that into the chat, a link will pop up. When you click on that link, it'll take you directly to the open post by which you can nominate games for me to play during the Halloween Marathon event. All right? That should actually auto-post every 15 minutes as well in the chat for the whole month. So, there you can post up open nominations. Everyone is able to do that. But in addition, I created a special members-only posting. If you are a channel member during the month of October, you have access to that posting. If you're wondering, if you're a member, like, well, how do I see it? You could just go right to the DSP Gaming channel, and there's a members tab. Just go right to that tab, and you'll find that posting right away. Okay? So in that members-only tab, again, you can post up your nominations for games for the horror event. So what are the criteria? This year, the criteria are very different, all right? Because this year, things are way more open. In previous years, I've had to severely limit what games I could play. This year, I have a mini PC thanks to a very generous viewer. And because of that, I have the ability to play way more games. Traditionally, a lot of horror games are on PC. For whatever reason, I don't know why, but it seems like a lot of those games get developed and released on PC first, and if they get popular, then they'll get ported to console. And I've always been limited.
Big up, Scorpion.
In what games I can actually play for the Halloween events, because I've been limited to console for many, many years. This year I am not. Okay? So, let's talk about that. But first, I gotta close my blinds because the sun came out and it's getting
Oh my god, dude. You're so whack, dude.
There we go. I'm sitting here and I'm watching myself become more and more oversaturated on camera. I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta close those. Alright, so here's how it works, okay? Basically this year, any game is eligible to be played during the Halloween Marathon.
Yeah, like what?
That is readily available on a digital marketplace. Okay.
Steam?
So what does that mean?
What?
It means
Dude,
it has to be something
what do
that
you
I
mean?
can get on an Xbox Live store, on the PlayStation Network store, on Steam. I guess you could say on the Epic Games
Bro,
Store
are you
or launcher,
explaining?
or whatever it may be.
Are you
It has to
explaining
be
how this
something
works?
that I
Like
can easily
everybody
just buy,
knows, dude.
download, and play.
What is your problem?
On something that I can get right away. So what does that exclude? Because obviously it sounds like that includes a lot. Well, that excludes older games
Dude, he's tweaking.
that were never digitally converted for any of these stores. For example, a lot of the times people tell me or ask me to play like classic horror games and things like that, but it's only available on PS1 on a disc. Well, no, we're not doing that. I don't have a PS1.
Yes.
I have no means to play a PS1 disc game.
Get a friggin' emulator, dude.
You know, or it'll be like, oh,
it's
you
illegal.
play this obscure game. Like, can you play Resident
I'll
Evil
get
1, the
banned.
GameCube version? The GameCube version.
I'll get in trouble
Well,
for
that one is
playing an
incredibly
emulator.
rare and costs a ridiculous amount of money. And again, they never digitized it. So you want me to buy the specific version of the game that costs like $100, $200?
Make $100K a year, dude.
Run on my Wii to play it for one marathon. The answer is no. We're not doing that. You see what I mean?
Dude makes more money than friggin'.
It has to be something that's going to be readily, easily available through legit means, okay, on some kind of a marketplace. Not that, oh, you have to jump through hoops running 10 emulators and fuck around with things to get it to work. No. The thing is, it's a marathon. During a marathon, this is me playing a good variety of games for like maybe an hour each, sometimes more, because whenever I do one of these gaming marathons, the way it usually works is people will vote on what game they want to see first from the ones that have been selected to be played that day, and then we start playing it, and if I really like it or you really like it, we'll play more of it. But if it ends up being not so good, then we'll just move on right to the next game. So you never know. There might be games that only get played for like a half an hour, and other games that get played for 90 minutes or more. Some of these games may eventually
I've never heard of that
full
before.
playthroughs, because that has happened. We're doing a gaming marathon like this. We play a game that's good. And, oh, this is actually real good. I didn't even expect it to be that good. And people want to see me play it in the future, and then I will. I'll go back and I'll play it, you know, as a full playthrough later. So that's really how it goes. So, FYI, that's really the criteria laid out this year. Way more games are now eligible because PC games are eligible for this event. However, a couple small ground rules. I don't think they're very restrictive. Number one, it can't be a game that I've played recently. Like, for example, don't say, hey, will you play a second run of Lies of P on Halloween?
I mean, yeah, I could see why you would think that.
We're playing Lies of P in its entirety right now. I mean,
I
right
think
now
he's
we're
just
about 20
tweaking
hours
out.
in. You know, by Halloween we'll have beaten it. No, I don't want to go back into a second run of Lies of P for like an hour on Halloween.
SSRIs
That'd be silly,
or
don't you think? I don't think that would
some
really
weird
make much
shit.
sense. So that's out. You know, anything I've done kind of recently doesn't really make sense to be doing on Halloween if it's a playthrough I just finished.
Could be Wellbutrin, yo. Wellbutrin has like
in addition, I'll just say this up
effects.
front. Please do not recommend ginormously lengthy RPGs at this point.
It's been compared to that.
Every single time that I have one of these marathons, you'll be someone who'll
like
be
you
like,
can synthesize
hey,
it into like a
for you to start up
something
Lost
that's
Odyssey.
similar.
No. This is
Addy's,
not the opportunity
no,
for me to start up Lost
no,
Odyssey.
he's not on
We
Addy's,
won't even
bro.
get through the intro. You know what I mean? Like, again, this is a marathon.
I took Addy's for a long ass time.
Like, where I'm playing for like 8+ hours.
We you don't rock back and forth like that, dude.
The last thing I want to do is just start.
You're like laser focused, and you're like sitting completely still.
And everyone's like, "Why the hell are you playing this today? It makes no freaking sense, right?" So I'll say, yeah, we're definitely not.
He can't even concentrate on like one thing, dude. He's like over here. He's over here. He's not on Addy's.
The way it works is thus: people will start nominating. They already have. I already approved a bunch of posts overnight where people started nominating games. Okay. So we're gonna have those threads, both for the open thread for everyone and the members only thread. Those are going to be running for about roughly 2 weeks. We'll probably wait till around the middle of October. All right, that'll be a good amount of time for everyone to remember to post up. That link about the Halloween event will be going in the chat every day. And so there'll be a big opportunity for people to nominate stuff.
That song just popped back into my head.
Around the middle of October, I will sit down and I'm going to tally up the nominations.
It was on the radio for like...
So I'm going to be counting literally nomination by nomination, making a checklist of who nominated what, and you know how many nominations per game. At the end of me counting those tallying up, I should say, those nominations. Whatever games had the most nominations will make it into a poll. All right, and that poll
why is it so convoluted,
will determine
dude?
what games actually get played during the marathon event. So, for example, let's say I'm in the open nominations thread, and after 2 weeks, there's 4 games that each got 5 nominations, and there's 3 games that each got 4 nominations. I'll do a poll for like 6, 7 games, whatever it is, and people will just vote on those games to determine what games you actually want to see in the final event. And likely it would be 2 to 3 of those games would make it into the final event, whatever gets the most votes. Similarly, or the members-only thread will be very much the same. The difference is there's way less members than there are common viewers. You know, right now I have around 650 members, roughly, and so that'll
Unearned,
give,
dude.
probably, admittedly,
None of those members are earned.
when we do these member-only things, not every member participates.
Every single member's
I
unearned,
guarantee you,
dude.
even though we have 650 members, we'll probably have 100 people. I'm serious. Probably like 100 people will nominate stuff. So members will actually get to nominate twice. Because if you're a channel member, you get to nominate stuff in the members-only thread. And yes, you can also additionally nominate more games in the open thread. You have that ability. You basically have big priority because you're a member. You get to enjoy that perk this month. Okay?
Ghouls and Ghosts,
So,
yeah, I remember that.
we're essentially going to pick
It's a
half the
classic game.
games from the open thread and half the games from the members thread. All right? Sound pretty good? I think that's pretty cool. Now, we may be doing a few other extra things during that Halloween day. For example, I always dress up in a costume. And yes, I'll be doing that. I'm going to go with my wife this month out to some Halloween stores. We already found one that had some good ideas, but we're going to look for a couple others on a day off. And we're going to see what they've got. And we're going to pick a costume that I'm going to wear during the day, all day long. Okay? So that's pretty cool. And then in addition to that, we're going to order some food that day. There will be a Feasting with Phil episode where we'll order from like a local restaurant and we'll eat a nice meal together. We always like doing that during marathon events. That's a fun event that we could do together, right? Now, what else do you guys want to do on Halloween? That's totally up to you. There's many different ideas. One thing we could do, we could actually go and watch some horror-themed videos. Maybe we could go watch some more videos from that YouTube channel, Rob Gavigan. If you remember last year, I actually did a full-length React event to the Rob Gavigan YouTube channel. And he's open to me reacting to any of his stuff in the future. So we could just easily just pick a few videos off his channel and watch them. Horror-themed stuff. Or, if you guys really wanted it, and I'll be honest, I don't know if you guys are going to want this year. I'm just
Monetize Rob Gavigan.
out there, and I'm curious to get your feedback. We could do a WWE simulation Royal Rumble match. I usually do this. I mean, for the last year, I did it where it was a horror-themed match where all these horror villains, faced off in a giant battle royal match, all beating the crap out of each other. You know, the
Bro, when I
Saw
was a
puppet
kid,
versus Freddy Krueger versus
the Saw puppet,
some Halloween slasher. And,
how's that gonna look?
Like, all
some guy in a Saw,
things facing off against each other.
a Saw
And
puppet
it's
costume.
Really fun because the sim match is absolutely ridiculous and silly and over the top, very cartoony too. You know, it's not ultra serious or anything. Last year I did a bunch of those matches. You guys really liked them. This year I kind of laid off.
Splatterhouse used to actually like
game, so
scare me as a kid.
Old WWE from last year. So it's really up to you.
Like I would get scared.
I'll leave the possibility open, but I haven't really heard too many people clamoring for it. So maybe that's something we don't do this year. Maybe this year we simply just focus on, you know,
some of the like monsters were like super creepy.
And the food, right? And probably yes, I'll probably have some liquor. I'll probably be drinking during the day. And if, you know, certain levels of contributions come in, I'll do some shots and stuff with you guys and things like that. Like
liquor,
we tend
baby.
to do during these events. Keep in mind, we did not do anything in September. We left September open with no special events so that we could focus on the games. Now, for the next 3 months,
he's gonna want,
the end of
he's
every
gonna
month
want
will be a
extra
special
support,
event.
dude.
The Halloween horror event on Halloween, October 31st. The Thanksgiving Black Friday Adpocalypse event. That's going to be on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. So I want to say that's usually like the 24th, 25th of November, something like that. So that'll be fun because we're going to watch all kinds of ads and react to them just like I did last year. That was a really good event. And then the Christmas event, where we do all kinds of fun Christmas-themed stuff, food and fun and all kinds of stuff. That'll be around Christmas time, all right? So it's awesome to have 3 things already planned out for the next 3 months and not have to stress about, gee, what special event should I do? We've already got everything laid out nicely for us, okay?
Who's this we?
So, good stuff, right? Excellent. So please, now, the nominations are open. Please head over, start nominating games for this event. Every day, I'm sure I'm going to have more and more people nominating, and I'll have to approve all those posts. Don't worry. If you nominate and you didn't see your post right away, it's because I approve all the posts manually. But please get to it, and I'm excited to see what you guys nominate and see how those polls roll. And, you know, it's going to be an exciting month around here for sure. Okay? Cool. All right. So, outside of that, I think what we should do is talk about the game schedule for the week. And then we'll do a little bit of talking a little bit about Halloween and horror and stuff like that. And then we'll just do open Q&A because, quite honestly, I just don't have much else to talk about today.
What should you nominate? What are the choices again? I wasn't paying attention.
Was a fun day of streaming. First stream was the premiere of the Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways DLC on hardcore difficulty, playing as Ada Wong. And basically, I had a good time with it. It's jumping back into the Resident Evil franchise. You know, these enemies are very tough. On hardcore, they take tons of shots to kill, which makes ammo way more scarce because you have to use a lot more ammo to kill the enemies. Ada has a couple things a little different from Leon. The real primary thing is that she zip lines around with her gun, which is hilarious because she acts like she's Batman. Like, she's zipping all over the place. It's like, that's not even how this works. You realize that if you had a grapple gun, you could shoot it, but then you'd have to retract the wire and, like, put it back into the gun. Instead, she's like, zip, 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 zipping all over the place. Like, okay, so basically she's Batman, right? And she has the ability to do a melee attack from a distance. So if you stun an enemy from a distance, she can grapple to them and pull herself towards them and do, like, an aerial kick, which is kind of neat, but it's also kind of silly. In general, does she feel any better or worse than Leon? Not really. The only real difference is that she can get the explosive crossbow, and... you know, I have it. I don't know if there's going to be any different kind of crossbow bolts, but the explosive bolts are pretty powerful. But for me, it's like a lot of limited ammo.
Well, give him time, Dead School. Give him time.
So far, the first 3 hours, there's been a couple times when I'm seriously low on ammo.
We still got a whole other hour to talk about Street Fighter.
Drop ammo when I kill them because I don't even have, you know, enough to really go around and kill everything in an area. And sometimes I have to kind of be more scarce rather than kind of spray all over. You have to kind of go into these narrow positions where you try to funnel all the enemies through like a corridor, so that way if you unload into them, they're all absorbing every bullet, so that way you don't miss any or waste any. But for the most part, it's fun. The only thing I do have to say, sadly, about the DLCs is that they really just retread the same ground you went on with Leon. It's not like this DLC has new locations and stuff, at least yet. Maybe it will, but every single thing in the game is already, you were there with Leon already.
That's the best, dude. I love when Phil...
It is a little disappointing in that regard. Not to see anything new.
I love when it's like an unrealistic game and he complains about it not being realistic enough.
Different bosses in different places. So right now I'm actually in the midst of doing a boss fight against an El Gigante. And it's like, whoa, I didn't know Ada Wong fought an El Gigante. Well, she does apparently.
Like when he was in, he was doing the grappling hook.
Very different from when
it's like, that's not how, that's not how a grappling hook works.
But it's still the same enemy.
You know
what
you
I mean?
have to unhook it and then before you retract it and then...
And I get the
don't just get a new one every
DLC.
time.
It's just
I'm
kind
like,
of
dude,
retreading and doing things in a different perspective. So
what?
I'm 3 hours in, but I haven't.
I didn't even think about
yet.
that.
I don't know how many chapters
it doesn't matter, dude.
The Separate Ways DLC has, but I get the feeling it's going to be at least 2, if not 3 major streams to wrap this up. I did die a bunch too, so if you're wondering, oh, did Phil just coast right through it? No, I did not. I did die a good amount.
No, you didn't. You died 6 times. That was it.
So I hope you give it a look. The videos are live on DSP Gaming.
You only died 6 times, dude.
This week. All right.
It was boring as fuck. And it was easy. It was way too easy, dude. On the late night
chill stream, we had some really good progress. I actually finished up the UC Vanguard quest line, which was one of the major faction
quest lines. If the difficulty is hardcore and Phil
I actually chose
can actually beat
to do
it
differently than I feel most people would have. I actually went for more of a
if it's the hardest it can be and Phil can still beat it and not rage quit,
like the bad morality choice or evil choice. I guess it really depends on your own perspective or judgment, but basically, I did not do the goody two-shoes choices. So I get the feeling that my outcome would be very different than what a lot of people saw when they were doing that quest line themselves. And
Phil can beat it.
We went and we did the entirety of Barrett's companion quest line, and we actually finished it up at the very end of the stream. So we got a lot done, and now when we continue
that's why he loves it so much, dude, because he's actually like
continuing on with
because it's not like Elden Ring where he's like getting wrecked.
Constellation has 2 different plot lines to do, and
that's the only reason he loves the game. I definitely want to get back to that
because I haven't done any
no complaints
of the Constellation plotline.
I have no complaints about this game. It's so wonderful.
Since I did any major story at all in the game.
Yeah, because you're actually beating it, dude. I want to do a
little bit of story to keep that moving rather than feeling like we're
fairly quickly.
Side content. So we'll see how that goes when I play it again later in the week as well. All right. So overall, yesterday, pretty good day. And by the way, chill vibes on that late stream were very appreciated after having played so many stressful games. You know, Street Fighter 6 I played with the new character Aki. And then
here we go.
It was Lies of P.
Talk about
also
it.
A very challenging, stressful game. Fun though, great
Talk
game,
about it,
but
dude.
Definitely stressful.
Yeah, school wants to know about Street Fighter.
And then the Separate Ways DLC on hardcore, which makes it way harder. You know, it was good to have a more relaxing night stream where we could just kind of sit back and interact with each other and have a good time in that regard. So I hope that you guys enjoyed Starfield last night, and thanks for watching. Good stuff. All right, my hair is like sticking up right in the middle. You see that? Must have had some static in it when I brushed it this morning. Yeah, look, it's like a big lump in the middle of my head. Interesting.
Phil's got a lump in his head, dude.
For the record, that is my hair.
Opposite of a dent.
Like, I don't have a lump on my head. I didn't bonk my head in my sleep or whatever. It's my hair is sticking up there for some reason.
Are you sure?
Anyway, so what are we doing today? Well, today is Sunday, and you know what that means. Sunday's React Day. So right after this podcast,
that was a lumpy head.
We'll all be heading over to DSP Reacts.
Lumpy Space
DSP
Princess.
The Internet, my weekly Clips React show. We're both.
That was a Lumpy Space Princess.
Standard and ultra level members on that channel have nominated videos for me to watch. I did
LSP.
recommend that this week people nominate some Halloween horror themed stuff, and they did. I will say this: I don't know if we're gonna watch them for sure, but the standard channel members did suggest some horror themed stuff
LSP,
that's
baby.
in the randomized playlist. So if we get to it or not, I don't know. But some of it's supposed to be really scary stuff. I'm not saying excessive gore or whatever, but you know, some scary stories and things. I think there's a video
Big ups, Cucumber.
in there. The scariest phone numbers that you should never call.
At 3 a.m.?
And I guess someone called them and documented it and made a video about it.
Not at 3 a.m., dude. I hope not.
Interesting. It's probably lame and fake.
You know what happens at 3 a.m.
It's something interesting for the month, right?
Phil, call Billy Mays at 3 a.m.
So I guess we'll see. Like, people did nominate some stuff like that. I guess we'll see as we.
Oh,
no.
People nominate. No.
Got nominated. Now,
not
a
that,
couple things I
dude.
do want to say, and obviously I'll emphasize this over on that channel, but a couple things.
Yo, what was that guy's name? J Station?
There's definitely some duplicate nominations.
Yo, it's J Station
like,
nominations, dude.
I know for
it better not be J Station, dude.
Suggested for Ultra memberships. We just watched like a week or two
I
ago.
swear to God, if it's
so
J Station, I'm gonna punch my
I'm
monitor.
watching it, but just so you know, we already watched this, so we're not gonna watch it any further. Be careful when you're nominating videos because you're doing duplicates.
Why does he have the crackhead face? Yeah, he looks like he's hungover as fuck, dude.
That's number one.
It looks like he just rolled out of bed.
With their nominations, because I feel like some people kind of waste them by not checking on the videos.
I think he wakes up at like 10,
dude,
dude, honestly.
That's number one.
Like, how?
Number two, okay?
How do you wake up at 10, dude?
So as you guys know, if you follow the show,
dude, if I woke up at 10,
we had a couple wise guys who basically nominated some videos that could be considered detractor content. One of them was essentially someone who was trying to criticize my gameplay of Grand Theft Auto 3, and then another one was apparently a parody video of me trying ramen noodles for DSP Tries It. They were both atrociously bad videos. You know, I've seen
another one, dude.
Good videos, kind of poking fun at me.
Submitted another ramen parody.
Done really well.
Dude, we already watched a ramen parody.
Much better parody videos. These videos were some of the poorest I've ever seen.
No.
Like, no exaggeration. I wish I was exaggerating, but they were just really low bottom of the barrel content. They weren't funny. They were just stupid. If you actually thought those
these
videos
people
were
are
funny,
nominating shit from like 10 years ago,
they
dude.
weren't well done at all. They're
like
better
8-year-old detractor videos.
Making fun of me. So what happened was,
they are funny.
You know,
but like,
I watched those videos.
They're very like
and now
basic. You
people
know,
seem to think that well, this is our chance. Let's just make the whole show every week about Phil watching detractor content. Now here's the thing. I am not above poking fun at myself. If someone nominated, say, a good This Is How You Don't Play video that had a lot of, you know, making fun of me how bad I am at a game or something like that, and it's pertinent and it makes sense and it's relevant and it's funny, I would absolutely include that in the show. There's no reason not to, right?
Bro, why does your ego get so bruised, dude?
But
why can't you laugh at yourself?
I'm not kidding you. Huh? 2 different people tried to nominate videos, all right, that are outright detractor videos. One, if you can believe it, a clip apparently taken during the mid-2000s. So this is me at a video game tournament for Street Fighter.
What did I just say?
Before I was a YouTuber. And I'm sitting in a hotel room with a bunch of other like fighting game gamers. And I guess I was telling the story.
Shit,
I've told this story many times before, all right, of when I was in college. And basically, I got caught out for having a party in my dorm. And some of my roommates had like weed and stuff, and how basically the whole room got tossed by the campus security trying to find weed and
yeah, I've heard this story, dude.
And they didn't find anything because they were morons. They were very inept on what they did. It was pretty funny because they were acting like hard asses.
I've heard this really like glazed over story.
So this story is exactly the same story that I told years later in my YouTube videos. I've told this story numerous times.
Yeah, exactly like every other story, dude.
But the thing is, this is a story from when I was like 18. All right, so I'm 41 now. You know, I'm a little.
That's what it is.
We're talking,
it's a story,
a big
dude.
discrepancy in time and age.
It's
I've
fiction,
actually lived
dude.
more
It's not
years
real.
after this behavior than before. You understand? So this is not representative of me today, nor is it anything I'm too proud of. But when you watch this video, this is a video of me during my Street Fighter years. Again, this is like 20 years ago. Kind of almost bragging about it in a hotel room with a bunch of guys. We're all drinking and smoking and stuff. And I'm telling this story to them. And
it must be nice being able to just, like,
I guess, found this video on the internet
change
randomly.
history to whatever you want it to be.
He had uploaded it many years ago. And they superimposed all this hater shit on the video. So? You know, like, oh, he's full of shit. He's exaggerating. Oh, you see, he wants to be a man, so he said this. That. It's all, like, toxic shit. And someone submitted this to be watched this week. I'm like, what on earth makes you think we're going to watch this? Number one, it's a video that's not pertinent. It's a story from when I was 18. It's a story told when I was in my early 20s. The video quality is atrociously bad. It's like an old school handheld camcorder, you know? And obviously, this is from an era of my life that's way in the past, has nothing to do with the present, right? And I've told the story multiple times before over the years. Has nothing to do with me now. And why would I watch, of all things, this version of me telling the story with hater comments superimposed over it? You have to be an asshole.
That's
You'd have
toxic.
to be really stupid to think that I was going to watch that. So I told them, no, we're not watching that. You can nominate another video or get nothing watched. It's your own fault for nominating a detractor video.
Listen, suicide is some other never person.
This person is really dumb. There's a whole little mini.
Unless you're playing Daisy.
Video of someone dressing up like
in
me,
which case I think you press
and look like me.
Z
and
to kill yourself.
The whole video is just about me masturbating, okay? Which of course is one moment that happened in my 15 years as a content creator, and they act like this is the end all be all of who I am. Essentially, this is the equivalent of everything that Review Tech USA does on a daily basis in like a 1 minute music thing. And it's terrible. It's not funny at all. It's just it's like insult after insult after insult. It's literally like a minute montage of insults about me. The funny part about it is whoever they have acting as me is actually fatter than me and has a worse hairline than me. But they're acting like they're me.
Fatter?
Like, oh, this is Phil. Like, no, actually,
Phil, you're making fun of somebody's weight.
And you have worse hair than me. And you're trying to pretend like you're me.
You're making fun of somebody's hair?
That's not a good look. Just so you know, it's not a good look. It makes you actually look way worse. You know what I'm saying?
Phil's making fun of some guys for being fat, dude, and having bad hair.
The thing is, it would be one thing if it was
I've seen it all now, Phil.
Let's poke fun at Phil. It's literally the worst stuff you would see on a detractor video. You know, it is a detractor video. It's basically
who's the real hater, dude?
To criticize and to poke fun or let's laugh and let's say let's get better. No, let's just completely degrade and insult. It's the equivalent of schoolyard bullying. So I look at the video, I'm like,
he's getting
why the fuck would I watch
dude.
this? So I think people have a misconception, you understand, of what I'm going to watch on this show. Just because you decide to become a channel member on DSP Reacts, I have no obligation to watch anything you submit at all. There's always been
just because you got a gifted membership,
policy
bro,
on all of my channels. Just because you're stupid doesn't mean that I'm going to watch your dumb video that's insulting and toxic and against everything that I stand for on the internet.
Phil, they just took up a whole chunk of
we're not watching those videos. And I even said to the person, you're lucky I just don't ban you now. Because obviously this was of malicious intent.
They won, dude.
They even post a video up and you think I'm going to watch it. You knew I wasn't going to watch this video. It's very nasty.
Dude, I bet you that they derailed the stream longer than the video is.
And, you know, again, if someone wants to post videos on the React show that are funny or critical of me, make fun of my gameplay, you know, I'm okay with that.
Phil, they're winning right now, dude.
Especially if they're more constructive. You know, a lot of this is how you don't play videos out there. Point out a lot of the shortcomings and things in the game.
How could you be so blind, dude?
That's perfectly fine. You know, there's a difference between
here's
legit criticism, where you can say, "Oh, Phil sucks at this, and hopefully he gets better or whatever," versus, "Oh, Phil's just a scumbag piece of shit, and here's a bunch of things to make it look like he's a piece of shit." No, we're not watching that. Why? On what planet did you think that
because
would fly?
It's true.
You have to be brain dead. All right. So,
but it's true though. That's why you don't want to watch it.
This stuff, and I'm not watching it. I'm outright, telling people, basically you get one chance at it, and if you fucking post that stuff up again, you're out of here. I'm just gonna ban you from the channel. Then I don't have to watch this.
They're winning, and he does not know it. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I honestly though, I kind of think he does know it, but he just wants to be a victim.
We're not doing detractor content on DSP React. We're just not.
He loves being a victim so much that
or different, or even well done.
He purposely puts himself in a position to be a victim.
Schoolyard bullying, I'd probably watch it, but we're not going to waste time on morons. So there you go. Well, I'll reiterate that.
It's the type of shit where like
channel. Although I wanted to go more into detail about it this morning on the show because that's really. What
it's almost like you know, instigating somebody to hit you.
See. You know, and that's the usual thing.
So you can
submit stuff that I know is going to end up getting.
So you can just be like, hey, see, he.
I'll just have to be like,
he attacked me.
Watch a little clip of it.
I didn't do anything. He hurt me.
I don't know why people submit videos from official YouTube channels that are like syndication that have TV shows and shit. You know that shit's getting claimed no matter what, but they keep submitting that. It's like every time we do I tell you guys, getting claimed, got to move on, but people still keep submitting the same kind of stuff. Like, oh my god. Anyway, let's see what happens today on the React show.
I think the victim.
We will have some good stuff.
Big ups, White Tiger.
Quite frankly, on the show, regardless. And hopefully it
ends up being having a good weekend, brother.
Show, okay. Turtle Dude says, what about segments of Outsider This Is How You Don't Plays? His Red Dead 2 one had good moments. See, here's the thing. I don't watch these videos. You know that. You guys know I've literally never watched this content. Last year, I actually reacted to This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2. Dude. It was the first time I watched it at length. I had seen clips from it, but I never watched the whole thing. Again, as long as it's not being personally insulting, if it's critical of me or my gameplay or things that I'm doing that are bad in videos, that's fine. I told you guys it was always my intention that I wanted to react.
Yo, big ups,
to
White Tiger.
This Is How You Don't Plays. I always heard that they were some of the best ones. I was like, oh, that'll be great to actually go back and react to them and enjoy those. I think they would be enjoyable because I never went back and watched my original playthroughs.
He only watches so it's an like shit with like no
to go back and watch
added like if it's just if it's just like clips of Phil without like somebody like talking shit or whatever.
I'm totally down for that.
He'll watch it
again as long as it's not meant to be something that's so degrading and
what's up, Tar Man?
Making me look like a scumbag.
You are though, dude.
And you know what I mean? There's a difference between let's laugh at this guy or let's destroy this guy. You get it?
Yes.
But the thing is, you need to have a level of maturity and intelligence to understand that, and a lot of people just don't have those. They just think that anything on the internet making fun of someone is fine, no matter what. It's not. It's just not. Especially when it's something that's defamatory or faked or over exaggerated, so that you could look better.
Outsider needs to talk more shit. But
it's not true. So you make people think something about someone that's not true just so you can get personal gain. No, that's messed up.
So they can't use his clips.
So there you go.
What's up, Mr. Lion?
All right. So anyway,
Lions and Tigers. Oh my!
Reacts for our first React show of the month. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, we do have some horror stuff tossed in there. That would be great. Tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time.
And Eagles.
It is a continuation of Lies of
Big
P.
ups, Comfort Eagle.
And we are at the end of Chapter 8. We're right at the boss.
Lots of animals.
Funny? I was thinking about this, and I realized,
forest is here.
I'm almost positive we have multiple quartz that I could put on my P organ upgrades that would probably make things a lot better.
P organ.
And I didn't use them.
DSP
organ.
I
should do that tonight before we go back to the boss. We should go back and upgrade with the quartz. And then go back. We're at the Chapter 8 boss. I already beat the first phase.
Phil's the type of dude to not be an organ donor because he's so greedy.
So we'll see how it goes tonight. I think
Phil's so greedy.
And we will
he's not even an organ donor.
Chapter 9. The game has 11 chapters. But from what I'm understanding, the final chapters are very lengthy and very challenging. So we'll see how that goes. I'm playing that as the night stream tonight. And
Snort organ.
Tomorrow, the daytime stream also will be Lies of P.
Ugh.
So we'll have 5 solid hours of Lies of P in the next day. Tomorrow night, Monday night, late stream will be ranked matches in Street Fighter 6.
That's it, baby.
Master level gameplay.
That's us.
I think I'm going to try to watch some Blanca
That's us, baby.
Online to try
Master matches. That's what I'm talking about.
To the character, I have not used Blanca now in over a month. Yes,
it's happening. It's finally happening, dude.
I haven't touched them. So
it's finally happening.
I'll watch the videos tonight to get back.
It's happening.
And then I will maybe do a little bit of casual play. Just to get
wow.
back into the swing of things with that character. And then
With Blanca?
See what I can do in Master. I doubt I'm going to do very well. I'm just being honest. I haven't used Blanca, and now I'm playing in Master level. It's probably going to be rough going. You know what I mean? But we'll see. We'll see how it goes and go from there, and hopefully it does go well, and I can get some good stuff going. But we'll find out as I play tomorrow night. All right, should be fun. Then on Tuesday, it'll be more Resident Evil 4.
Why is he going on? Dude, why does he do this, dude?
And it'll be more Starfield chill on the late stream as we head into more Constellation mission fun. And then on Wednesday, it'll be more Lies of P and more Street Fighter. And that's the week. Now, I have a question for everyone. All right? Honest question. And I wonder if you guys would understand this. Do any of you have Ubisoft Plus? Okay? If you have Ubisoft Plus, raise your right hand right now. Because I need to take a tally. I'm curious. And the reason I bring this up is because later this week, there's an Ubisoft
game. Who the fuck has Ubisoft? I didn't even know that was a thing, dude.
I've looked into this game to figure out more information about it, and I have more information about it. And now I need to ask you guys. So a couple people are raising their hands in chat saying they actually do have Ubisoft Plus. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. So here's the deal. I have questions for you. Because with Assassin's Creed Mirage coming out later this week, it's $50. $49.99 because it's a shorter game. Everyone's saying it's around 20 hours long. It's not a super long game, so they're not charging full price for it. Over the course of the next several months, there should be some Ubisoft games that I'm interested in. For example, in December, there is Avatar Waka Waka Doo Doo Yeah. That's the name of it, right? Waka Waka Doo Doo Yeah? Well, whatever it's called. It's the Avatar game that plays similar to Far Cry, and I'm very interested in that game. It looked really good in the previews, and I'm excited to maybe play it. In January, there is a new Prince of Persia game coming out that is a 2D reinvigoration of the franchise, kind of going back to its roots with interesting time manipulation and combat elements. And that looks really good, okay? And I'm like, oh. So actually, if you look at October, December, January, there seem to be some good games coming out under the Ubisoft umbrella that I may be interested in playing. I'm not so sure about November, all right? I was looking at November. I was like, I don't know if there's going to be anything there that I'm too interested in. Now, the reason I brought up Ubisoft Plus is because if you're not aware, Ubisoft apparently has a monthly subscription service where you pay a fee to access all of their games, and it includes a lot of new releases. In fact, every game I just mentioned is going to be included under Ubisoft Plus, okay? So, if you pay this flat fee a month, and then you have access to these games, is that better than buying the games? I started doing the math in my head. I was like, well, Ubisoft Plus is supposedly $18 a month, okay? Let's say that I get Ubisoft Plus for October, November, December, and January. Add in tax, it's about $20 a month, so it'll be $80. Well, right now, if I were to buy Assassin's Creed Mirage, that's going to be $55. If I buy Avatar, that's probably a full-fledged game, either 60 or 70 plus tax. So you're talking $70 to $80. So you add that, you're already at $120. And then if I were to get Prince of Persia in January, that's at least going to be $20, $30, if not more. So you're already talking $150 or more dollars. But if I get Ubisoft Plus, it's only $80. You see the difference?
You get to keep the games.
So it seems like it would be a significant increase in value, especially if you think about it. Am I ever really going to want to go back and replay Assassin's Creed Mirage or the Avatar
Big ups Batman?
Persia? Probably not. These will probably be one and done playthroughs, so it's not like I need to own the digital rights to these games in perpetuity. I don't really care too much about that.
When have they not sucked?
Cypress says it also would include all DLCs for future Ubisoft games as well. So there you go. Let's say I play Assassin's Creed Mirage 20 hours. I get it on Ubisoft Plus. I play it for the month, beat it, right? Done. And then 6 months, 8 months down the road, they add a DLC campaign that's 5 hours long. I can just get Ubisoft Plus again and get the DLC. I don't have to buy it. You see? However, my question is as follows, okay? How exactly does Ubisoft Plus work? Because I went on my Xbox and I don't see any mention of it whatsoever on there. At all. Like normally it would say in there, oh, well, the game costs this if you buy it. The game is included in this subscription service and the game is... I don't see that on there at all. So how on earth do I get Ubisoft Plus and get it to apply to my Xbox so that I don't have to buy Assassin's Creed Mirage? That's the question. Because I'll tell you right now, if I spend $18 on Ubisoft Plus and then I can't get it to sync with my Xbox and I still have to buy the game, I'm going to be pretty upset. And I don't want to be upset. I don't like being upset. I've been upset enough in the last.
Yeah, we don't like you when you're
the last week. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, no, we do.
So does anyone know? Does anyone actually have?
We want you to be
Ubisoft
upset.
Plus applied to their Xbox and know how it works and how it syncs? Because I'm very interested in it. You know. I don't even know how it would work. Like, how would you sync it to your Xbox? I don't understand because I didn't see it in there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is in there. But I looked up Assassin's Creed Mirage, and all it said was 40 or 50 bucks. No, 50 or 60 bucks, depending on if you buy the regular or deluxe edition.
When the people that live underneath me, when they have sex, dude, it's so fucking loud. Like, I can hear, like...
Gaming Guru says PC only.
I can hear pretty well.
Are you sure it's PC only? It's not, because my wife was looking up and she said that the PC version's like $14, $15 a month, and the console version's $18. That's what she said. Hello, Juan David.
Yeah, but I can only hear the guy's voice because
it's not through
because
Game
of the bass. The bass in his voice is deeper, and it travels through the wall. I looked it up. So I just hear some dude like.
I don't think it's synced with Game Pass. Let me go to the Game Pass section of the console if I can even fucking find it.
They might be wrestling, maybe.
They redesigned the console. Now I don't even know where it is. Where is the Game Pass section? I don't even see it anymore. I really don't. I don't even know where it is. Microsoft Rewards, Xbox Accessories. Where the hell is Game Pass? Oh, it's at the top now. Oh, they moved it to the top. I see. Let's see. Recently added. Coming to Game Pass.
I don't know if they're that thin.
I should probably preload.
I guess it.
Forza.
I think it's the floors. The floors are thinner. I guess. I put and the doors are thin too, so I put sound.
By the way, I hate to tell you guys, it says that City Skylines 2 is still coming October 24th. Did you know that? You guys said it was delayed. According to this,
I put
soundproofing
foam on my
door.
I'm
staring at it right now.
Shut up, dude.
I'm gonna hit pre-install.
I put soundproofing on my door and like next to my.
Go to the Xbox store and search for Ubisoft. Oh,
computer
really? Is that how it works? Let's see.
City Skylines?
All right, let me do that.
I think so. I don't think he could play that, dude.
Ubisoft Plus.
He can't even figure out how to get Ubisoft Plus, dude. I don't know if he could build a whole city.
It crashed. I clicked on it and it crashed.
Dude, there's something wrong with your console, bro. Bro, your shit.
That's not good.
His shit crashes like literally like twice a stream.
Let's try again.
You might want to look into that, dude.
Let's try again.
Maybe it's overheating. It's probably like where is his console? I'd like to know.
Join. So it says log in or create an Ubisoft account. Once you hooked up your Ubisoft account, this page refreshes. It may take a moment. Oh. So it looks like I should be able to do it, and you do it through this page. What it actually gives you is a QR code or a unique link that you can use to link. Now, I have absolutely no clue what my Ubisoft account is. I really have no idea. Wow. I have zero idea. Shit. Well,
wait, so I
guess this is something for me to try to tackle. Perhaps during Thursday on my day off, I think. I'll have to come in.
You want to buy Ubisoft Plus, but you don't know what your account is.
I have no idea what it is.
So how are you going to get it?
Like, legit? I don't know at all. So obviously,
how did you think you were going to get it if you don't know what your account is?
That's not going to help, right? All right.
I don't understand, dude.
All right, well, thank you for the info. I'll have to look into this on Thursday. And the thing is, it may make more sense to do it that way, correct? It might make a lot more sense.
I've said that, dude. I've said he sounds like the Joker when he laughs. When he does the high-pitched laugh where it's like...
$18 a month and get all these games rather than be buying every game outright, right? I think I'm going to save a lot of money. So, well, Pikachu Hat, I can't do it. He says, oh, can you do it with us? I can't do it because I'll show you my account shit, and then people will just fucking try to get into it, and, you know, can't do that. Too many malicious idiots on the internet. So, I'll have to do it offline and try to sync it and figure it out. Because I don't, again,
you don't have to say it, Phil. You just type it in, bro.
Because over the years, all those Ubisoft games that I played, you're always earning those Ubi points and shit.
No, you don't.
Sometimes redeem. It was funny because remember they were coming out with one Assassin's Creed game a year. Every year, I'd play the new Assassin's Creed game, and just as the game started, I'd unlock.
You don't have to apologize. I was just saying, like, from the last I've said that before.
Assassin's Creed game for the year before.
I like when people.
Somehow they all rolled over.
I like when people.
You know what I mean? So I know there must be an Ubisoft account in there somewhere. I just don't know where it is or how to access it. I might just make a fresh one
Big ups,
for this instance anyway.
Squid?
I'll have to look into it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Cheetah Man says, remember, they were actually doing, making game libraries inactive if you never logged in a long time. You're right. I remember that news story, right? Okay. All right. So.
Use it or lose it, I guess.
Thank you for that info. I'll have to look into it.
Big up, still, right? Man.
And I will look into it. And we'll try to figure that out. All right? If I can get it under Ubisoft Plus, that just makes a lot more sense than me buying every single Ubisoft game. Plus, you know, it might give more options for downtime stuff. However, there's no way I'm going to keep that subscription unless there's games out. You know what I mean? Like, why on earth would I keep that past, like, January if there's no Ubisoft games coming out that I'm going to take advantage of? I'm just going to cancel that shit then, right? There's no reason to keep that subscription if I'm not getting anything out of it. So, we'll see what happens with that. Okay. So, folks, that is really it.
Don't forget.
What I want to do is do a little bit of a, you know, plugs.
They'll keep charging.
Then we're going to get to shout-outs, and then we're going to do some Q&A. There's no gaming news today. Like, I look into it, there's nothing going on in the realm of gaming news today. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for my favorite segment, your favorite segment, everyone's favorite segment, DSP News. There is none. Okay, there we go. I'm sure there'll be more news coming out shortly, like I said, and all these new releases start coming out, right? So, anyway, so, as you know, I'm a crowdfunded individual. I create what is called curated content. What does that mean? It means I am not a content creator on YouTube that is appealing to the masses. I know I'm not. I'm a 41-year-old gamer. I've been doing YouTube for 15 years, and I'm not making clickbait crap. I'm not doing sponsored content. I'm not doing viral meme stuff. I'm literally sitting here as a normal dude, playing games, sharing experiences with all of you on a daily basis. Some of you appreciate that. And because you appreciate it, you have supported my content over the years, and you allow me to create this curated content for my specific audience. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate those that go above and beyond, because if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to keep doing this for a living. I would have to do sponsorships, paid product placements, playing games I don't want to play just because they're paying me to advertise their game. The kind of stuff, shilling, that a lot of other YouTubers have had to
I gotta hate that, dude.
To do. And, you know, I'm not going to sit here and crap on other YouTubers because they had to do that. But I will tell you that the state of YouTube is sad. That the vast majority of people who do YouTube for a living,
everybody else is a shill, not me.
And having these sponsorships and these paid product placements, it's
I'm
ridiculous.
The one that.
Why can't people just make content that they love and have meaning to it instead of shill for a buck? Sad. I'm happy I'm not in that situation because I don't ever want to be. You know, I want to be me. I want to be a guy who controls his content. When I stream for you guys, I usually do one ad break, a ginormous stream. This stream started at 10:45 a.m. and if I have my way, there'll be one ad break.
Why though?
This podcast ends, and that's it.
Why do
anything else going on? It doesn't make you, advertising to you. I don't want you to sit here and get bombarded with ads and shit because I think that's ridiculous.
Why even bother to put people through that?
Now here's the thing. The only way that I can make this work is if you support it via crowdfunding, and you do. And I'm incredibly grateful to everyone out there who does support my content. Simply liking these streams, liking the videos you watch, leaving comments on them, engagement helps a lot and lets my channels get noticed. But going above and beyond with all kinds of crowdfunding is a really great way to keep this content rolling. So how can you do that? Well, a super chat or a super sticker during a live stream, which will get you a nice highlighted message in the chat, and I'll shout it out as well. A super thanks on an on-demand video that happens to be eligible for it. I say that because if a video gets claimed for some reason, it's not eligible. But I'm grateful for all of those. Those are ways to contribute through YouTube itself. They help a ton. And this time of year particularly, you know, people feeling a little bit more generous with all the new releases. Thank you in advance to anyone who does that. Becoming a channel member or gifting a membership to a fellow viewer. That's a great way to support the content, because not only are you helping out this channel, but you get something out of it too. Benefits such as access to all of my emotes, having a cool highlighted message if you're watching a video on demand, a cool crown to show how long you've been a supporter, the ability to talk as much as you would like without the limitations of slow mode in the chat when you're on a live stream, and many more. We also already mentioned just in this video, right, about the priority that you'll have nominating games for the Halloween event. So many, many benefits to being a channel member, especially this month in particular. I hope you'll consider either becoming a member or getting a membership. And of course, there's tipping. Tipping is a direct contribution to my PayPal. This is epically useful for two different reasons. Reason number one, I get tips right now. So if you tip me right now, I get it immediately, and I can put it towards something important. For example, right? How about all of these games I need to buy in the next month? Because I've been rattling off some 10 plus games that I need to buy in the month of October. That's a significant increase to the operational costs. So tips help to defray that cost, okay? In addition, tips I get more of a cut of than other contribution methods. There's less of a middleman taking a cut of a tip than there is
that a
of the
whale?
other contribution methods around here. So that's why tips are so important. If you do tip,
is that a whale?
I will do my best to not only shout it out, but give some rewards.
Straight whaling right
rewards that I give out per the level of tips that I reach on any particular stream, okay? And by the way, when I do these streams in the morning before my React show, any tips that come in on today's podcast count towards the React show as well. They carry over. So it's not like, oh, I tipped on his podcast, now he erases that, and we start from scratch on his React show. No, everything will carry over to the React show for
big
rewards
ups,
and tiers
everybody.
and stuff. And my goal for this week is as follows. Goal number one, by the end of this streaming week, I would like to have 675 members. Currently, we're at 649. We keep dipping. We keep gaining and then dipping and then gaining and then dipping again. All right? I want to hit 675 by the end of the week. We've got today and 3 more streaming days to hit that. I know that's feasible. In addition, I'm trying to hit the tier 1 tips goal on every stream this week. So far, we have done that. Thank you to those who have contributed and made that possible, okay? I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I do my React show, it is one of the slowest supported streams of the week usually. Now, not always. Sometimes we have a week where someone comes out and is very generous towards the React show, which is very nice. But particularly, I've noticed, so when I do the React show, you know, contributions basically slow down to a crawl. And the reason that's concerning, the React channel, DSP Reacts, only makes profit on stream content and memberships. That's it. I don't get any ad revenue on the videos over there because everything on my React channel gets claimed or demonetized. There's still videos from last week's React show that were demonetized, and I submitted them for review on YouTube, and they still didn't review them. So they're still demonetized a week later. That's how YouTube works. So I can't get any kind of profit on the videos on that channel. It's reliant on people contributing during the streams with super chats, memberships, and tips.
Jesus Christ. Dude, you're still talking about this?
Wait. No, super chats and tips, and then memberships behind the scenes is what that's what I meant to say. I confused myself.
Why don't you give some memberships, Phil?
Anyway, everything but
stop begging for memberships and start gifting them out, bro. How about that, dude?
Okay. So, on days when I'm doing the React content, if you could support this podcast or that stream or both, that'd be greatly appreciated. Like I said, right now,
what an e-bagger, dude.
The first 2 streaming days of the week, I've hit the goals for the tips, $50 every stream. That's been happening. I want to hit that today. So please consider tipping this morning or during the React show to support that content. You know, people say to me, well, why don't you do more React content? Right now, you just do a clip show once a week. Why don't you do a long-form React show? Why don't you do more documentaries? Why don't you do that? I said, well, because it has to support it. Right now, the vast majority of income I make is from my gaming. If there was more support for the React stuff, I would consider doing more of it. I would give more time towards it and working on it. But I have to balance my time equivalent to the level of support that I get. If I'm getting way more support on gaming stuff than React stuff, then obviously the vast majority of my time will go to the gaming and a little bit will go towards reacting. If more people supported the React streams every week, then maybe I'd make more time for more reacting. You know what I say? But that's how it works right now, okay?
Yeah, maybe he'd make more time, dude, if you gave him more money, dude.
King Be Cruel says there's a video on your community tab that's unavailable. Are you talking about the community tab of DSP Gaming? All the videos are unavailable there. You're talking about the streams? They get privatized overnight. I link the stream on there if you watch it live, and then those streams get privatized overnight, so they should all literally say this video is unavailable. Yeah. Anyway, so it's React Day. Let's do some shout-outs. Let's do some Q&A, and then we'll switch over and we'll get ready for the React show. Okay? So, let's start on the YouTube side of things. Okay? On the YouTube side of stuff this morning, we had Pikachu Hat, who did a super chat and said, Quest 64 or Secret of Evermore. Again, no, we're not going to be doing lengthy retro RPGs during the Halloween marathon. That's kind of not the point. That's kind of exactly the point that I was making. Those are the kind of games we don't want to play during the Halloween marathon. You won't get far enough in them to see significant amount of gameplay. We likely might not even go back to them ever, so that would not be the kind of game you want to suggest. Just saying. Okay, by the way, I know for a fact that those are good games. Okay, and the Pikachu Hat actually became a member this morning. So thank you to Pikachu Hat for joining as a member. I appreciate that. There we go. Okay. Mr. Game Master did a super chat this morning. Says, can't wait for Paper Mario Remake. Yeah, it should be great. All reports of information we're getting of it looks like it will be a superb game. And I'm excited for that. It looks like, I love the game. I played it a few years ago. And now playing it with modern graphics, redone music, better gameplay mechanics. It seems like it's going to be an awesome playthrough. Can't wait for it. Then we've got Blackout, who re-upped their membership for 3 months. Says,
Blackout?
The pod should be shorter on React days to see more videos.
I agree with that.
Well, you have to understand.
That's a good suggestion.
It's different every week.
He doesn't know what to say.
Some weeks we actually get to more videos. Some weeks we don't. It depends on how many Q&A questions get asked. It depends on the length of the video submitted. And how
make some bullshit up, Phil. Yeah. Bullshit,
it also depends on what we have to
bullshit.
Do on those podcast days. Some days we have a lot more to talk about, and some days we don't.
Thanks for the money, dummy.
So it is different every week, admittedly. Anyway. Hold on.
Anyway. Ban him. Ban him, Phil. He's a detractor, Phil. Ban him.
Alright. So that is what we've got on the YouTube side of stuff. We have nothing on the tip side yet. So nothing to shout out for tips. Do you see my point about
It's a good idea, yeah. It's a legitimately good idea.
Really, the only profit that I make on the React channel is memberships and contributions during the streams. And I've significantly noticed this year that contributions during streams for the React show have died down to almost nothing. There's been days when it's like my slowest stream all week. So that's not good. That doesn't vouch well for the React content that people asked for years and years and years.
You guys asked for this.
That DSP do content, React content. We want reacting. So I do reacting.
He's going back to this, dude?
And what happens? You know what I'm saying?
Dude, we've been over the React thing, dude.
So we'll see what happens. But anyway, yes, like I said, any tips this morning will count towards the React show as well. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to open up the chat to Q&A. We have about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little more. Let's see what people want to talk about today. Okay?
Sick, Phil.
Juan,
sick.
I'm glad that next month is your birthday.
Juan.
It's a little early to be talking about it, but I'm glad that you're excited about it.
Juan's birthday's...
Happy Halloween one to you, Derek. Hello, Willow.
Oh, no meds. Nice.
Jade says, on Halloween, will you watch Theme Park Crazy, Sub Mechanophobia, or Bushman Prank? I don't know what any of those are. If I did know what those were, maybe I would say yes, Jade, but I'm not sure what any... Are those games? Are those clips? I don't know what you mean. I never heard of any of them. Pikachu Hat just did a super chat. He says, I'll switch to Fallout 4. Nukes dropped on Halloween. I don't have PayPal. I can only super chat. Sorry, I still love you. Well, thank you, Pikachu Hat, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Okay. Double M, my day's alright so far. I'll be honest. The sun came out, and I don't like that. I like when the sun in the fall is behind the clouds. When the sun comes out, this office gets hot. I'm happy that I'm not playing any stressful games today, but it sucks because now what's going to happen is the temperature in here will go up like 20 degrees, and I'll probably be, a little hot under the collar, stuffy air. It's cool. It's very cool outside, but man, when that sun comes out, it just eats the room up. And, within about a month, probably temperatures will dip enough that it won't matter anymore, but I'm not there yet. Like, I would love to start wearing fall clothing, like a nice button-down shirt or a long-sleeve shirt and some pants and stuff. I can't wear that right now. It's too hot in here. I actually have to wait till, like, late October, November for me to be wearing clothes that I should have been wearing 2 months ago.
Does Jade have a fear of roller coasters? I don't know.
Ambulatory said, what was your favorite candy to get when trick-or-treating? Well, I was a chocoholic. Still am.
Of course, Phil. You always tell us.
I'll tell you that. Oh God, that's disturbing.
Yeah, he'll tell you.
I'm looking at that right now.
He'll definitely tell you. He's a chocoholic.
I can't even talk because it's so disturbing. Anyway,
what's up, Beavis?
When I was a kid, anything chocolate. So Milky Way, Snickers, Rolos. You ever had Rolos? It's caramel with milk chocolate over it. Ooh, that's good. The Crunch bars. But not only Crunch. What was the one? It has caramel and Crispies.
Yo, big ups Arsons. Goddamn, brother.
It's red, the packaging. Those are really good. I can't remember what it's called. I really like that one. The one with the caramel and the Crispies.
You're welcome.
And the chocolate. Okay. Is it Crackle? No, Crackle is the same as Nestle Crunch, is it not? It's just a different brand. 100 grand, is that it? Oh yeah, I think it's 100 grand.
100 grand.
Yo, those are really good.
Those are fire.
100 grand is seriously good.
Those are good.
Kit Kats, I like Kit Kats. But also anything, peanut butter cups, that's good. Reese's Pieces, that's really good. The thing I don't like was anything that was like tart or fruity. So like any kind of lollipops, I don't fucking want that shit. Hard candies, throw that shit right down the
yeah, big ups, brother. I appreciate you, dude.
Smarties. I did like Smarties when I was much younger, but as I got older, I just wanted more chocolate. So yeah, basically what I would do is I would trade candy with my cousin, and we would trade, and she would keep all the fruit stuff. Like she would take the Starburst, she would take the Skittles, she would take the lollipops. You can have all that and give me all your chocolate. I want the real stuff. You can take the crap. I'll take the real stuff. That's how it worked it.
Is it? The real stuff?
Oh, my nose. Derek says, one of my videos this week is Halloween candy. If we get to it, I posted a timestamp of where to start. Sounds good. If we get to it and you're here, let me know, because I don't know if the timestamps work on here or not. I actually have no idea. Have I heard of the horror movie Talk to Me? Good reviews. I saw it on one of those demand services. I think you still got to pay for it, though, but I don't know what it is. But I saw it listed, but I haven't watched it, no. King Be Cruel says, did your family have traditions or do anything special for Halloween? My pops would take us to rich people's houses where they gave out good candies. Well, my mother would love decorating the house. So she would always put out some fake pumpkins that were like foam pumpkins with like lights inside. We would also get a real pumpkin and carve a jack-o'-lantern together. My dad and I would do that. We'd always have little decorations. The front hallway has like a big wall next to the stairwell. That's
Tier 1, and look, you already had the hat.
Put up all kinds of banners, Happy Halloween, and all kinds of stuff there.
The hat was free. Free hat, dude. I already got glasses on too.
I distinctly remember we bought Halloween.
I start with my goals already.
In our stereo in the living room, we actually had an old school stereo that played records and tapes, not CDs, records and tapes. And we had a tape set of Halloween music, like Monster Mash and Thriller, but also like Halloween sounds, spooky sounds, like Vincent Price laughing and oh, and that kind of stuff. And we would play it throughout the house. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool. My mom was a very cool homemaker where she always liked to decorate for the seasons. So you'd have Halloween month, and then when that ended, it would be like more Thanksgiving, and then we'd have Christmas month. It was really nice. I received a tip. I received
Whoa.
A generous.
We're at 0 right now.
$15 tip from Dan the Man. And he says, hey, Phil, thank you very much, Dan the Man. The first
Ryan coming through.
So let's go ahead
with the 15.
Play that.
Look at that.
Awesome new Halloween animation of me getting eaten by a T-Rex while I'm taking a big steamer. Look at that. I love it.
Phil's taking a dump. Look. He loves it. He loves
Ah.
taking dumps, dude.
There you go.
Oopsie
Very
poopsie.
nice.
Phil made an oopsie poopsie.
Very, very good.
I love the silence after that. It's beautiful.
Okay, thank you, Dan the Man, for the first tip of the day. Appreciate that. Did I make homemade steaks? Very rarely. Very rarely did we have homemade steak when I was a kid. I think as I was getting older, like my late teens, early 20s.
The silence really stands out with Phil because he just never stops talking.
But actually,
so
we would almost never eat steak in the
when he
house.
does
Don't
stop
ask me
talking,
why.
you notice.
I don't know why. I wasn't the one who dictated the meals. Have I ever been in a haunted house? A staged one, yes. A real one, maybe. I don't know if I've been in a real haunted house. Do I like monster cereals? His favorite's Count Chocula. I had Count Chocula, Frankenberry, and Boo Berry. I know there's others. Like there's like Tutti Frutti, which is supposed to be like a mummy or Fruity Mummy. And there's another one too, is there not? But I've only had the core 3. Of course, Count Chocula you can get like at all times. And Count Chocula was always my favorite. Although I was a sleeper fan of Boo Berry, which is Blueberry. I actually like
Sleeper fan?
I did not like
I've never even heard anyone say
too sweet.
Anything like that.
I did not like it. So there you go.
I was a sleeper fan. So original, Phil. Where you come up with this shit?
Did my parents have to search my candy before I would eat it? Yeah, what we would do is after we would trick or treat, the few times I did it, because I didn't trick or treat that much when I was a kid. But when I would trick or treat, we would go to the kitchen table. I say the kitchen table because our kitchen was also our dining room. So we'd go to our table. We had the plastic pumpkin.
The picture's so funny to me.
Like a bucket. It looks like a pumpkin, jack-o'-lantern. And we'd dump it on the table and scoot out the candy and, make sure it's all legit. And then I would trade with my cousin. So it was a candy safety check, but also trading.
Yeah, PNF is ready to start the reacts. Let's go, Phil.
All the years I trick-or-treated, maybe only a couple suspect pieces of candy, and even then it wasn't like outright, oh, there's something wrong with this. But, you get a piece of candy, doesn't look right anyway. Looks like it was melted or some shit. You're like, all right, I don't want that. You throw that out anyway.
Who's asking the questions? Everybody. Look, do you still get zits and acne?
In all those years.
Have
you
seen
the movie Cabin in the Woods? I've never seen the movie Cabin in the Woods, but I know exactly what it's about, and I've heard like a synopsis of it, but I've never seen the movie.
Do you lick the chocolate wrappers every time? Dude.
No, I never licked chocolate wrappers.
You really
Bushman scare prank.
You really answered that, dude? Why did you answer that?
I don't watch prank.
Why are you answering these, dude?
I never found
it's
pranks
clearly
very
people fucking with
them.
Like,
I think that if you're pranking someone, it's kind of like, here's the thing, all right? If, let's say, for example, your close friends play a prank on you, and they know that the prank isn't that big of a deal because they know you, and they're razzing you, that's different. But I don't like the idea of pranks on YouTube. I just don't. Oh, someone set up a random prank
Master Shake.
And they're messing with someone. I don't like that. Because I wouldn't, in truth, in my real life, all right, here's the thing. Pranks are funny if you're someone who has like a stress-free life. Because then the added stress of a situation that's not real, but you might think it is funny. Ha ha ha, it was a joke. But if you're a stressed out person all the time, do you really want more stress that's fake? Right? Like right now, I'll be honest, I'm a stressed out guy. Especially this last week.
Yeah, don't prank really Phil or he might lose his mind.
Do you think I would want to be pranked right now? Of course not.
It's a prank, bro.
I'd be upset if someone fucking pranked me right now. I'd be like, dude, no, please. I don't need any more of this bullshit in my life right now. So I don't like watching a video where someone, you don't know who that person is. That's a stranger out there, and you don't know what they're going through in their personal life, right? And you're going to fucking prank them?
Hell
and
yeah,
dude. It's just a joke.
Get pranked.
No, it's a joke for you. Just because it's a joke for you doesn't mean it's a joke for someone else.
Yeah.
Someone else may be going through shit.
Yeah, it's a joke for me, Phil. I get to laugh at you.
I don't find that respectful. at all. I don't think that these prank videos on YouTube are of quality. I think that
what's
they're
he
kind of
playing?
like laughing at someone's expense. You know what I mean? I don't like that. I just never have. And like I said, maybe there are some circumstances, like
Starfield,
is there not
I guess,
a television show of guys who do pranks, but they also constantly prank each other? But that's the premise of the show. So they know they're going to get pranked by their friends, and they're okay with it. You know, prank me, whatever, not a big deal. As opposed to, this is a fucking someone you don't know, a stranger, and we're doing pranks for YouTube today. Fuck you. No, leave me alone. I don't want to be a part of your bullshit. I just want to live my life and be left alone. I already have enough shit to deal with, you know? But it's funny because there's some people who don't understand that.
Pranks in the
there's
hood,
some people
yeah.
who, like, they're so insulated from any kind of real-life stress or problems that they just think, oh, everything's a joke in life. So we can prank and everything's funny. Everyone should just laugh at everything.
Staring at gangsters in the hood.
Like going through crazy shit that you don't even understand because you're so fucking insulated from anything in life that's actual stress that you shouldn't be fucking with people, you know?
Pressing thugs in the hood gone wrong.
You have the privileged life. You don't have to deal with the shit other people have to deal with, right? That's my take anyway, you know. Because I know, you know.
Stepping on a gangster's shoes in the hood.
I know people who've been through shit. They don't need to be fucked with, you know. They don't deserve that just because you want to get your jollies off and make a fucking video for YouTube. So I don't like that shit. Let's see here. Shit for brains. To me, $1.25. I like Fruity Pebbles. They get soggy, but they get soggy quick. That is correct. I like Fruity and Cocoa Pebbles. I actually did as a kid. I love them.
Jesus Christ, dude.
They have good flavor. And they always change the milk a color, which is kind of neat. But you're right, they immediately turn into like mush. If you got to eat them like right away to get any kind of crispiness to them, right?
Shoutouts to Google for allowing any username.
Double M, I don't have trick-or-treaters here. Because Double M says, did you ever have older kids like college kids trick-or-treat you? We don't have trick-or-treaters. I live in a private community. I don't deal with any of that. Derek says, 2023 Mid-Autumn Festival's going on for him. It's different kinds of mooncake. 8 days from September 29th to October 6th to 9th is Thanksgiving in Canada. Oh, you have Thanksgiving way early, huh? Oh, I didn't know that. What are mooncakes? I don't know what that is. Clyde says, can you watch for Rogue Mod? He usually likes to react day. I'll keep my eyes peeled for Mysterious Rogue Mod.
Rogue Mod? Is there a Rogue Mod?
It's the legend of the mysterious Halloween Rogue Mod. Out for blood.
Phil's activated the asset.
Sure.
The asset has been unleashed on
Demolition
chat.
Daddy said, did Trix change the shape of the cereal? Or did we grow up and can't see the shapes anymore? What do you mean? So Trix cereal used to have fruit shapes. I know that for a fact. I remember there were fruit shapes because I remember the banana, the crunchy banana. It didn't taste like a banana. It kind of tasted like Fruit Loops.
Phil, squeeze.
But I remember that they had fruit shapes.
Put it in your mouth.
But what is Trix now? I know at one point they changed it to be like these clusters rather than fruit shapes. I know that because I remember it changing. They're just circular now? Oh, okay. I'm not surprised to hear that. They probably taste the same, though. A lot of cereals change over the years.
Yeah, why is this keyboard so far away? I guess it doesn't reach, dude. I don't understand how it's
They're like kicks, flavored kicks.
I don't understand how this whole setup works,
I would not mind that. Jay Dennis says, Lies of P chapter 11 is the longest by far. You guys have been telling me that every chapter gets longer, so that's probably why. I'm 20 hours into the game. People are like, oh, it's 30 hours long. And I'm like, how is that possible? I'm at the end of chapter 8. There's only 3 chapters left.
Why doesn't he get a gaming...
Each of the final chapters like super long.
Why doesn't he get a gaming monitor and hook it up to the console?
The mooncake is a Chinese bakery product traditionally eaten during the Mid-Autumn
Festival.
That's
console,
great, but what is it? That doesn't answer the question. Like, what is a mooncake? What would it be comprised of? What would it taste
It's so weird, dude.
Do I like banana chips? You know, I'll be honest with you. I've never really had them to the extent that I could tell you if I like them or not. I remember maybe crunching on 1 or 2 randomly and thinking, I think I liked them, but I haven't had them in ages. Puricato says, took him 36 hours. Wow. I guess I would have a lot more to go then. A mooncake is a Chinese bakery product. Has filling of a red lotus paste, white lotus paste, red bean paste, and a salted egg yolk. Wow. I have no idea what any of that tastes like.
It's right there.
I've never tried any of that, so that would be a unique experience.
On screen right now, brother.
I never had any of those flavors before. Interesting.
Yeah, it's really bizarre, Barrymore.
Let's see. Honey Bunches of Oats? I think I've had that before.
Gaming should be on a couch. Yeah, that sounds like Phil,
familiar,
dude.
But I don't think I've had it recently, so I can't really comment on it. Ever had fried pickles? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. They're kind of weird, honestly. I've only had them once. I had them at a pub-style restaurant. It was like an appetizer, fried pickle chips, and they were really weird. Like, I remember they also had, it was like an orange dipping sauce that was supposed to be like, I don't know if it was Chipotle or something else. I think they were good, but they were just odd.
I think my favorite,
you don't expect a pickle to be
one of my favorite snacks would be fried mushrooms with
Would I cook my own egg rolls? Well, I don't have a deep fryer, so I guess
what's
no.
the horseradish sauce?
I don't have a way to fry them, so no, I would not cook my own egg rolls.
Extra spicy horseradish sauce.
When I became a teenager or younger adult, did I have Halloween traditions? No. No. When I got older, you kind of grew out of it and didn't really care about it that much. But the reason I like October is because it's autumn, the weather changes. You know, you got things that come with autumn, the changing of the leaves, different kinds of activities, pumpkin spice, pumpkins in general, and horror movies, Like I said, I'm watching a lot of horror movies this month. Do I like Domino's Pizza? No, I do not. I want to mail you chocolate? Please do not. Derek says, during Halloween, I always get rockets, small candies. Don't know what those are. Never heard of them. Rockets. Do I like to celebrate Oktoberfest? No, I do not. Absolutely not. I never celebrated Oktoberfest before. I've been to, like, a restaurant that has Oktoberfest-themed beer, but I've never actually celebrated Oktoberfest for myself. Rockets or Smarties? Oh, okay. Canadians call them rockets. I've had Smarties then. Yeah, they're all right. I remember eating them a lot when I was a kid. But as I got older, like I said, I grew out of the tart style candies, and instead I like chocolate. Now Clyde says, no, they're not Smarties. They're completely different. Oh, okay. Smarties are tart and sour. What are you talking about? Smarties are tart and sweet at the same time. You must be thinking about, there are things that look like Smarties, but they're not. They look exactly like Smarties, but they're just sweet. They don't have tartness to them. The name brand Smarties actually have tartness to them. My nose itches. Ugh. I received a $3 tip from Shit for Brains. Listen to this. A jackass prankster ended up getting shot in the stomach. He shoved a phone in his face. The guy asked him to stop and kept festering. The guy plays stupid games, wins stupid prizes. I just think that the whole prank culture is fucked up, honestly.
Oh, people advocating for murder in Phil's chat.
You can't be, pestering someone, invading their personal space, putting them at physical risk for the sake of you getting clickbait views on YouTube.
So,
what makes you think that that's allowed?
So Phil, if somebody comes up to you in the street and is reporting you, you should shoot them?
Putting a phone in your face, you should shoot them in the stomach. I'm definitely not saying that. That's extreme.
Are you sure?
And obviously, I don't know the situation. Maybe they felt like they were being physically threatened and this was self-defense. I don't know if shooting them in the stomach was the solution to that.
You don't know. You're not sure?
But at the same time,
it might be.
Why
so
the
it could be
fuck
the solution,
are you
though.
People to begin with?
He just said that it could be the solution. Possibly, you might want to do that.
Oyster to do it with whatever you please. It's just not. So people feel that way. Oh, I'm a YouTuber with a viewership, so that means I can go wherever I want to go. I can do whatever I want. I can get away with whatever I want.
Phil, don't you think you should punch them?
Videos, bro.
Which that isn't great either. But like,
you don't get free reign. You want to know what? They only get away with
maybe
that kind of shit
hit the phone out of their hand,
or other more liberal countries.
Maybe not shoot them.
You go to a country where they have strict laws. You try to do that shit. You know what happens?
Maybe
they fucking arrest your ass. They
try not to jump to the murder.
And they fucking throw you in jail for like 2 months.
Just do some simple assaults before you do straight murder.
They laugh at you. They make you a poster boy example of the people from outside our country who act like assholes because they think they're entitled. We don't owe them shit. Fuck them. Right? That's what I mean. Like, people just take for granted the freedoms that we have in these very more free countries. They don't understand that in some places in the world, they don't put up with that shit at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go over to Russia, Phil. See how they treat you. But you know what they do to you in Russia, Phil? If you try to eBay over there? Woo!
I received a $20 tip
dude.
from 1 Minute Man. I'm happy that the notice actually came through today. Because if you remember, for a couple of days in the last week, it wasn't coming through for some odd reason. But it did. Thank you to 1 Minute Man so much. And now it is time for, I believe, one of the most disturbing animations I've ever had on a stream.
Oh, the Chucky animation.
Oh
Look at that.
my God, dude.
Look, it's Chucky Phil.
Imagine if those dolls were coming after you.
Chucky Phil dolls.
Like, this gives me nightmares, and that's my face, and that gives me fucking nightmares, dude.
Bro, it's not even. Doesn't even look good, dude.
Yikes. Yikes. All right. Well, thank you very much to 1 Minute Man. I appreciate that. And by the way, I have to blow my nose because I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Hold on. Oh, my nose.
Wait, but now we have to listen to Phil blow his nose. Listen.
Ugh.
Is he going to leave the room today? Oh, maybe he left the room today. Yesterday he just blew it. It was loud as hell. Post-nasal drip all up in this bitch.
Okay. Smarties in the UK and Canada contain chocolate? What? That's weird. I wouldn't think that there'd be chocolate in a Smartie. That's very odd.
Smartie chocolate?
In Canada, the Smarties are chocolate-coated like M&M's. The Rockets are like USA Smarties, hence the confusion. That's really weird. Why would you put chocolate on a Smartie? Why would you put chocolate on a candy that's supposed to be sweet and sour? That's bizarre.
Yikes. And the wine flows like beer.
Jade, that is perfectly fine. I understand. No problem. See you tonight for Liza P, though, right? Do I like Little Caesars pizza? I've only had it once ever. It was over a decade ago for DSP Tries It. I don't particularly remember liking or disliking it. So, no, I don't like it because I don't eat it. Do I like Junior Mints? Yes. Runts? No. Atomic Fireball? No. But I love Junior Mints.
Yo, PNF is ready to get over.
Do I like Necco
get the shit
over? You know,
over
I've had them. Those are the ones that are very
Phil.
Correct. And they have flavors too. Like there's ones that
he's going overtime now.
That are different flavors. I would say I've had them and I liked them, but I've never particularly eaten them that much. What is the best chocolate? Why is it Toblerone? Says Ellipsian. You know, I actually don't know what the best chocolate is. I would say I always like classic Hershey's chocolate is decent, but I actually these days when I'm older, I actually like dark chocolate more than milk chocolate. When I was younger, I used to always just eat like Hershey's, and then all of a sudden once I had like Dove chocolate, and I was like, oh my god, why is Dove chocolate so much better? Because it's like silky smooth and creamy. I think it has a higher milk content to it. But I've also had other chocolates recently, last few years, from like international, like not in the United States, and those have cool things like hazelnut and other things in them, and dude, that's really good too. So I don't know. I actually have no idea what the best chocolate is. I've had many good chocolates over the years. Yeah. No, I've never egged a house, nor have I ever done anything on a mischief night for Halloween. For me, I never in my lifetime thought that kind of shit was funny. Even though you say, oh, it's just innocent fun. I don't think that pranking someone, I don't think that making something dirty for no good fucking reason and basically making a trouble for someone or, you know, work for someone is funny. Like, you might argue, oh, well, someone, if you just egg their house, that's fine. You can just go outside with a hose and spray it. They still have to go do that. Why should they have to do that? Because you're an asshole? And you think it's funny to fucking throw eggs on someone's house? Like, you're a dick. Like, what the fuck is your fucking problem? Right? I never found that funny at all or entertaining, so I've never done anything like that. Jade, you have to understand something. We have not seen one of the tip animations yet. We have not seen one of the tip animations yet. We have yet to see the $100 tip animation. I can tell you guys right now that the $100 tip animation is the best animation.
Wow, of
but
course.
We're probably not going to see it.
Of course it is.
If we see it, it'll be like once this month. Okay? I saved the best for last. But it's the one we will never see. We'll have to see if someone decides
so
to be very generous this month or not. All right? Whatchamacallit, I actually really liked, Derek. Whatchamacallit is a candy bar that has everything. So it has Crispies, peanut butter in the Crispies, a layer of caramel over the Crispies, and then that was covered in chocolate. So it was like crunchy, sweet, savory, like every flavor you can think of together. And I really like whatchamacallit. I used to eat it when I was younger. I haven't had one in many years. Killer Clowns from Outer Space or The Blob 1988. The Blob 1988 is a legit scary movie. It has gore and really scary scenes in it, where people are being melted into like gory piles of yuck. While Killer Clowns from Outer Space is just a stupid campy movie. It's not meant to be scary. It's dumb, you know. Paydays are all right. I never was in love with Paydays. I think they're okay. They also had a candy called Who's a What's It. I've never had a Who's a What's It. Better not lay a finger on my Butterfinger. That was the 1990s ad campaign starring Bart Simpson of the Simpsons cartoon, and he was the spokesperson for Butterfinger for many years. I remember there were many different TV commercials where Bart was trying to keep his Butterfinger away from Homer, who was trying to eat it. I remember that.
Phil, same. I was there.
Do you like or hate Butterfinger? I don't know. I think Butterfinger's all right. I think that Butterfinger, like, you take a bite or two and it's good, but the more you eat it, it's way too much. Like, it's too sticky. It gets all over your teeth. It's freaking, you know. I like Butterfinger in, like, a
I like how they taste. It does get stuck to your teeth, though. It's kind of annoying.
To get the Butterfinger flavor, but also there was good ice cream, and it wasn't, like, so much candy that it got stuck in your mouth. I did like that. Liked it that way. Okay. All right, guys, I do think it is time to adjourn. We're having a good time, right, talking about the season. This is great. I've had a great time conversing with all of you about Halloween. However, it is time to end the show. Don't worry. There'll be many more podcasts in the month of October where we can talk about this stuff, all right? And I hope that we will, because this was a fun conversation. I'd like to continue this fun conversation about candy and Halloween moving forward. So I hope we will do that on future shows.
What are you, a child,
But in the meantime, we got to end it so we can get set up for DSP versus the Internet. The way it works is this show will end, and then you're going to see a pop-up on your screen if you're here live saying, hey, head over to DSP Reacts, click here, and the show continues. So do that. If you're watching on demand, thanks for watching. I hope you will check out DSP Reacts, but there will be content on this channel later today, gameplay as well. All right? I thank you all. What a great show. And for those also who supported, thank you so very much. Happy Spooktober, everybody. Indeed.
Oh, here it comes.
I hope that you have a good one. I hope that you're starting your own festivities at home. I hope you will join me all month long for new games and autumn vibes. And, of course, one final thing, happy Halloween. All right, let's get set up. Let's get set up for...
You're welcome.
For the React show. So let's see here. Well, now you already got a preview of some of the videos we're watching. Oh, well. Nothing I can do about that. Let's get set up here. So let's do this. There we go. Good. So that's there. And I need the logo. And I need to swap the pop-ups. The pop-ups on the React show will be the more generic pop-ups, only because I haven't really had time to set up the Halloween pop-ups for the React show. But there will be the Halloween pop-ups will be on this channel, DSP Gaming, all month long. All right, guys, let's end the show. Thank you for watching. I hope to see you over on DSP Reacts as we watch Ultra Member Submissions and beyond. All right, guys, thank you so very much. Great show. See you on the React channel.
All right.
You guys like pizza? I know I do. I love pizza. I'm Italian.
Switching over.
Real authentic East Coast Italian style pizza out here. Would you like to have a pizza party with me?
Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take it McDonald's, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Pizza pie, delicious pizza pie. Pizza pie, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens. Salvano cheese, Salvano greasy shit, crazy meat, weird sauce. The sauce has these big chunks of tomato that are very well seasoned, that are really good. Turn on the ovens and burn all the pizzas. Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie. Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take it McDonald's, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie. Greasy shit, pizza pie. Felipe, pizza pie. Weird sauce, pizza pie. Delicious pizza pie. Pizza pie, pizza pie. Mamma mia, make it a pizza pie.
Yo, big ups, Kruger.
Pizza pie, Felipe, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens, mozzarella, and delicious. Take it McDonald's, roll it out, toss it in the air. Pizza pie, make it a pizza pie.
Eddie Nonsense says, I'm smoking crystal meth.
Pizza pie, cheese. Pizza pie.
Well, Phil's chat is litty right now.
Weird sauce, pizza pie. Crazy meat, pizza pie. Turn on the ovens. Now on to the more exotic seasonings. These seasonings are catered more towards Italians. If you're not Italian, you don't like these kind of seasonings, you don't have to use them. But I'm Italian and I love it.
All right.
You guys like pizza? This vest.
Over-sexualize everything.
All right. Phil's going to be live in 1 minute.
5 guys. Fuck my wife.
Probably more like 20.
Fuck my wife. 5 guys. Absolutely have sex with my wife. With my wife. With my wife. 5 guys. Sex with my wife.
Oh my god, look at
Slippery. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sex with my wife. Tyrone. Kevin. Kilmer. Boiled up. Sauce over ass. 5 guys. Absolutely has sex with my wife. With my wife. 5 guys. Sex with my wife. Look at mom. Absolutely has sex with my wife. With my wife. Look at mom. Sex with my wife. Oiled up like slippery. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sex with my wife. Look at mom. With my wife.
This one's for all my baby girls.
And it starts to click, you know, if someone just keeps saying sorry when they do something, they're not really apologizing, right? If apologizing isn't just words, it's I will not do this thing again because I feel bad about it. If you keep doing the thing, it's not actually an apology.
You have no respect
For people that are alive, for fucking people that are dead, you don't give a shit about anybody but yourself. You have no respect.
Apologizing isn't just words.
You have no respect. Well, do you value money more than our friendship?
But that's the way of them saying, we want nothing to do with Phil at all moving forward. Let's make up a bunch of shit or twist a bunch of shit to make him sound bad because everyone hates him now anyway on the internet. So let's make him look like the villain so everyone will believe it and we'll just be washing our hands of the whole situation. We never have to deal with it ever again. And you know what? Look what's happened. Literally, no one bugs them anymore. Nothing. It's all, they're completely washed. The hands are clean.
You have no respect for people that are alive, for people that are dead. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself. You have no respect.
Apologizing isn't just words. It's I will not do this thing
You have
again
no respect.
because I feel bad about it.
He watches too much WWE. John starts getting text messages at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. That means it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. So now, when you start reading them, you start looking at it, and it doesn't make any sense why he's even texting. And it's not even coherent. So you start wondering if the guy was, like, if he's been drinking and texting.
Because I'm not a puppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid pranks. You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer.
Big ups to your dad.
Overheating mini PC. Overheating mini PC.
Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera. I need banana, tasty banana, put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in dinner. Put banana in my mouth, please banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. I need banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't peel it, comes in dinner. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth.
When we get to 250 Vestry for that celebration, I'm going to make you a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight. It's out of control tonight.
Over-sexualize everything.
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message after the tone. I did not 5 but 6 crash jabs on camera. How you gonna counter that? Oh shit. This is really fucked up. That you would really come in my face like this.
Live bands. Band.
Yo, the pull, the golden pull. No.
Focus on my sexy
Oh, the battle stat.
butter complexion.
Oh.
Do you know what peanut butter is? Fat, oil,
Whoa.
grease.
Whoa. The most rare item in the friggin' bundle? Look at that, baby.
Grease, fat, oils. Focus on my sexy
If I could open another one, baby. Oh! I like the Vector skins. It's my favorite gun. Yo, 2 solid pulls, dude. Damn.
Here's the thing. I became infamous on the internet in 2016 for accidentally beating off on camera. Now, luckily, nothing was shown. There was absolutely nothing exposed to the internet. It was just me doing my OnlyFans. I went viral for it. I just want the bust. Oh, man. Bust.
I will say, I like the new battle stat SLR better than the old one that I have.
Bust. Oh my God, look how big he is. Oh my God. That thing is a monster. I just want the bust. Oh man. Bust. Give me the monster. Wow, it's big. Bust.
Oh, that's sexy. It's got a gold buttstock. Ooh.
I just want the. Give me the monster. I just want the.
Vibrant and robust.
I just want the bust. I just want the. Give me the monster. I just want the. Wow.
Dude, where's Phil?
Where did the load go?
I just want the bust.
Dude, what the fuck?
Oh man. Bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the. Bust. I just want the bust.
And quite frankly, those people who make that shit up should be sued. They should be sued into oblivion. But I'm not a rich man, and I don't have the means to do it. You know, some of that stuff out there has been insanely damaging and messed up, the things they said about me and my family. That's completely false, and they have absolutely no factual corroboration for any of it. Who? I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Offensive. Egregious cross-dresser. Yes, that's true. Gifted a body that has a lot of shortcomings, okay? Bad back injury, a severely herniated gout. You oozing with grit. Most days, gout. Gout is a disease that makes you act like an ass. He's a racist. He's a sexist. He's a scammer. He's this. He's that. Yes, that's true. I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Stupid mouth drooler. Offensive. Egregious cross-dresser. Yes, that's true. I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Offensive. Egregious cross-dresser. Yes, that's true. It was like Phil's an embezzler, and Phil invests his money in terrorism, and Phil's a drug dealer. So I'm having a dream that basically people are saying every heinous kind of thing they could possibly say about me, but because of who I am, people believe it. I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Piggy at the courthouse, get up to my eyebrows. I got 14 credit cards, I'll never pay them off now. Cars, statues, condo fees, moving across the country. I did nothing wrong, and cat that bitch, finances, a fucking mess, lying to the IRS. Those niggas don't pay no debt, fucking form get chapter from perjury. I'll blame it on that asshole. 7, financial prudence, fucking lame. Tips go straight to gotcha games. I spent it up, that's why I got 500 grand debt to my name. But I'm still living like I'm rich. I'll take your cheers, subs, and tips. And if you drive a Subaru, I'll straight up fucking take your ditch. He's at the courthouse, get up to my eyebrows. I got 14 credit cards, I'll never pay them off now. Cars, statues, condo fees, moving across the country. I did nothing. That is all appreciated. Remember, I don't make any revenue on these videos. Like, I'm not even kidding you. There's some of the videos from last week's React show. I uploaded them to this channel, dude. And they are still not approved for ads. They were basically flagged. Oh, unsuitable for ads. So I said, please review them, YouTube. I know there's nothing wrong with
my shit
videos.
got approved.
It's a week later. They still haven't reviewed them.
Well, why did my shit get approved then?
So I'm not making anything on the videos that I put out here. It is reliant on crowdfunding to keep the React content going. Okay? So please consider crowdfunding in some way today. Anything is greatly appreciated. You know, some gifted memberships, some tips, all that. My goal this week is to hit the tier 1 tips goal every stream. We're at $39. We're 11 away. So if we hit that, I hit the goal for this stream, and I'd be happy. So if we could do that, that would be great. Okay?
Dude, you just made 150 though. That was two times more than you needed. Why do you need more now? You should.
All right, now, in regards to videos for this show, as you guys know, and gals know, this show is based on your direction. It's the members and the ultra members, standard channel members and ultra channel members that pick the videos for this show every week, correct? I have to tell you guys a few things. Number one, some people are sadly resubmitting videos we've already watched. This video literally right here, we already watched, and this was an ultra member submission for the week. We already watched it. So when I start recording, I'm just going to explain to everyone, please be careful about what you suggest. We already saw this one like a week or two ago.
You say the same shit every fucking week, dude.
So you have to pay attention because I don't want you to feel like you wasted your submission because you suggested a video we just watched. All right? I'm not going to watch it a second time. In addition, all right, a couple weeks ago, there were, I guess, what could be considered, all right, detractor videos that were submitted to the show, and we actually watched them. One was a video making fun of my gameplay of Grand Theft Auto 3, and it was very poorly done. And then there was another video that was supposed to be a parody of me trying cup noodles on DSP Tries It. It was also very poorly done. Basically, I razzed both videos saying there's been way better videos out there making fun of me, or at least observationally seeing what my shortcomings are when it comes to content creation. Those two videos were some of the worst I'd ever seen. And so, rightfully so, I criticized the shit out of them during the show, all right? Someone, I guess, figured, oh, this now opens the floodgates to just submit a bunch of negative videos about Phil and he has to watch them all. Wrong. All right? I have a strict policy. No detractor content. Both on DSP Gaming and DSP Reacts, there's just no detractor content allowed. Now, if there's an exception, like if there's a This Is How You Don't Play that's well done, and it's pertinent, and it has constructive criticism and good writing, and it's entertaining and funny, then we can watch it. But this week, I had 2 different videos submitted. One was a video of me from over 20 years ago, all right? Basically telling a story about my college days, So, you know, I was 18 in the story. I'm telling the story in my early 20s, okay? And it's a story, incidentally, I've already told this story many times over the years in my own vlogging and content, all right? The story lines up. The story didn't change. It's the same story. But this video, I guess, was found on the internet. It's someone actually using an ancient, like, handycam camcorder, recording this story in a hotel room while I'm at a Street Fighter tournament in, like, my early 20s, okay? So they uploaded this video with all this superimposed detractor shit over it. Oh, he's full of shit. He's looking like he's bragging, and look at this and this. Like, it's all insults. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, why the fuck would I watch this video?
You were.
It's a story I've already told. It's not even pertinent to today. And the only reason that people put this up was because someone kept insulting me with the superimposed comments, the text on the video. No, I'm not watching this. This is a complete waste of everyone's time. So I told them, no, resubmit for next week. I'm not watching this. Okay? Then someone else submitted a video that was essentially a 1-minute hit piece. Basically saying that everything I do is terrible, multiple masturbation jokes and dumb shit like that. You know, the one moment in my 15-year history that something stupid happened like that, and they act like it's the end-all be-all of what I've made for 15 years. You're an idiot, okay? By the way, they have a person in the video dressed up like me who actually is fatter than me and has a worse hairline.
Wow.
Which is funny. It's like, if you're making fun of me in the video for my looks, you probably shouldn't get someone who has even worse looks than me. It's probably counterproductive.
Doubling down on the fat jokes and the hair jokes.
I'm just saying. Anyway, so I'm not watching that either. It's literally a 1-minute video. The entire video is like schoolyard bullying, making fun of me. There's no criticism, nothing constructive whatsoever. None of it is good-natured razzing. It's all
what's up,
outright insults. So no, I'm not going to fucking watch that. And I even said to the person, you have a chance to resubmit next week, and if you ever resubmit a detractor video like that again, I'm just going to ban you outright. Okay? This is not Phil reacts to detractor content. I've outright said in my long-form react events, I'm not doing that. I would react to say, hey, this is how you don't play. That's well-regarded. That's well done. Remember, we reacted to This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2 last year. I thought that was superb. Honestly, the first original one, I think, was one of the best ones ever made. Okay? Now, also, in regards to, you know, moving forward, all right? I'm going to tell you right now, if people think that they're going to be funny, oh, I'm going to become a member to submit this kind of content, you're not going to be a member anymore because you're going to be banned. All right? It's always been against the rules. This is not some new thing. This is not some revelation. This is you essentially trying to stir the pot and cause drama. It's not going to work because I'm not stupid. All right? So I'm laying down the law now. You guys want to fucking start with this stuff, you know, who are trying to pull this. I know who you are anyway. So go ahead and try to pull it and see how long you last. You know,
you're fucked. Guy, and you
I'm not going to fucking just ban people outright. I give everyone a second chance.
I'm coming for you.
That's it. You get your second chance. You do it again. You're out of here.
Flip this, okay? Bitches.
Okay. Are we ready to begin? Here we go.
Let's begin, Phil. Great way to start off.
We do have a decent amount of super member questions this week, Derek. Yes, we do. Okay. Are we ready? All right, let's begin, guys. This is episode 33.
33 of these?
It is. This is episode 33.
Jesus.
Okay, cool. I wanted to be sure I had the episode number right. All right, let's go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to DSP Reacts, and of course, my weekly show, DSP versus the Internet. This is the show where I react to clips that members of this channel have submitted. First, we're going to watch all the clips submitted by the ultra-level members, and then we're going to be moving on to clips from the standard members tossed into a randomized playlist. Being that today is October 1st, and this is episode 33, I suggested to people, hey, you know, you might want to think about doing some horror-themed stuff for Halloween. And some people did. Now, I don't know if we'll get to those or not because, again, randomized playlist, all right? We'll see what happens. Well, but I hope that we do maybe get some good horror-themed stuff for the month. In addition, I'm going to be honest about some things. Number one, people need to be careful about what they're submitting. I'm not kidding you. Look at the video we're staring at. Does it look familiar? Yeah, that's because that video was already watched on this show a couple weeks ago.
Bro, you just said all this.
Someone as an ultra member submitted this to watch, but we already watched it.
You just said all this.
I'm not going to watch it again. I'm just letting whoever that ultra member was know, please be careful about what you submit. to make sure we didn't already watch it.
So you just said all this. You don't have to do it twice.
That's number one.
For the live viewers, we just saw you say this.
A video that is from a owned YouTube channel that has affiliation with a TV show or a network, likely that video will get claimed and blocked. Meaning, for example, I'm almost positive we watched comedy from Laugh Factory before and it got blocked. I'm still going to give it a shot, but I almost guarantee you, sadly, you know, we're in a situation here where that's going to get blocked.
I'm coming
and the
for you
whole
guys.
stream's going to end up getting blocked. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want the whole stream to get blocked. All right? So, okay. Let's continue. Let's actually, first of all, sorry to the Ultra member who submitted this video. Obviously, we're not watching it again. If you want to submit 2 videos next week, go ahead. We'll see what happens with that. But let's now get to the actual big submissions. Fair enough? Okay.
Oh, God. Why is it so loud?
Cuphead is one of those rare games that takes a simple... Cuphead is one of those rare games that takes a... Cuphead is one of those rare... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Cuphead is one of those rare games that takes a simple...
Why is this annoying, dude?
Cuphead is one of those rare games that takes a simple premise and... Cuphead is one of those rare games that takes a simple premise and executes it perfectly. Yes! The initial premise was to combine the aesthetic of a 1930s animation style with the gameplay of a bullet hell shooter, and that's exactly what the game turned out to be. The art style and hand-drawn animation look and feel amazing, and this was obviously a huge selling point of the game, but equally as impressive to me was the period-appropriate soundtrack, which has only grown on me the more I play the game. So,
can we all agree? I mean, we're many years after Cuphead now. Can we all agree that that game was a huge anomaly, right? Like, you don't see games of that quality or that attention to detail made anymore. Really, honestly. Like, when I played it, I was like, the graphics are completely unique and outstanding, right? To the point where you don't ever see hand-drawn stuff like that in modern video games. And it's funny, because it took them so long to make the game, and then it took them so long just to make a simple DLC that wasn't even that lengthy. And everyone was like, you know, I wonder when the sequel will come out. Sequel? You think there's going to be a sequel? It took them like 5 years to make and another almost 4 years to make a DLC. Sequel, we won't see it till we're dead. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, I almost feel. It's a super good game, though. Like, if you haven't played it yet, and you like shoot-em-ups, or you just want to see a unique art style, you should absolutely play the game. It's incredibly well done.
When patron TJ Agnew suggested the topic, I knew I had to do a video about it. I mean, that's not to say that he was the first to ever suggest doing a Cuphead video. I actually was kind of putting off writing this one because I didn't know what to say about the music. I could talk about the general attributes of ragtime and swing music, but I already kind of touched on that in my old Mario video. I could talk about the mechanics of writing jazzy 8th note lines, but I already sort of covered that in my Mario Kart 8 video. But then I realized that there was one vital element of this early jazz style that I haven't covered: the arranging. Arranging is a pretty broad term which covers a few different compositional disciplines like orchestration and form, but it also applies, perhaps most importantly, to shaping the overall emotional direction of a piece of music. To get a sense of how an arranger does this, let's take a deep dive into Cuphead's Inkwell Isle 1. This tune is perfect to use as an example because we actually have 2 different arrangements of it on the soundtrack. The regular version scored for 11-piece ragtime band including piccolo, clarinet, cornet, trombone, tuba, rhythm section, and strings, and the solo piano version. By comparing the 2 arrangements, we can see what sort of techniques a composer would use to translate the exact same piece of music from one of these settings to the other. First off, let's look at the overall form of the piece.
So, okay, so arrangement basically means it's the same piece of music, but it's played by a different arrangement of instruments. That makes sense. So in one, it's like the full ragtime band going crazy. So it's like full-blown everything going, and the other, it's just a more simplified piano piece. But it's still the same exact sheet music. That's interesting. I don't know anything about this. This is first exposure I'm getting to music stuff. It's interesting.
The tune is comprised of 3 main sections, A, B, and C, which are set up like this. The dynamic structure goes something like this. You start off at a normal intensity level, bring it down for the second A, then bring it down even more for the B section. We contrast this on the repetition of the B section by bringing the dynamic level way up, and then we come back down to our starting level for the next A section. At this point, we've had a little journey, a sense of going out on an adventure and returning home safely. But if we stopped here, the song would only be like 2 minutes long. So, we get this transition out of nowhere, which is enormous, and then we move on into our C section. The first round through here is very quiet to contrast the transition, and then the second C section ramps up the intensity. This is the climax of the piece here. For the last A, we bring it back down to a quiet level, then halfway through increase the dynamic level until we hit the end of the piece. This is a simple but good dynamic roadmap, with lots of peaks and valleys and a perfectly placed musical climax.
Why is he watching this?
Notice how the most drastic dynamic changes happen in spots with repeated musical material, which is a crafty way of making your music easy to follow along with while still keeping things interesting. Now, let's look at how Chris Madigan, the composer and arranger for Cuphead, handles the exact same music in the exact same form with the exact same dynamic roadmap with these two very different instrumentations. The piano arrangement gives us the melody in the right hand and the bass and chords in the left hand in this oompa stride piano pattern.
I have no idea how to read the sheet music.
Wait, why are we watching this, Phil? This is so boring, dude. What are we even doing? You're
This
not
is
a
very
musician.
appropriate for the early
You're not
jazz
even a
aesthetic
musician. I'm
that
a
the game
musician.
is
I'm a
going
drummer.
for. The full
This is
band
boring to
arrangement,
me, dude. I don't
despite
give
the
a
10
fuck
extra
about
people
whatever this
playing,
is,
doesn't
dude.
really add any notes other than what we find in this piano part. So, in this first A section, we have the bass line taken note for note and given to the bass, tuba, and the trombone 1 octave higher, while the chords are played by the piano and the banjo, which you can barely hear. The melody part is taken away from the piano and given to the violin and cornet, while the piccolo plays it 2 octaves higher. It's important to note that the first section sets the dynamic standard for the tune, like a reference point that informs our perception of all of the musical changes to come.
This is so insanely complex. The music is so crazy complex. It really is. And musicians need to get a lot of credit for what they do, for what they create. They're amazing artists, amazing performers. The skill level to operate any instrument at a professional level needs to absolutely be respected. This is why modern music, sadly, that's created in like a fucking, computer room or a studio that doesn't even have real instruments is just so ridiculous. Just people fucking around with bleeps and bloops rather than actually playing the instruments and designing this music. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this like, oh my god, this is a simple piece of music and look how complex it is. Each piece written different for each instrument. Let's just listen to this because this is a very long video, 11 minutes. I'm appreciating it, but I don't think this is something we're going to do a crazy deep dive into. Already, I can tell you, it's already kind of lost me. I kind of don't even know what's going on.
You can see that this arrangement includes all of the same elements from the solo piano arrangement, they're just spread out around the band. So then, the question is, why pay 11 people to play this tune if you could have it done with 1? The answer is color. In the piano solo version, as we move into the B section, we're supposed to hit a low point dynamically. This is achieved by playing the melody in a super high register as well as moving the bass up an octave from where it usually sits. This, along with simply physically playing it quieter, makes the section feel more gentle.
What do you think? What instrument do you think you
play? When the full band, it probably feels way more strong.
Clarinet.
And that's what true musical arrangement is understanding that having
Moving into our dramatic dynamic shift in the second B section, the piano creates intensity
I get it. It's fun. It's very complex. It's kind of, you need a lot about music to understand this fully. But I appreciated that. That was pretty entertaining. Now, this next video, I have no idea if we can watch because, again, it's Laugh Factory. And Laugh Factory tends to get claimed. Let's see what happens here.
Your cell phone rings. You don't recognize the number. What do you do?
Elbow.
Ignore it. Ignore it. Send it to voicemail. Yeah, not this guy. I answer it. Yeah, exactly. Opportunity, potential. Who knows? Who knows what it is? The other day I was driving down the 405, traffic. Phone rings, 917, New
Rusty
York.
trombone.
I'm like, oh.
What's up,
I don't
Professor?
know the number. I hit talk. I go, hello. Guy on the other line goes, hey, Bruce, what's going on? My name's Jay, not Bruce. So clearly I go, nothing much, man. What's going on with you? And he goes, I'll tell you what's going on. I just got an email about the budget. It's supposed to be $15,000. Now it's $10,000. I'd like to know what the hell's going on. And I grab the steering wheel. It's like, all right, fucking focus. Focus right now. Your name is Bruce. There's a budget. It's $15,000.
Oh, I was already right. It's already claimed. I can't even get through the joke. The joke actually doesn't seem that bad. Like, it actually seems like it would be kind of entertaining. We can't. So, guys, just let this be known. For some odd reason, anything from Laugh Factory gets 100% claimed and blocked on YouTube. All right? So we actually can't watch any clips from Laugh Factory. It'll block the stream. That sucks. We didn't even get to the punchline of the joke.
I don't know
it
what
seemed
it
like
is.
It might have been good. I actually was enjoying that, and now we can't even hear the punchline of the joke.
I don't know what it is about Phil's.
YouTube is something else. How is that not fair use? We can't just hear one joke from the man
I don't
to
get,
review it.
I don't get
just
these,
for review purposes. I
don't
can't
get
watch
these claims
one
that he's
fucking
getting, dude.
joke from that comedian and tell you if I find him funny or entertaining. Wow, that's really fair use, YouTube. You guys really abide by the rules of the law, don't you? It's fucking bullshit.
I don't know what,
All right, this will
what
be
claims he's
interesting.
getting, dude.
Okay. I don't know much about Cult of the Lamb, except that last year it was a virally popular game. All right. Well, actually, it was 2 years ago at this point because that was the early release of it, the early alpha or whatever that everyone was playing.
Oh no, it's a
Everyone was talking about it at the time. Everyone was saying it was amazing.
It's a
but it came out at a
computer,
time when I was
speed
busy
run.
with other stuff, and I told everyone this might very well be a case of a
But,
game that is interesting.
yeah, I
and
guess
I
it's,
skip it, and maybe I'll play it in the future. And I'll really like
Resident
it. I
Evil
remember
1.
same thing happened with Hades, where I was like, dude, I can't play Hades. When I finally got around to playing Hades, I loved it, right? And everyone was talking about this for a while. But the weird part about it is, I hear absolutely no one mention this ever again. Like, it was like about a few months, right? It was very popular. It was even in pop culture or whatever. And then all of a sudden, just like that, it's done. I don't hear anyone
love that
talk
game.
about Cult of the Lamb anymore. So, let's see. I've never even seen
Oh, it's
this
in
trailer.
Japanese,
Let's see
too.
what it is.
Sometimes I'll just zone out and watch the speed runs. If it's an exciting game or whatever.
So the lamb was killed by a cult, but then the lamb in the afterlife was possessed by a demon sent back to life, and he killed off the cult members. And now people are worshiping the lamb as a god. Is that what this is? That's what it seems like, right?
Oh, they want him to play this. They've been trying to get him to play this forever. But Phil's like,
seems to have survival elements.
fuck that game. I fucking hate viral trends. I don't fucking hop on viral trends like all these YouTubers who dye their hair and act wildly and stupid. I don't know why he's like that, dude. Why you just like that?
Are you summoning like other demons to fight the other demons that you don't work for? It seems like there's one demon you do work for, right?
It looks like that handheld Zelda game.
I mean, definitely the art style's kind of neat. I think it's a like a creatively
What was that
designed
Zelda game?
visual
Like
game, but
four seasons?
I
or
don't see
the four
I don't
seasons.
Know. The way I see it is
something like that.
It probably had hype because a couple streamers played it, and then a few more people played it, and then a few more people played it, and so the word of mouth spread about it or whatever. And I totally get that, but I don't see the appeal of it having any kind of long-standing interest. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe if I played it, I would understand it more. You know. Like I said with Hades, all those years
Yeah,
I
I don't know what he changed with his audio.
Played it, I was like, oh my god, like Hades is insanely good. So maybe that's the situation, but it doesn't catch me. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing in here that's like, oh, that looks great or anything like that, right? Here's the ending of it. Bury the false prophet. Yeah, I don't know.
Alright, you guys, today we are not going to be paying attention to my cousin and professional Instagram model, Andrew Hall, right there. Dang, he's almost as
Come
jacked
on,
as
not
me.
gas
We're gonna
station
be paying
encounters,
attention
dude.
to this
Come on.
SUV that was nice enough to not
I can't
end his
stand this
life
guy's
by
voice,
running
dude.
him over. Now, normally in this situation, you would pull up to pump number 3 so somebody could use pump number 1
why'd they park in the
behind you.
middle?
But no, they're going to sit there awkwardly between both VIP pumps, rendering them both useless because not only do they sit there for 20 minutes, they never actually pump any gasoline.
Wow.
Now, speaking of terrible park jobs for people that don't pump any gasoline, what the heck is in the air today? Now, today we're going to be paying attention to this lady who just opened her trunk and let a gas can fall out. Now, she's going to grab her kid because obviously scams work much better when you're holding a child. So, she's going to make her way over here towards this truck, but the truck's leaving, so she's not getting any free gas from him.
Oh, they're looking to steal gas? Oh, that's
time
fucked
for
up.
attempt number 2, so she's going to
She's
carry
walking around looking to siphon gas out of someone's car when they're not looking.
No,
Wow.
I think
the gas can and the child around this
I think
camper
she's gonna
right here.
ask them
Now, keep
for
in mind, the
gas,
father
Phil.
of the
I don't
child
think she's
is in
gonna
the
siphon
vehicle, so
gas,
he is
dude.
more than capable
Are you
of
so-
watching
are
her,
you
but
that
then
dumb,
again,
bro?
The scam wouldn't work as well.
How is she gonna siphon gas with holding a kid, dude?
Now, unless she ended
The
up
fuck are you
getting
talking
gasoline
about?
in under 30 seconds, I can only assume the guy in the camper shut her down because she ends up walking over here towards this truck.
Oh,
and hitting
wait a minute. So she's not trying to siphon gas. She's trying to beg people and asking them to buy her gas? I guess that's what it is. She walks around with her kid saying, listen,
She's a beggar,
I'm a single
dude.
mom and we're down on our luck and I need gas. Can you buy
She's
me
a beggar,
some
dude.
gas
She's an
to fill my
IRL
tank
beggar.
up?" That must be what she's doing. Okay.
the guy with the spiel, blah, 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 look at my child, blah, 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 I need some gasoline, blah, 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 blah. Now, luckily, he was smart enough to shut her down. He ain't falling for that. So, she ends up making her way over to the white truck in the corner, and unfortunately, that was a good Samaritan that ended up filling the gas can for her.
Huh.
So about 4 minutes later, she's going to make her way back towards
Yo, this
the
guy is
40th floor
insufferable.
that she
You know, she
arrived
must
at.
lie, too. She must be like, oh, I'm broken down the street, and I need the gas.
Oh,
why
yeah, she
just-
must
you might
lie,
say,
dude.
Why not just say,
Sounds
hey, can I get
familiar,
20
right?
bucks to put it in my tank? Instead, she's like, oh, I'm down the street. Can you fill up my gas tank for me? And
Yo,
then she
kind of like
pretends she's gonna
kind
go
of like
down
having
the
to
street
pay
fill up her car when her
$800
car's
for one
sitting right
tire,
here,
dude.
Right?
Remember that?
Well, that's messed up, man.
Remember when Phil said he needed
$700
$700
with the shit that they do.
to get a tire?
Like, how really taking advantage of people who are nice. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
Like,
Exactly my thought, dude.
it's sad because it makes people not want to be good people.
Yeah,
You know what I say?
for
Moving
real.
forward, it makes you like you don't want to trust anyone.
Right.
Like, one time I was at a drive-through, all right? And as I'm in a drive-through, a guy rides up on a bike, and he's like, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. I have, like, no money, and I'm really hungry. Could you just buy me, like, 2 tacos? And I was like, I was looking at the
Did you do
guy,
it?
and you could tell this guy probably lived on his bike. Like, you could see he had, like, nothing. Just, like, a
Bro,
one backpack.
He could be a
right?
YouTuber.
And I was like,
If you-
yeah. And I think I actually bought him a meal.
Oh.
And I let him get the whole meal. I was
Oh.
like, just take the meal, dude. It's all good. And he's like, wow, you're so generous. Why did you get me the whole meal, not just the 2 tacos? I said, because look at you. Like, I can look at you and I can tell
What?
that you're someone probably down on your luck. You're riding around. You got nothing with
Oh,
you.
you know, you had me
right?
in the first.
I'll buy you the meal.
You had me in the first, dude.
Because you need it. You're going to eat
Now
it right
you
here.
lost me, dude.
Right? He didn't ask for money. He didn't come up to me and say, Phil, can I have $10? He said, can I get me 2
Now
tacos?
you lost me, bro.
Like,
Now
you
you're
know what?
lying,
I'll buy
bro.
you the meal.
Now you're making shit
Because
up,
you're
dude.
gonna
Shut the
eat it,
fuck up, dude.
Right? But this is fucked up. You know, that's what I mean. Like, people who prey on people
What?
like that.
Dude,
'cause
what
it
did you
makes
even
people
just say,
skeptical. They
dude?
don't want to be nice to people. You know?
With a full can of
fuck?
gasoline, thanks to the Good Samaritan over on pump 10. So she's going to hand that gas can off to the husband of the child. So he's going to make his way around the back of the vehicle. He's going to open up that hatch, and he is going to reach in there and pull out a funnel, because obviously it's much easier to pour gasoline into your tank with a funnel. So he's going to unscrew that gas cap. He's going to slip the funnel in there, and then he's going to tell his woman to go grab the kid
She's fucking
and
wearing
a bag
flip-flops.
so that this scammery can continue. So she's going to make her way around the vehicle with the child and the thief bag. He's going to caress her face. All right, honey, look extra innocent in there.
This
We
guy,
need all
dude,
the
he's so
free stuff
fucking
we can
cringy,
So now
get.
they're gonna ask
So
for more.
She's going to make her way towards the store, and she's going to open up that door. She's going to make her way inside, take a quick glance over at the bathrooms, take a peek down the middle aisle, look up at the counter. She's going to make her way over here towards the deli cooler. Oh, are these fresh made daily quarter pound of meat with 3 slices of cheese sandwiches? Yes, they are. Oh, dang, too bad they're directly in front of the register in plain sight. Now, freeze.
Oh my God.
This guy's lost his damn mind, dude.
He's the type of guy that would give you the shirt off of his back.
Wow.
He's my go-to handyman. He's like a genie. You summon him, and poof, he's there. And he grants unlimited wishes. But on May 19th, he was doing what he does, helping the preschool his wife works at, and he was involved in a terrible accident.
Oh.
His legs got crushed between a skid steer bucket and a dumpster.
Oh my God.
His right knee was severely damaged, and his left femur snapped.
So what do you want,
and they had
dude?
to
You
put a
want money,
metal rod
dude?
in, going from his hip to his knee.
What do you need?
Unfortunately,
Huh?
it's not healing, and in his current state,
Why are you
it's been
telling me this?
impossible for him to provide for his wife and 2
Wow.
years.
Oh, no.
He has a GoFundMe that I will link in the comments and in the description.
Ah.
Please don't feel obligated to donate, especially if you're not in the position to do so. But if you do have a few bucks to spare, just know that you're helping out an awesome family and that it's greatly appreciated.
That's fucked up,
Thank
but you know what?
Now back to
Bill, you should donate,
Big
dude.
props to this guy with his YouTube channel. He didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? He
Right?
didn't have to tell this guy's story and try to help him
Right.
out, and he probably did, because you know people.
Well,
who
it's
watch
his best
YouTube videos
friend,
are Very
dude.
generous.
It's
and I
his-
bet
it's his
hopefully
handyman,
people did
dude.
help this guy out and his family. That's
Why
really
wouldn't
awful.
he use his
So she's
his
going
big
to
channel
make her way
to
around the
help
coffee
him out,
counter,
dude?
look up at the counter real quick. Then she's going
Bill,
to
you should
pass
donate.
the Little Debbie's, take a quick look at the wine cooler, come over here to the candy section, and looks like the little chappie spotted something. So she's going to bring her over to the candy. She's going to set her down and let her choose herself. She's going to reach in there, grab one roll of Sweet Tarts. Oh, but wait a minute, you got a sister in the car. Yep, you got to grab 2. So she's going to pick her up. She's going to leave the candy section, and there's me totally distracted by talking to my beer rep. So she's going to make her way into the middle aisle and start looking at our delicious chip selection. And it looks like she quickly spotted what she wants. She's going to reach in there, grab 1 cheddar cheese Pringles, 2 cheddar cheese Pringles. She's going to keep on looking, and camera glitch. So she's going to set her daughter down. You know, it's hard to fill
I was
your
like,
bag when a kid's in the way.
The aliens
so she's
landed.
going to fail right there. And
Oh,
come on,
right
open
into the
up,
bag.
and boop, there go both
Oh,
Pringles.
she's scamming,
now,
Phil.
obviously, you got to wash
Look at
those
that.
Pringles down with something. So she's going to take a look at all of our delicious beverages, and she's
So not only did they scam people outside for gas, then they come in and they steal the fucking food too. With the kid in the arms. I mean, we're
Yo,
great role
big ups,
models,
hobo.
right? And wondered, I wonder why.
Oh,
there's,
yeah, it's lame, dude.
Such horrible people who have no morals in life and they do horrible things to others because these are their fucking.
It's hella
parents right
lame.
here.
I agree.
All right, let's do one more video here before we split apart.
Well, as many as you know, the Winter Olympics are right around the
Lame-o
corner.
shit.
They're going to be held in Vancouver, Canada
Oh,
this
here we
year.
go.
And so I figured I'd preview this Vancouver Winter Olympics game. They've got the demo out right now. I haven't played an Olympics game in so fucking long. I remember I played James Pond at the Summer Olympics like 100 years ago, and it was on like Genesis
James
or something.
Pond on the Genesis.
It's the
I
last
remember
one I
that
played,
shit.
so
My
let's see what
cousin
they've
did.
done with these games since then.
This is before I even did the Olympic Games co-op with my friends. So this is like probably the first Olympic game I played. This is a demo day. Back in the day, I used to have days where there was nothing really going on with new releases. So I would actually set up an
Why do they
entire
send
day
him
where I
his
would
own
just play game
videos?
demos. And this is one of them. Demo day. We tried the Vancouver.
Probably a couple
Olympics.
reasons.
Play on
One
this
reason
console,
could be that
duh.
they're just really dented, like
Select
they're
country. Well, obviously I'm going to be
and they're
America.
just like fanboying out.
Actually, you know what? I'll be Swedish.
Second reason is
Why not?
that it's something
There you go.
offensive and
So there's only one event available,
They
men's
want
Super G, Alpine
to troll
skiing.
him.
But as you saw, there were several events that are actually going to be in the game. It looks like there's a dozen or so.
Yeah, this is before Mario and Sonic at the Olympics. That's right.
That's pretty much
Before
it.
I did any of
Those
those.
are the
Skeleton
only
became
things
a
it could
permanent
be.
part of the Winter Olympics in 2002. That's great. What the fuck is Skeleton?
I mean, honestly though, like it doesn't matter what it is though.
They'll actually
it,
launch the start of
it
the
makes
race,
him
but to
look
get off
bad.
the
Like
best start, press A
it
as soon
doesn't
as
matter.
Go appears. Don't press it before or your start will be
It
penalized.
could be like a dent videos
Increase
make
your
him
launch
look
power by tapping
just as
A.
bad. I mean, it's
Use left or right to steer.
What is
Oh,
this
you
you
music?
can't make him
Okay.
look good out
Or
there. I mean,
this is
it's
what
not
they play for
possible.
the Winter
Music.
Olympics.
To accelerate, hold right trigger
This
to
music,
crouch.
it's called
The more
acclaim,
you press right
dude.
trigger, the more you will crouch. Okay.
This music is called Acclaim, dude.
If you're not going to take a corner, to make a corner, and need extra steering control, hold left to carve. Left trigger will make you carve.
That's kind of like drifting. Missed the gate.
What? I missed the gate?
Game over.
Okay.
You missed one gate.
Game over.
Ready.
See, games actually used to be hard, Phil, remember?
1. Oh shit, I got a fart. Oh.
Very funny.
Wow. Amazing.
Oh, this music doesn't fit the game. Oh,
It totally
God, it's
doesn't.
bad alternative shit.
Oh, this is great,
Why would it
dude.
be in a fucking Olympics?
This is a good submission.
Right?
This is a
It
good
should be like
submission,
a
dude.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Nice, I made it. I carved.
I like this footage, Phil. It's funny.
Oh my god, here we go. We're going to get down to him now.
Why is he doing the same commentary? Why is he doing the same shitty commentary over the old shitty commentary? He's doing the same type of... Dude, what is this, dude?
Turn on! I shit my pants. Oh god damn it, I shit my pants.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay, I'll keep going.
He'll shit his pants, dude. Chill out.
Oh shit! Oh my face! Oh my face!
Wow.
This is great.
7 million.
I've never seen this
7
before.
million seconds.
You can only miss 5 or you miss 4, I guess.
You can only miss a certain amount of gates. It looks like 5.
Yo, he should, before he plays the video, he should say who submitted it.
Disqualified.
He should be like, alright, this one was submitted by so-and-so.
This isn't me! This isn't me! It's some other Swedish guy! Whee! You know what would be really fun right here? If someone was shooting at you.
When you're skiing. How would that be fun? It's not James Bond, dude.
Graphics are pretty good.
It's like the Olympic Games,
This
dude.
is like Xbox 360, right?
What?
So this is 2 console gens ago. Like the graphics are actually not that bad.
Probably wouldn't expect in a shitty Olympic game. Vancouver, that shit. Hey, what's all this skiing about? Get this skiing out of my backyard.
He's just all drunk right now, just like playing this Olympics game.
A long course.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it.
The skiing course is actually this
be
long in the
last
Olympics,
place,
huh?
but
This is supposed to be a sim
doesn't
game.
matter. I'm Swedish. Yeah, Swedish fish that shit. I love Swedish fish. They're delicious. Do it for the Swedes.
I don't really like Swedish fish, dude.
Of course, it's freaking a game.
4th place. Haha, he's pissed.
He's like, fuck. Fuck, I swallowed myself. I shit my pants doing that, and I'm only 4th place. Son of a bitch.
Why are you doubling down on the shit your pants joke, dude? That was... What the fuck?
4th place. I'm gonna try it again and try not to fuck.
Alright, I'm not gonna do it again. See, this is the kind of stuff I used to do all the time. On demo day. And this was fun. It was a variety of games. This is back when game demos were very prominent. Like, even Xbox Live had its own section where on a weekly basis they would add tons of demos. And some of them were crappy games, admittedly, but some of it was good variety. and was quite fun. So I actually did enjoy doing these demo days. I also did indie days. Like, I would play random indie games off of Xbox Live. There was like an indie area, and we'd try indie stuff too. So, but anyway, all right. Thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet for episode 33, October 1st, 2023. Part 1 done, but many more coming. I appreciate all of you chilling with me here today, and I hope that you will stick around for more. If you're watching on demand, another part is coming. Thanks for watching. See you in the next part. All right. Battledog says, if we only had something like this today, like something with Game Pass. It's funny because someone says there's a wiener profile picture. Then you look at the profile picture, and their profile picture is an insulting picture of me. So they're going to get banned too. I didn't know someone had a wiener profile picture, did they? This one right here? I can't see. You guys have to understand, I can't see profile pictures. I'm serious. Like, profile pictures are too small for me to see on the laptop. I can't see them. They're like tiny. Like itsy bitsy. I don't know why. I actually don't know why pictures are so small on YouTube that I can't see them. I'm on a laptop. You think, oh, you should be able to see them. No, apparently the profile pictures are more visible on phone than they are on a computer, which is really stupid when you think about it, right? It doesn't really make much sense. Anyway, all right, so thank you, everyone, for part 1.
Bro.
We're going to continue on here.
Wait, if he can't see profile pictures, how did he see that it was a picture of him?
No.
Also, how is it insulting? It was a hand-drawn picture of
contributions
Phil.
to shout out during that part. Remember,
How
if
is it
anything comes in, I will
How
shout
can
out
you see
between
that it's
parts.
insulting? You can barely
My
make out that
goal
it's Phil.
for today is to hit the tier 1 tips goal. We're $11 away. So if you enjoy the React show, if you could tip and hit
That guy did
tier
nothing
1 tips
wrong,
goal,
dude.
that'd be great. Outside of that, anything is appreciated, whether it be a super chat, a membership, a gift of membership, or a tip. Remember, sadly, I make nothing on these videos. Already, that stupid Laugh Factory, that video is completely claimed. I no longer have rights to that. So I don't get anything out of the videos on this show. It would be great if I can get something. So if you could contribute to the stream, I would really appreciate that. Okay, everybody? All right. Let's continue. We're still in Ultra member submissions, by the way, but we will get to regular members shortly, I believe. So, all right, let's continue.
Phil's just a fucking liar, dude.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to DSP.
He lies about important shit. He lies about dumb shit. It doesn't matter, dude.
We're getting through the Ultra member submissions.
Big, small, he just lies.
So let's continue on and let's see what the Ultra members wanted me to check out for today. Here we go.
Alright, so we're in bin number 2 now, and this is where we're going to start to really get into the stuff that's been just stacked in here for years. Look at this. We've got
DSP's Gaming Collection Part 2 again. This is Part 2 of what we watched, what was it, last week? Where it's my old school gaming stuff. A lot of this stuff I would not have anymore, because I think this is like old gaming peripherals. Keep in mind, this is a video from 2009. This is 15 years ago. I was going through my old stuff. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but we'll watch a little bit of it. Let's see what's in here.
the GunCon. Is it the 3 or the 4? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's the GunCon for PS3.
GunCon
right?
3. It's the GunCon 3 for the PS3. Let me tell you a little quick story about this gun. When the PS3 was released, one of the games, I believe it was not the launch title, but it was close to launch, was Time Crisis 4, which, by the way, I actually have the box up there for it. And I like the Time Crisis series a lot, so I went to the store when I bought my PS3, which was, what, 2 years ago now? Something like that? And I said, I want to get Time Crisis 4, so I got it. And I brought it home, and I mastered the arcade game. I liked it a lot. I mastered it. And then there were unlockable modes, like challenge modes and things. And, ooh, excuse me. I beat all those. And then there was supposed to be, as you can see, there's a thumbstick on this thing right here. There's supposed to be another game built into it. There's dual thumbsticks, actually. There's one up here. Where it was supposed to be like an FPS shooter you use with your GunCon. And let me tell you something. It was the worst fucking game I ever played. It was on the same disc as Time Crisis 4. But it was god-awful. You could tell it was just some kind of a side thought. It wasn't really a major focus of theirs. And so after that, I was like, all right.
Why don't I do this style of video anymore? I cleaned out literally my entire closet last year. If you remember, during the summer of last year, I called it the Closet Clean Out event. And it was 2 entire weekend streams where it was like...
Yeah, I was there, Phil. I was there for that.
...of cleaning out this closet. So I literally just did this a year ago. The thing is, you can only accumulate clutter over several years. You know what I mean? So maybe in 5 more years, we could do it again. And we could clean out the closet again. But for now, there's really nothing to see that you haven't seen last year. It's all the same stuff. You understand?
You know, it's okay because there's going to be lots of great shooters for the PS3, right? Like, I'm sure they'll do House of the Dead 3 and 4. I'm sure they'll do all these games. Well, guess how many of those games came out for the PS3? 0. Fucking 0. I bought this gun and there's nothing to play with it. There's no games worth playing with the GunCon. So what a waste of fucking money that was. Well, not really, I guess, because it was good when, like I said, when...
That did piss me off. I remember buying it. It was expensive to get the set. The set with the gun and everything, and yeah, I never played it. It was just Time Crisis 4. That was it. Like nothing else used it. Like wow, what a stupid rip. Especially because it was a gun that had thumbsticks on it. So you think, oh, this will be like a flexible peripheral. Other game companies will develop games for it. No one did. So I couldn't play any guns on that fucking thing or any games on that thing.
Time Crisis 4 came out, but after that, no reason to have. So here's half of my Guitar Hero wireless guitar. Where's the other half? Here it is.
Old one.
For $360. And funny story about this, I bought this, it was a discount, it was like on sale, it was the wireless package. I think it was Guitar Hero 3, if I'm not mistaken, where you get the game and you get the guitar together. This fucking guitar barely works. Like there's 2 buttons on it that when you push them down, they only register half the time. So wow, I'm glad that you made a wireless guitar that fucking doesn't work, assholes.
That was
I remember that was
Cats who had made the peripherals for Guitar Hero.
Toxic.
What an interesting story, that whole Bomani craze where for a while Guitar Hero, Rock Band, all those games were so hugely prominent and were selling like hotcakes. And then the fad died. And it literally destroyed an entire company. Like it was Mad Catz, I believe. And then Harmonix was making Rock Band. So all those companies who were making the peripherals over-manufactured the crap out of them, thinking that the fad would continue. And the fad died. And then they had literally warehouses full of that shit. with nowhere to sell it. So a lot of those companies ended up going out of business. Even Mad Catz is the weirdest one. We watched the story of Mad Catz here on the channel several weeks ago. It was one of the videos for this show. How odd that they were at the top of their game. They were making peripherals for music. Then they made joysticks for Street Fighter. Everything was going right with them. And then they invested all their money in junk and completely just tanked their own company, not understanding that the fads wouldn't continue and you had to keep jumping on the next thing, and they didn't. Pretty bad.
The time when Rock Band had just come out and everyone was complaining about the Rock Band guitar, so I go out and buy a Guitar Hero guitar, and that doesn't work either. Here we have the bag of randomness. This bag probably has game pads, wires to consoles, AC adapters, accessories.
Yeah,
Look at the randomness.
This.
Here's the sick.
I used to call this like the random bag of cords, and I had this for like, I'm not kidding, I had this for like 10, 15 years. Everywhere I moved, everywhere I went, I would take it with me. It was like audio-visual cables, random controllers, you know, all random shit. You're like, would I ever use this? Some of it I did, and most of it I did not. So eventually I just ended up throwing all that shit out. So
6-button Sega Genesis pad for Genesis fighting games. Essential, because if you have a 6-button game, you're not going to want to keep pressing start to switch between kicks and punches, and whoever thought that was a viable option for a fighting game should be shot, cocksucker. Anyway, here's my zapper.
That's a little extreme, don't you think?
By the way, it's still functional. Problem is I don't have Duck Hunt anymore. But what you'll notice is this is the orange model zapper. There were actually 2 models of zapper released. There was the original gray gunmetal, but it wasn't really gunmetal. It was just gray. And then there was this orange. The reason that they made this orange gun was because people were complaining that the original gun looked too much like a real gun. If someone were to point this fucking thing at you, would you think it's a real gun? Give me a fucking break. Tell the police to use their fucking eyes. How about that? This is an interesting story. This is my old Pyro audio-visual link by ADS. What this used to do is it used to capture audio and video from games and game footage, and it used to basically encode it on my computer. As you can see, it had FireWire. It had your...
I think I barely ever used this, if I remember correctly. I almost never used this because it didn't do good quality. Like, nothing back then did good quality. That's why until the era of like the second half of the 2000s into the early 2010s, you'll notice there's almost no good gameplay on anywhere. Even people who were doing like series of video games, the video quality is just shit. There was nothing to capture that really worked well. Yeah.
Component video, your S video, had all kinds of different inputs and outputs.
S video, baby.
I used this for a while, but then after a while I didn't need it anymore. And obviously now that I have an HD camera and the technology's advanced so much since back then when we had to use things like that, there's no reason to have. In fact, here's a FireWire cable. That's a fucking piece of shit.
FireWire.
No, I'm never going to use that again. No one uses FireWire. I got so many audio-visual cables, monster audio-video cables, adapters, DVI to fucking VGA.
I don't even remember a time when FireWire was that prominent. Like, I remember when I worked at, like, Circuit City. You're like, you need to have that FireWire cable for your computer. And everyone was like, why? I was like, oh, because everything's going to use it. And then nothing ever did. Right? It was like everything could use USB too, so why would you care about FireWire? Even though I know FireWire was faster transfer, but it wasn't that big of a deal. No, Derek, all this has been thrown out. I don't have any of this. Like, literally not a single thing we're watching now do I have. Maybe the Zapper. Maybe the Nintendo Zapper. But outside of that, I don't think I have any of this stuff. Anyway, we watched this for like 7 minutes. Let's continue on here. Okay. Is it weird hearing my own voice? Not really. What used to freak me out, I used to hear my own voice recorded on like a phone recording, and that would freak me out. But now, you have to understand, I'm a YouTuber for 15 years, so I've heard my own voice played back for 15 straight years. It's not weird to me anymore. So, if anything, the reason my voice sounds a little different in this, number one, my voice octave has changed over the years. Now I have a little bit more deepness to my voice. Back then I did not. Back then it was all just high-pitched. And in addition, this is a camera right there with bad quality. It's not, now I have a microphone that it picks up the audio much better. So that's why this is a little camera mic. Sounds a lot different. So, okay, what is next?
In fighting games, performing the Daigo parry or certain combos requires precise timing. Press an input a moment too early or too late.
Why rollback netcode is better? Okay, let's fast forward and find out.
Move on both screens. But this is terrible to play in unless the delay between both players is very short. But not everyone has super good internet connections, and not everyone lives in the same region. If everyone could play offline together, lag wouldn't be a problem.
Exactly.
But we live in a world where arcades die and viruses live, so net play matters a lot. Sadly, there's
It's
no
so
way to
loud.
remove the delay between two distant online connections, but Tony Cannon discovered a way to make
Here
it
it
so your
is.
move appears immediately, even before it reaches your opponent.
I started working on this around in like late 2005, early 2006.
There goes the fire
It's
alarm.
because all the games that were coming out for the consoles just had really bad delay-based netcode.
What's insane about this technology is that it's achieved by predicting the future and time traveling. Seriously.
2015? And this is why it sucks, because it's guessing. I've told you guys this a million times that this rollback netcode, it literally rolls the dice. It literally rolls dice to decide what happens. Half the time you're not getting the right outcome, but oh well, there's no lag. It's like, what? But that's okay, right? Anyway.
You mean we're in the future?
Let's say there's 45 milliseconds of delay between you and your opponent. If the character you control has no lag and your move comes out before the input reaches your opponent, what does your opponent see? If you kick and your opponent's side sees it 45 milliseconds later, both sides are now 45 milliseconds out of sync, which is no good. But there is a way to get it in sync. When your opponent's side receives your input, it can just skip the first 45 milliseconds of your kick animation. You might be thinking this could look weird or choppy, but at full speed, it's hard to tell. It's like when everyone starts singing Happy Birthday, but you join in a little late. You skip the first words of the song so you'll be in sync, and no one will notice. But if your opponent receives all your actions 45 milliseconds late, what do you look like to them in the meantime? In our kick example, you were shown to be just standing there for 45 milliseconds before kicking. Why did their side think you were just standing there? Because it was its best guess. It was a wrong guess, but it was reasonable considering you were standing there previously. At any given moment, each side is trying to predict what the opponent is currently doing based on the previously received input. And what's crazy is, most of the time it's correct. This is because it doesn't take a fortune teller to predict things one frame into the future.
I'm just going to assume the thing you did last is the thing you do next, like forever. Oh, you were holding back to block? I'm going to assume you're still holding back to block.
Can you guess what my sleeping cats will do in the next frame? If you guess sleep, then you might just be a precog. Obviously, you knew the answer because you saw what they were doing previously. But just like a precog, predictions can be wrong. To clearly show what happens with incorrect predictions, let's just say there's a huge 500 millisecond delay with your opponent. If your opponent is walking forward, your side will correctly predict their position because there's only one direction to predict, forward. But if they suddenly do something different like jump, your side will still think they're walking because it didn't get the memo yet. But the moment your side receives the news that your opponent jumped 500 milliseconds ago, it will instantly roll them back to your opponent's correct position, which is in midair at this point. Hence, rollback netcode. Remember, this was an extreme case. With normal amounts of delay, the amount of rollback would be practically unnoticeable. Rollback netcode works because when the predictions are correct, things are in sync, and when it's not, it gets corrected before anyone notices. Sometimes huge lag spikes can go unnoticed if all the predictions are correct in that time, and you might be surprised just how often the predictions are correct.
How fast do people move the controller? How many inputs are there? There's probably...
And here's why this netcode is complete bunk, and people don't understand why it's junk. Because it allows for people who play exactly the same all the time to always have advantage. Because think of what they're saying. It's going to assume that what you were just doing is what you're still doing. So what if you always do the same thing? So you always get what you want because the code favors you. What about someone who's unpredictable? What about someone who mixes up what they're doing all the time? That's their game style. What about someone who has a reactive play style? They wait to see what you're doing, then they react to it to stop it. Well, that's not favored by rollback netcode. This netcode says just do the standard thing over and over, and you'll always get what you want because the rollback assumes you're still doing the same thing. Just think about that. The netcode 100% skews what you're going to see as an outcome online because it literally is trying to predict based off of what you've already been doing, and essentially rolls the dice and says, well, the person who did that fierce punch 7 times in a row is probably just going to do the fierce punch again, so give it to them. But the person who tried to react to the fierce punch and do the shoryuken through it, don't give them the shoryuken, give the other person the fierce punch. Why? Oh, because that's rollback netcode, bro. It's just give you the same thing over and over. And then if it happens to catch the mistake, it'll try to fix it after the fact. But it's too late. The game's already ruined. That's rollback netcode. That's what people think is good. Oh, that's the best. Dude, what are you talking about? You're literally favoring people who play like dunces. People who literally do the same fucking thing all the time. They don't think. They just play. You favor them. Why do you think the online pattern play is so prominent in modern fighting games? But idiotic people demand the rollback netcode. All right? This is lazy man's netcode. This is, we didn't actually have an intelligent way to solve the problem, so we mask the problem instead of solving the problem. That's exactly what this is. Because rollback netcode makes the match look like it's not laggy, when in reality it's not. You're actually not getting the outcome that actually happened on the controller. You're getting whatever the netcode guessed was happening, and then it might happen to fix it after the fact. The other thing they haven't addressed, and I don't know if they will, dropped inputs. Rollback netcode has a significant amount of dropped inputs, because when it's trying to make, what's the word? When they're trying to figure out what really happened and catch the game back up, sometimes it just will say, fuck it, and it'll just drop the input. I had this fucking conversation with that man in an IRC chat. All right? This very conversation we're having right now in this video and on this stream, I had it directly with that man in an IRC chat room in the mid-2000s when he was trying to sell rollback netcode to Capcom. All right? And I put all of this data and all of this information and analysis on Shoryuken.com, where they had a thread. He made
again
the thread
with the Shoryuken.com, brother.
He had the thread saying, I want feedback on rollback. And all the feedback that was positive, they left, and everything that was negative, they deleted. And I went to this man on IRC, and I said, why are you deleting criticism that's true? I said, are you going to tell me that rollback netcode is not dropping
it's how you say it, Phil.
To rectify
when you insult people, when you're rude?
No, it does that.
When you're angry?
So you're admitting it to
Nobody
me.
wants to listen
to you.
to
Yes, I will admit to you that the rollback netcode eats inputs on purpose to rectify it, to make it look like there's no lag. So why don't you want people to know that? Because I'm trying to sell the netcode to Capcom, and I don't need them to know that. He told me that. Okay.
No, you're lying.
And this was the mid-2000s.
You're
We're now
lying.
almost 20 years later. And people still are like, oh, rollback netcode's the best. Oh, you mean the netcode that literally just rewards someone who plays exactly the same over and over and doesn't reward someone who's smart and tries to react to what they're seeing?
We're going to get his side of the story.
That literally
Don't worry.
eats inputs to make it look like there's no lag.
We're going to find out, Phil.
That's the best netcode? Again, it's a band-aid on the problem to make the game look better online.
Somebody's going to send him that clip,
a better
dude.
actual situation
And
or better
Phil
outcome.
saying
It's not better
that he had this
connection.
conversation with
it
him.
It just looks better because the rollback hides the lag. So you would never know. You would never know if someone's doing a special move and it drops their input because the netcode hides it. But somehow we reward this man. Oh, he's so smart. Yeah, you're so smart because you hid the fucking problems and brushed them under the rug instead of fixing them. But don't say anything to Capcom because I'm trying to sell the netcode. Now every major game uses this netcode. For what? It's not good. We for 20 years almost, people thinking this is the best netcode. No, it's not. You need to. There's much we could definitely, if people wouldn't just accept this as the solution. All right, we would have people actually actively trying to fix it. But instead, people have just accepted rollback's the best. We can't get any better. So. That's it. Yeah, it's bullshit. It pisses me off because an entire community always saying this nonsense, and I was the only one who would be the one willing to speak up about this shit. Rollback netcode is not good. All it does is make the game look good and drops your inputs in order to hide the truth. I'm sorry. They just fucking explained it. That's what it does. So if you're doing the same thing over and over, if you're Guile and you go Sonic Boom, you walk forward, medium punch, Sonic Boom, medium punch, you'll get that 99% of the time. The guy who tries to react to your Sonic Boom, like jump over it, won't get to jump over it. Because that's something different than what the game thought you were going to do the millionth time in a row, so you don't get it. And then if you do get it, it might drop your input anyway to hide the lag, so therefore you still get hit by the Sonic Boom. Why do you think no one can react to projectiles in Street Fighter 6? This is fucking why. This guy. This fucking guy is the reason why no one can jump over Guile.
That guy? Bro, he's doing his best. Come on, give him a break. He's more successful than you, Phil. I don't see you selling that code. See, you come up with a better one then, dude.
All right. Anyway.
Come up with the Phil
That's,
Burnell
I mean,
net
and that's the
code.
thing. Will you
What's
ever hear
that?
anyone in the FGC say that? Nope. Nope.
Let's see you
Like I
come up
told
with
you guys,
some
this
shit
guy's
that works
working
better,
on
dude.
a
Shut
fighting
the
game
fuck
right
up, bro.
Correct? Whatever it is, the League of Legends fighting game. Why on earth would I ever want to play that game? This is the guy who for 20 fucking
It's the guy.
years has been pushing this shit down people's throats to make a buck.
Dude, you
But,
talk about
I
him
got banned from SRK for
like
talking
he's
about
some
it.
kind
I did.
of,
I got banned from SureYouCan.com at that time.
Phil, I'm pretty sure why I know you got
For being honest.
I'm pretty sure I know why you
and
got
when I
banned.
confronted him on IRC, he listened. Listen, I'm just trying to make a living, man. You can't be saying.
Dude,
this
you were
stuff.
harassing him, bro.
You can't be talking truth. Oh, so I
No,
guess I should
you were
just keep my
being-
mouth shut.
you were being rude.
and never speak truth in my life, so that you can make a buck. Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess we can move on now. The video literally proved my points about rollback netcode to a T. Everything I've said over the years, this video has proved it. It's very interesting. I'm not sure that's what was intended, but it certainly did it. All right, let's go ahead and continue.
Nobody
We'll do one
wants
more
to
video
listen
for
to you
this part.
because you're rude and annoying, dude.
By the way, I am absolutely no one in the fighting game community. I'm a nobody, okay? No one cares about what I say. No one will listen to me. No one. No one gives a shit. No one did back then either. So
True.
it will continue.
Very true.
People will continue to have wool pulled over their eyes. They want to believe that everything is unicorns and rainbows and roses, and they could do that. They can enjoy their rollback netcode. I know it's shit. Okay.
And you'll keep playing the game.
It's not an accident that the axiomatic Western individual is someone who was unfairly nailed to a cross and tortured. It's like, yes, right, exactly. So what do you do about that? Well, I thought about that for a long time too. It's like, well, you don't get together in a damn mob, because all that does is allow you to be as horrible as you could possibly imagine and suffer from none of the consequences. That's a bad idea. So how about we don't do that? Well, there's a deep idea in the West too. It's like, pick up your damn suffering and bear it and try to be a good person so you don't make it worse. Well, that's a truth. You know, I read a lot about the terrible things that people have done to each other. You just cannot even imagine it. It's so awful. So you don't want to be someone like that. Now, do you have a reason to be? Yes. You have lots of reasons to be. God, there's reasons to be resentful about your existence. Everyone you know is going to die. You know, you too. And there's going to be a fair bit of pain along the way, and lots of it's going to be unfair. It's like, yeah, no wonder you're resentful. It's like, act it out and see what happens. You make everything you're complaining about infinitely worse. There's this idea that hell is a bottomless pit, and that's because no matter how bad it is, some stupid son of a bitch like you could figure out a way to make it a lot worse. So you think, well, what do you do about that? Well, you accept it. That's what life is like. It's suffering. That's what the religious people have always said. Life is suffering. Yes. Well, who wants to admit that? Well, just think about it. Well, so what do you do?
By the way, I'm not saying anything because I'm trying to listen to all his points and absorb it before I say anything. Okay.
In the face of that suffering, try to reduce it. Start with yourself. What good are you? Get yourself together, for Christ's sake, so that when your father dies, you're not whining away in a corner, and you can help plan the funeral, and you can stand up solidly so that people can rely on you. That's better. Don't be a damn victim. Of course you're a victim. Jesus, obviously. Put yourself together. And then maybe if you put yourself together, you know how to do that. You know what's wrong with you, if you'll admit it. You know there's a few things you could, like, polish up a little bit, that you might even be able to manage in your insufficient present condition. And so you might shine yourself up a little bit, and then your eyes will be a little more open, and then you can shine yourself up a little bit more, and then maybe you could bring your family together instead of having them be the hateful, spiteful, neurotic, infighting batch that you're, like, doomed to spend Christmas with. So then you fix yourself up a little bit, And then you got to figure out, well, can you figure out how to make peace with your idiot brother? And probably not, because he's just as dumb as you. So how the hell are you going to manage that? And so then maybe you get somewhere that way, and your family's sort of functioning, and you find out, well, that kind of relieved a little bit of suffering, although it reduced the opportunities for spiteful revenge, and that's kind of a pain in the neck. And so then you get your family together a little bit, and you're a little clued in then, at least a bit, because you've done something difficult that's actually difficult. You're a little wiser, and so then maybe you could put a tentative finger out beyond the family and try to change some little thing without wrecking it. So, and that's the other message of the West. It's like, how do you overcome the suffering of life? And I'm not saying it's only the message of the West. How do you overcome the suffering of life? Is be a better person. That's how you do it. Well, that's hard. It takes responsibility. And I think, if you said to someone, you want to have a meaningful life? Everything you do matters. That's the definition of a meaningful life. But everything you do matters. So you're going to have to carry that with you. Or do you want to just forget about the whole meaning thing, and then you don't have any responsibility, because who the hell cares? And you can wander through life doing whatever you want, gratifying impulsive desires for how useful that's going to be. And you're stuck in meaninglessness, but you don't have any responsibility. Which one do you want?
Phil's really feeling this, dude.
That, what he just said there, I mean, I'm listening. I'm trying to absorb different points that he's making about make the best of your life, do things to improve the lives of others. Don't just sit around.
Phil's brain is like a sponge you've been using for
I think
like
what he just
5
said
months.
is super important. And by the way, I know who this guy is. I do not follow him. I don't necessarily agree with all or any of the things he says. All right, just to be clear, I'm not a follower of Jordan Peterson. I know there's a lot of controversy and a lot of things on the internet about this guy that people don't like. All right, but what he just said struck a chord with me. He said, everything that you do in life has meaning, right? Everything. It doesn't matter how little or small.
Came home to find
meaningless
his
it might
wife being
seem
boned
to
by his neighbor.
You know.
Wow, what a super chat, dude.
And I think that's kind of
From
true.
Daddy Pig.
That everything in life does have meaning. Everything you do.
Will Phil
Because I think
read?
sadly there's too many people who go through
He's
life
not going to
and
read that
figure
super
everything's
chat, dude. You
meaningless
better read
or
that
I
shit,
don't
dude.
matter. And because of that, nothing will ever get better for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, even I mean, obviously I'm gonna compare this to myself and my own position, what I do for a living, and things like that. How many times do I say things such as, I feel like everything that I do on YouTube has meaning, right? Like every video I put out, this video has meaning. A gameplay video I put out has meaning. A podcast I put out has meaning. I want it to have meaning for my viewing audience. I don't ever want you to feel like I made a video on YouTube that literally I just pumped out a product for profits.
Now it's about
and I
you,
didn't care
dude.
about it. Okay? I want you to understand that. Like I really do these days. Maybe not so when I started on YouTube. But today, every piece of content that I put out for you guys, I want you to feel like I try to put some meaning behind it. Because I want you to get something out of it that maybe could help you. Maybe it's a smile on your face. Maybe it's a piece of intelligent thought. Whatever it could be. Okay? Whatever it may be. But I feel like there's so many people, you know, in life that just don't care. Today I'm putting out junk. I don't care if it's bunk or junk. As long as I profit from it or I make money on it or... You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people on YouTube put out content and they don't realize or don't care that what they do has meaning? And it could be a good or bad meaning. It could be very bad what they're doing. But they don't care as long as they put out something that got them over for the day or made them money or whatever it might be. How many people make a living hurting others, but they're not ever held responsible or accountable for it? He literally just said that. If you don't live your life feeling like every single thing you do has some kind of meaning behind it, then you can live a life of absolutely no responsibility whatsoever. You could just say, I'm free to do whatever I want because there's never any real consequences. Who cares who it hurts? Who gives a shit? Right?
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people live that way today. And that's really messed up and sad. How many people on Earth actually have the kind of thoughts like he's describing? And by the way, you could tell that his line of rationale is based on Christian thinking and Christian religion. All right? So I'm definitely not saying that what he's saying is truth or absolute. Okay? But how many people are probably right now going through their lives, humans on this planet, And they don't have big picture thoughts like this at all about what's my meaning, what's my purpose, am I doing things that are meaningful to myself or others
Yeah, we're just
around
trying
me?
to survive
Am
out
I
here,
helping
Phil. Come
others? Am I
on. We don't got
improving the
time to think
situation?
about all that extra
Or
bullshit.
they literally just go through life, every moment is complaining about something that's not fair,
That's you.
that's not
What the-
right, but they never try to fix it or they never try to improve anything. And the thing is, not that you can fix everything, because you can't. The older I get, the more I realize there's way less than I can really change or fix. I wish there was more. You know, I see things around me, horrible things every day, that I wish that I could do something to improve. And I know I'm powerless to help with many of these things. Okay? But essentially, the way I see it is, at least I can do what I can. What's within my power. You know, if I could go have a day where I come on a stream and I say something that's insightful, I play a game and I do it in a way that entertains someone, makes you laugh, makes your day feel better. I feel like I did something good for people on the internet or the world in general for that day. You know, I go outside and maybe I do something nice outside of my house one day. And you guys wouldn't know about that because I don't even tell you about that stuff because the amount of harassment I get, right? But
What?
that's
What?
I
Like
mean.
what?
Like living your life and
Do
having
something
those
nice like
actual
what?
thoughts, as opposed to someone who
Bro,
just
what
goes
are
through
you
motions
talking
every
about?
day. Just go through motions, right? Because this is all I do. I just exist. There's no
that's all
meaning to
you
anything
do.
I do. There's no consequence
Exactly.
for anything I do. I just continue to exist.
Exactly. That's all you
right?
do, dude.
Just having a thought like that
It's crazy,
I should
dude.
have meaning
It's
in what I do
crazy.
today could change someone's life. And I think sadly a lot of people on earth don't have those thoughts. They don't have internal thoughts like this. They don't have internal dialogue of big picture thoughts. Instead, it's just continue that level of I suffer all day, every day. I'm a professional victim. All I do is I wallow in my own
I'm
sadness
fucking
of that
done,
everything's
bro.
not perfect.
I'm fucking
You know,
done, dude.
How do you think we had entire groups on
Bro,
social
I
media that
can't,
all they do is
dude.
complain all day on social media about how unfair life is and how bad their lives are, right? At one point, you gotta put that away, push that away, and say it's time to move on and do other things that are more productive, right? And I had an epiphany years ago. I did, where I said instead of being a negative person who's always focused on the bad, I'm going to actively try to change my mindset to become a person who's going to focus on what's good. Like, for as many bad things are going on in the world and around me and with me in my life, there's also equally likely a lot of good things going on. So it's time to focus on those. And then how do I
You're coping,
how do I
dude.
improve
This is all
those? How do I make
fucking-
more of those?
This is all
How
made
do
up
I
coke,
create those
dude.
good moments for others as
Your
well?
life's burning,
right?
dude.
How do I do that? That's
Yeah.
really, in my opinion, the way to go through life once you get to a level where you can have those kind of thoughts. Maybe some people will never get there. Maybe some people will just always live their life only reacting to the things around them that directly affect them in that moment, and then it's complaining about the things they can't control. But I do feel like in life, if you look at bigger picture things, it could be very beneficial, right? I've said this. I don't, for my perspective, I don't adhere to any particular religious beliefs or political beliefs, but what I like is getting different inputs from different perspectives. I may not agree with a lot of the things that this guy says, especially when it comes to his religious beliefs, okay? But I can totally listen to this video of what he's saying and completely understand what he's trying to say, the core of the message. Don't just be a victim all day. Instead, brush yourself off, realize everyone's a victim in life, and instead move forward
No.
positively and do good things.
Everyone is
or
not a
things
victim.
to improve. Everything you do has meaning, even as little as trivial as it may seem. It could be something
Nobody
that
has
really
to be a
helps someone
victim.
else. Boy, have I started to totally understand that, because now I realize just a simple thing I say on a stream, and I don't mean for it to have meaning, can have tons of meaning to someone on the other end of the internet listening, you know? So I try to be careful, and listen, just like everyone else, I'm a weak person and I make mistakes, and I'll
No,
have days where awful
dude,
things
we're not
happen.
weak, bro.
You know, I had a few of them this last
You
week.
can't
where,
say everybody is
I'm
weak,
freaking
so
out
it's
on
okay
stream,
that
just
I'm
so
weak.
angry
No,
and
that doesn't
blah,
make it okay
right?
to be
What's the
weak,
point
dude.
of that?
You're not. Everyone
But
is
for
not
me,
weak, bro. You're
like,
weak.
I'm
You
trying
are
to
a
be
weak
better
individual.
actively, and I'm trying not to be that.
Not everybody else,
toxic
and it's
person
not.
that I know
And
I
it's
used
not
to be
okay, dude.
Back in the day, you know, we talk about Street Fighter community, how toxic I used to be when I was part of that community for a long
Fucking
time.
idiot, dude. I'm
But
so
I've
sick
had,
of this
I've had
fucking
changes in
guy,
thought, I've had
bro.
epiphanies, and you know, you listen to something like this, you're like, yeah, this guy, even though I don't agree with the
Yeah, he's trying to
complete argument
justify
that
his
he's saying,
victimness, dude.
simply listening to his overall behind
He's a
the
fucking
scenes,
sick
the message,
individual,
the
bro.
message
He's literally
resonates
like sick in the head, bro.
with me. So
You
I think that's what we'll
literally
call this. We watched it for about 5 minutes.
are-
This is what we'll call this one.
You
I think we
literally
kinda
have
got
a
the
sickness in your mind. Like I don't
All right,
know
guys, it is time
what it is,
to
but
split the part. I thank you all for watching DSP versus the internet. We have probably one more part of Ultra members, and then we'll probably get into the general member submissions. We don't have that many more Ultra member submissions to go through this week. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in part 3 for episode 33. Okay, we're splitting the part here, guys. A few shout-outs to do. Basically, a lot of people did super chats, and every one of these super chats is an attempt to cause drama, and I'm not going to have drama. All right, I'm just being honest. So,
that's Daddy Pig.
Curry, Meaningful, and Daddy Pig. Every one of you literally
$10.
try to cause drama with your comments. Different kinds of drama. All right, but yeah, I'm not going to
waste the money, dude.
And read those stuff out and then cause more drama for everyone. All right. So I'm gonna say thank you for your super chats, but yeah, I'm not taking the bait. All right, especially because I don't want to get into a debate on my react show where we're gonna react to a variety of clips today. Okay. All right. So thank you for your super chats. And then I got again a troll, so I'm just gonna ignore you too. Stupid. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. We still have 2 more hours. We're going to get through these Ultra member submissions and then get to the general, all right? Now, remember again, I don't make anything on these videos. This is all going to get claimed. So, if you could support this stream in some way, whether it's a super chat, a membership, a gifted membership, or a tip, it would all be appreciated. My goal for the week is to hit the Tier 1 tips goal on every stream. We're at the $39. We were at $39 when this stream started, okay? So, we need $11. If someone likes the React content, if you could support it and hit that goal, that would be stupendous. I would really appreciate that. Outside of that, let's continue. Here we go. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 33 for October 1st, 2023. Let's roll right into more Ultra member submissions. Here we go.
A few days ago, I showed you how this trick was done, and I was wrong. This is how I originally explained it. Cane, base, rods, back brace, harness. All that's left for the magician to do is use his core strength to pull his legs up. Well, this magician, known as Special Head, left a comment on my TikTok. He also made a response video proving that my theory is wrong. There appears to be no base or harness. In fact, Special Head has some other videos online where he just touches someone's head and levitates. So what's going on here? What's the real explanation to this trick? The answer is that I have no idea.
You can't stack draw 4 or draw 2 cards. Let me tell you something. That's the way I was taught, and that's the way you gonna eat this L. Take it or leave it. Don't pull out no rule book, because then I'm gonna pull out these hands. What? We get violent around here.
No, inside it smells like Up Dog.
What's up, dog?
Nothing much.
Just get the hell out of here.
Mercedes, who took a charging spot, and whether this is an electric car or not does not matter. Oh, here we go. So this is our offender. Lady, do you realize that you parked in a charging spot that this guy actually needed, and you aren't plugged in to this spot, and there's no parking.
F you. I tried to plug in and charge there because there was a car parked there, and that charger does not work.
This charger right here, or the other side that says out of order?
Other side. I don't use this side for.
But you still took up a spot that guy couldn't have taken.
There, and I parked here, and I'm allowed to park here because I wanted to charge.
But you're not charging your car.
Because the charger's broken, asshole.
Oh, so because you charged bad, you're calling me names.
Because I charged bad? I didn't
I mean,
charge
because
bad.
you parked bad,
I
you're
didn't
calling
park
me
bad
names.
either. There was a car coming.
I believe you're also parked in
Bro,
the
this
no
is
parking
cringe as fuck,
zone. Do you see
dude.
where it
What
says
the
no
fuck?
parking under your tires?
Are you a policeman here?
I am with the Hey You Suck at Parking Association, otherwise known as Park Narcs. We go around all over the place, looking for people who park badly, just so we can let them know that they're being inconsiderate. So
So this guy's at Hey You Suck at Parking, and he goes around and he bothers people who parked poorly. Is that what this is? Now I will admit something to you. It is a pet peeve of mine, people who park very poorly. There's a difference between, oh, I accidentally didn't straighten my car versus, oh, I just did not care. I literally just drove in, didn't even aim. I'm half into someone else's spot. That really bothers me because sometimes you need that spot and you can't. Like, there's a lot of times, actually, where I go to park in a parking lot out here in Washington, just so you guys know, Washington State's considered a green state. We don't usually have big parking spaces. A lot of the spaces out here are designed specifically for compact cars. And if people park like an asshole, you're basically ruining a bunch of parking spaces for people, right? And it drives me nuts. It does. It is a pet peeve of mine. However, do I actively feel like what this guy is doing is going to actually help the situation? No, I don't. I don't think so. You know what needs to happen? A cop needs to come and ticket people. If people received parking tickets for not parking properly, then they wouldn't park improperly ever again. Because they're like, shit, this is a $100 parking ticket. I have to pay it now. I'm never going to do that again. But we don't have that. In the United States, we have basically cops can't even handle most crimes these days, especially around here, again, in Washington State. You know, someone stole a tire off my car, and the cops never even investigated it. You know what I mean? If we had better enforcement of the actual law, we wouldn't need people like this guy going around to harass people for not parking properly. I'm just saying.
We don't need this guy. We don't need this guy.
Guy from TikTok pulls out his phone and yells at you. Because this is not going to work.
We don't need him, dude. Yo, big ups, Hobson.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's just exactly what I keep telling people. People don't care whether
Big ups, brother. I appreciate you, dude.
Suck at parking.
Big ups, M41.
Exactly my point. Rich people don't care about anybody but themselves.
I'll give this for your doggy. You might want to give that to someone else.
Well, but this is for you. This is for you because you suck at parking. I just want you to
try
remember
it.
this. You can take it with you. It's
Did you
okay.
not
It's just a memory
understand? She
thing.
said she
So
does not
next
care
time
about you?
park, you can realize that.
I'm taking a guess that you're not married because you would annoy anyone.
That is wonderful. Now you have a good rest of your day.
Yo,
And
that was the
please,
best.
next time, do
No,
better.
she fucking roasted this dude's nuts over the calls, dude.
You really need to get the policeman in here to give you an annoyance.
You know what? If the security came by, you would get a ticket from security here. So, just next time, stop.
She
sucking at
absolutely
parking
destroyed
and
it.
Do better. Everybody.
To all the kids that have dreams of being successful like you, what advice could you give them?
Be successful like me. Okay, believe in yourself, even if anyone else believes in you. Got that ultimate confidence like you do. You're very confident.
Thank you.
Yeah. And just believe in yourself.
That's not
This is
right.
3
I
tips
used to
in a
work
row,
here.
same
well,
tip.
Things change. Sorry they didn't run it by you first.
Darn, I missed what he said.
Used to work here. Well, I used to be happy. Then you walked in. Can you?
All right, that's it. What's next?
Talk to George and tell him to let Mark.
So, Back to the Future, the game, funny moments montage. It's 12 minutes long. I'm probably not going to watch the whole thing. For those who don't know, Back to the Future, the game was actually a early Telltale game.
Big ups, Carson.
From, geez, it was like the very early days of when I was a YouTuber. So this was before they made The Walking Dead, before they made Tales from the Borderlands, before they made Game of Thrones, before they even made The Wolf Among Us. This is much earlier than that. I think they only had made one other major game before this, or two. I think there was Sam and Max, and there was
Sam and Max,
Jurassic
dude.
Park. So
Sam
this
and
was
Max
one
was
that
my
was
shit,
right
dude.
after those. They were basically getting this intellectual property, and they were making these themed games. And I thought it was cool because essentially what this game is a kind of a what-if scenario. What if there was a sequel to the Back to the Future trilogy? That's really what this is. It actually is. It really is like that. And so I enjoyed it for that. It's not a perfect game. It certainly has some big annoyances. Like, it's hard to figure out some things you're supposed to do. But we'll just watch a little bit of this. We're not going to watch a lot of it. Well, let's see what we've got here. Again, it's more of my old
I have
content.
been trying to talk to George for the past. Look, I won't let me talk to him. Look, it won't let me talk to him.
The glitch.
Good
And I
morning.
can't talk to him. Look, I'm pressing X. I cannot talk to George.
Huh.
Look.
Hey, Dad.
What the fuck?
It worked. Oh my god. I was just mashing super hard and all of a sudden it worked.
Drill, I really need your rocket drill. I really, really need your rocket drill.
Can I see your rocket powered drill?
Of course, of course. Naturally, it's just a scale model, but it's nearly operational. I can show it to you, say, first thing in the
This is
morning.
supposed to be young professor. Like, this is
I need a
Doc
fully
Brown.
operational model. I need a
Professor,
full-size
wow.
model.
This
I
is
need it
Doc
tonight.
Brown when he's younger.
That's no good. I need to see a full-size model. That's fully operational. Tonight. I'll have to award the patent. Edna Strickland thinks your soup kitchen might not be on the up and up.
That dame gets on my nerves. Got a great pair of gams, though.
Isn't that Art McFly's hat you're holding?
It was McFly's hat. Now,
It's my peanut bowl.
What a douche. I love it.
nobody makes a monkey out of Kid Tannen.
Kid
Oh,
Tannen.
no.
This must be like Biff Tannen's
Oh,
predecessor.
dog shit.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can I have a bowl of soup?
We were
Oh,
soup kitchen.
big ups,
What do
big
you
ups.
think?
My game face. Yeah, my eye is probably like wonking out hard.
No.
He shakes his head. Ugh.
I can't just let strangers invade my parents' house. What do we know about these people?
They're friendly, they're well behaved, and they're sober. We'll say that.
They're sober.
It says so right in the name.
Well, okay, but a pop needs his peace and quiet at the end of the day. This meeting is sure to be too noisy for him.
Alright, we can wear earplugs with stronger noise, they'll be quiet.
They'll be quiet. You'll be quiet, right?
Oh, yes. I play my tambourine very.
Oh, God!
Tambourine.
That?
Spot. What?
Eh. This is just, it's just okay. It's probably better in the context of the game, but yeah, it's all right. Thanks for the submission, but this is one of my older videos that's not as entertaining to me. I don't really find it very entertaining. Derek is saying the original game was announced in 2010, and I played it in February 2011. So one of my older gameplay videos for sure. Okay, let's continue.
Did you click this video for a reason, or did you come across it by coincidence?
A horror submission, I believe, from Rob Gavigan. Cool. So Rob Gavigan is someone we reacted to last year a lot. I actually did a whole marathon reacting to his content, and then we did some more on Halloween. So let's see what this one is. Unbelievable coincidences that really happened. Okay. Here we go. Before he changed his name so that YouTube wouldn't demonetize him.
Joseph Aigner was a painter in 19th century Austria. He had the opportunity to paint portraits for Austrian leaders and writers alike. At only 18 years old, his darkness had already caught up with him. He made the critical decision to end his own life. Death lingered closely by as Joseph prepared to hang himself, and death would have had him had a mysterious Capuchin monk not suddenly appeared and interrupted his attempt. Death would leave empty-handed, and Joseph would choose to live. But death does not like to be tempted. 4 years later, despite the incredible circumstances when he was 18 years old, Joseph called death once more, as he prepared again to hang himself. And he would have succeeded had it not been for the arrival of an all-too-familiar Capuchin monk.
What?
At this point, a rational person might believe their life is worth something. But the story doesn't end here. Joseph became the commander of the Academic Legion during the 1848 revolutions in Vienna. Apparently, painting and trying to kill himself got old after a while. But this ended when he was court-martialed for high treason and sentenced to death.
Oops.
Finally, he'd receive what he'd been after for so long. But before he could be executed, someone stepped in to beg his pardon. You guessed it, the Capuchin monk.
Who is this
and
guy?
Joseph was free. He lived till he was 68 years of age, at which point he pulled out his pistol and shot himself in the head. The man who presided over Joseph's funeral? Yeah, the Capuchin monk.
What the fuck kind of story is that? Why was this monk stalking this guy? Right? Dude, how does, like, I want to know who was the monk. Can we get the explanation of who the monk was? That he was all over this dude's life? Like, what on earth? He was like fucking white on rice. What the heck?
There are 6 million car accidents each year, and that's in the United States alone. Out of those 6 million, over 40,000 people will die, some of them members of the same family. As devastating as it is, one pair of brothers from Bermuda were able to cross the line from tragic to seriously strange. Erskine Lawrence Eben was only 17 when he died, the victim of a motor collision. He was riding his moped at the time when he was struck by a taxi and killed.
Ouch.
Just the year prior, his brother Neville experienced a very similar accident. A very similar accident. Erskine and Neville were both 17 at the time of their deaths. They were struck on the same road, riding the same moped, nearly 1 year apart to the day. But the strange doesn't end there. The taxi that killed Neville was the same taxi that killed Erskine.
What?
The same driver was driving, and he was even carrying the same passenger. Do you find that unbelievable? You should ask what the taxi driver thinks.
Well, how is the taxi driver still driving? He killed 2 people on mopeds in the same way, 1 year apart. How did they not take away his license? Right? Like, what?
America, dude. America, dog.
How does that happen twice? I don't even understand how that could happen twice.
Wait, was it America?
Right? I'm so confused. I feel like we need more information.
If it was in America, it's because it's America. If it wasn't,
like, how does
then
that make
it's
any
because
sense?
it wasn't.
It seems like if he keeps killing people by hitting them when they're on mopeds, should he not have the ability to drive anymore? Should he not be in jail? Right? This is really weird. Anyway.
Sometimes revenge is patient, even if the one seeking it is not. In 1883, Henry Ziegland was a man who was dating a troubled woman. After Henry decided to break off their relationship, his girlfriend, devastated beyond all hope, killed herself.
Ouch.
The girl's brother was enraged by this and vehemently blamed Henry for his sister's death. He sought revenge. Gathering up his gun, he went to seek out Henry, and upon finding him, shot him. Knowing what fate awaited him for murder, the brother kept to family tradition and shot himself in the head.
Wow.
But unbeknownst to him, Henry was alive. Only grazed, the bullet had lodged itself in a tree behind Henry. It would be years later before Henry, for some foolish reason, decided to cut down that old tree. However, he experienced great difficulty in doing this. Perhaps Henry should have broken up with the tree, then maybe it would have cut itself. But being a man of little brain and much brawn, he decided to blow the tree up with dynamite. As expected, the dynamite decimated the tree, but with an unexpected and short-lived result. Within the explosion, the old bullet was blasted free and struck Henry in his head, killing him instantly.
Ouch. I mean, that was really weird. Why did he want to get rid of the tree to begin with? Why do you have a grudge against the tree? The tree didn't
Edgar
shoot
Allan
him.
Poe was a man surrounded by a dark and eerie aura, which made him one of the most famous writers of all time. Out of his many works, he only ever completed one novel. Though in keeping with Poe's obsession with death, this book would prove to come very much alive. In the novel, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, a whaling ship is capsized in a storm, leaving only 4 survivors, one of which was named Richard Parker. Richard suggested that the other 3 survivors draw lots in order to decide who would die in the event that the other men had to eat. Much to his dismay, Richard is the one selected to die and is cannibalized by the 3 other men. The story is a gruesome situation that no one would ever want to find themselves in, but you'll come to find that some people have all the luck. 46 years after Poe's novel was published, a yacht was sunk out in the ocean due to a gale. 4 set sail that day, and luckily, all 4 survived. But after over 2 months at sea, the men found themselves in a morbid predicament. The men ran out of food, and they were very, very hungry. Struggling with their decision, they eventually decided to draw lots. The cabin boy was the selected victim, and he was killed by the other survivors, who ate his meat like mad wolves and drank his blood. The cabin boy's name was Richard Parker. Some say coincidence doesn't exist, and that all things happen for a reason. If that's so, I believe some reasons are better left unknown. That's all.
So, of course, what some people will say is that, like, Poe was a clairvoyant who could see the future, and his story was literally just foretelling what would happen in the future with that shipwreck, right? Because how could he possibly have known that that would have happened? It would have been the person's name and everything, right? I will watch one more part before we, one more video before we split the part here. Yeah, so people just don't want to stop for protesters, so they drive right through them. Protests are blocking the streets.
Oh, damn. Boy.
He's gonna get crushed. He did. He did get crushed.
I'm sorry. No, not illegal. You are Cuban.
What? I mean, someone just said in the chat, what's going on? These are protesters, all right? And they're protesting things that they feel are very important, like oil use, destroying the planet, and things like that, okay?
Yeah, just
So what they
little
do is
tiny
they do
things,
these
you know.
stunts. This is
You know,
exactly what this is.
Who cares?
They're trying to block traffic.
Yeah,
in the
some
hopes
bullshit
that
anyway.
this will
right?
happen. So when this happens,
Some little-
now people will watch this video and find out about their cause. But is this effective? Like, honestly, when you watch this, are you thinking, wow, totally, man. Wow, oil. We totally should stop using oil. Or do you think, wow, these people are fucking assholes who are just ruining everyone's lives around them for the sake of trying to get a message across or awareness? You know what I'm saying? Like, is this effective at all? At all? Is this effective protest? I don't think it is. You
come
can
on,
disagree
brother.
with me if you think this is effective protest to get your message out, but I don't think it is. I think this is basically cause a public disturbance, cause an annoyance.
Well, Phil,
You know what I'm
dude,
saying?
how
In
else
order
are they going to get you to stop
get
driving
a
your
publicity
car, bro?
stunt, essentially. Because then if they get on the news, oh, protesters caused a scene.
Well, are you
going to
stop driving, Phil? Or are you going to stop destroying the planet?
Because they were hindering traffic, and the
Huh?
people in the cars wouldn't stop
Well,
driving.
what
right?
do you want, dude?
I just don't think this is effective at all in any way. I think this is dumb way. This is not an effective way to get your message across. This is not going to stop people from using oil. This is not going to stop people from doing anything the way that they're doing this. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not a political guy, and I couldn't tell you what the
I'm not a
effective way
political
would be.
guy.
I just think this is ineffective.
But you want to transition to political
That's
a
just my
political
take. You can
podcast,
disagree with
though.
me,
Why you're not?
you know, I'd like to hear maybe.
You're not a political
counter to
guy.
that. Like, no, this is effective, and here's why.
Come
I'd
on,
love
Phil.
to hear that argument because I never hear that. I always hear everyone saying this is stupid. Why are they doing it? Not here's why this is effective, and I've never heard anyone explain or rationalize how that kind of protest is effective. All right, there's one. We can do one more video before we split the part. Here we go.
Where's my sandwich?
Here you are, dear, just the way you like it.
This is that Phil? That's supposed to be Phil? Ew,
We
dude,
have to
that
watch
is
him eat it?
that is Phil. This is the future of DSP gaming right here. This is the. This is the future. This is the future of Phil's stream, dude.
Bologna. It's a bologna sandwich.
No, I fucks with bologna, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what is that? Poison?
There you go.
What was that, honey?
Took you long enough.
He eats it and doesn't realize there's soap in it? Ew. He doesn't even say nothing.
What was
She's
soap?
surprised, so she's like, huh?
It's non-toxic, dude. It's not gonna kill you. He likes that soap.
How's this guy alive if he's just eating bologna sandwiches nonstop?
What do you mean?
Right?
Sandwich do you not understand?
Yo, get in it. Make him a sandwich, dude.
Mmm, yummy. I don't know how they manage
Oh,
that
she's
that
putting
much fat
turds in
without
it. No. Phil, I've had
insane
enough,
amounts of
bro.
smell.
Oh, now it.
Get a nice
Oh,
extra
you have to
chunk
listen to
of
him
cat
chew
food in
it.
there. Yum yum.
Dude, Phil likes that, dude. He said
Hilarious.
yum.
He stole the fucking thing. He,
He said yum yum.
That's great.
Bro.
At this point, she's like, I can't believe it. He's insane.
He needs more bologna sandwiches, Marcy. Come on, dude. She's slacking. Yo, just stay in the kitchen, dude. Seriously, just stay in there and keep making it. Oh, put glass in it. Oh, she's gonna try glass.
Glass! Oh, God. This really is horror. This is a horror month, man. Here, eat this fucking glass.
Wait, what are we watching?
He still doesn't realize it. Yummy.
Yo, that's sick, dude. Tasty sandwich.
Yummy! Oh my God.
Is he dead?
Marcy, get in here.
He wants that sandwich, dude.
What is it, dear?
Oh my God!
Another sandwich?
Okay. So she's crazy.
Oh my God!
So she's still making the sandwiches.
She's just nuts. Wow, that's creepy, dude.
Great.
Whoa, make me a sandwich, short horror film. So she was just nuts. He never was asking for a sandwich. Maybe he was
No,
abusive
that's a
to
film
her when
school
he was alive.
short.
So she was emotionally messed up in the head and kept imagining after he died.
My sister made a
there,
better one than that.
He was asking for more sandwiches. So she kept making him the same sandwich. Yeah, dude, it's nuts. That's a crazy short horror one. Wow, that was good. I like that. See, I like horror. I actually enjoyed that. That was a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's part 3 of DSP versus the Internet. I hope that you're enjoying the show this week for October 1st, 2023. I will see you in part 4. All right. At this point, I would like to stretch my legs. I'll stand up and stretch my legs a bit here. Thank you to Pikachu Hat and Lunch Meat for your super chats, okay? And I think some tips came in too, but I'd like to stretch my legs for a second here.
All right, Phil's stretching his legs, dude.
All right.
Everybody hold for Phil stretching his legs.
Yes, Derek, that's correct. That Rob Gavigan changed his name in 2019 because YouTube kept demonetizing his videos for using his real name, which is hilarious. Oh, my real name is so offensive, right? Ah! My legs.
It is, dude. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that offensive language, dude. He should they should have legally required him to change his name because it's so offensive. Like, if he didn't change it, they should have arrested him until he changed it.
Still hot. God damn it. The sun is still in full force. Seriously, the sun is still in massive full force outside. And so my office is very hot this afternoon. So I apologize if I sound cranky because it's fucking annoying. It really is. Okay, I got a couple shout outs to do here. Okay. I received an $11 tip from Canadian Kirk. Would you ever come up to Canada? Can you watch my entire video? It's 2 minutes long. Thanks. What is your video? I don't know what your video is, Canadian Kirk. If it's 2 minutes long, likely I would watch the whole thing. But I don't know what you're talking
Kirk?
about. I don't know what you know. Did we watch it yet? What video are you speaking of? Was it the one we just watched? That was a good one. That was scary, dude. I like that. Anyway, with that tip, we did hit the tier 1 tip. So thank you so much, Canadian Kirk, for that.
Was that his video?
And that was definitely on topic for Halloween month, too. If that was your video, I don't know if that was your video or not. I don't mark them.
Why would you say it if you don't know? Dude, you're so weird.
Anyway.
Dude, why is he so weird?
So that was good. Well, thank you for that. Now, would I ever go up to Canada? Yes, I would. In fact, you know, maybe something that my wife and I do sometime. We talk about maybe going up to Canada, you know, if it's easy to go across the border.
If it's
I don't know how,
easy?
you know, what it is, the international laws or whatever.
What do you mean?
Maybe go up there for like a few days and do some tourism or something would probably be nice, right? All right, and then I received a $1.25 tip from Shit on My Nipples. That's ridiculously disgusting. You have a horrible name. But thank you for the tip.
Wow, great.
All right, cool. All right, guys, into the second half of the show, shall we? All right.
You guys get a laugh out of that?
Yeah, see, I don't have the enhanced Washington State driver's license. I have a standard. My wife has the enhanced. So, I guess I would have to jump through fucking hoops to go to Canada, as stupid as that sounds, but whatever. You guys ready? Let's continue. Alright, well, what a nice spooky scene to start part 4 of DSP versus the Internet for episode 33, October
that was
1st,
funny. That was kind of funny.
2023. I'm enjoying the show so far. I hope that you guys are too. Remember, it is
I had to
members
stop
who suggest
myself
all these
from
videos, so consider
chuckling
becoming a member today
physically.
if you would like to suggest videos for next week's show. I think, actually, that was the final Ultra member video, if I remember correctly. So hold on a second while I confirm that. I'm almost positive that was. That means we have to start up the other playlist. Let me see here. I think it was. Indeed it was. All right, hold on. Because I'm just going to go back and I'm going to play the other playlist right now. And this is going to be random order.
From calorie count.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to be sure that everything was correct. There we go. All right. So moving forward for the second half of the show this week, it is randomized videos, all right, from people who were standard members in random order. Just for the record, no, we're not watching 30 minutes of this. We're going to skip ahead. And let's watch some exclusive. This is Domino's in the UK versus the US.
At the indulgent first. French-style liver mousse ham pizza.
What?
I'm not even sure what a liver mousse is.
What the fuck?
I assume it's meant to be foie gras. It smells like foie gras. Oh. But it is weird with pizza, man. No, that should not be eaten with pizza. That is super weird. Why? No.
Oh, this is Chinese? Oh, never mind. I thought it was the UK. It's US versus China. So this is Chinese Domino's pizza. Whoa.
Let's grab some New Zealand lamb.
New Zealand lamb pizza. What?
It may be New Zealand lamb, but they've used a lot of cumin and basically turned it into a lamb skewer. Definitely miles
He's
better.
cumin, baby.
After that, the Sultan Durian pizza.
Durian fruit
that is
pizza?
A really healthy.
Phil, this
big
is a
piece of
knockoff
durian.
Uncle Roger.
Abalone
dude.
and scallop indulgent pizza. I mean, just why? Abalone is super expensive. And it's popular in China
Yo, this
because
guy's
its
trying to
name
copy
sounds like to get
Uncle Roger's,
explosively
accent.
rich. So you'll often find it served at weddings, at Chinese New Year.
It's popular in China because the name sounds like you're rich? What? They don't eat it because it tastes good. They eat it because the name sounds like something else? That doesn't sound very intelligent to me.
Yeah, how dumb can they be, dude?
Ugh.
Let's clean our palate. We'll get some Australian, New Zealand Wagyu beef.
Australian, New Zealand. They're two different. They're not the same, right? Am I wrong? Are they not different?
Yeah, you're wrong, dude.
Why'd they group those two together?
I don't know, but I believe this
So I'm
Asian
being
guy
told
more than I
abalone
believe you.
is muscles.
I'd eat the beef by itself. I'd remove everything else. Crayfish and chicken. I think they've
I don't
gone
know what.
full
I don't know who's right, but I don't
here
believe you.
because the chicken are meant to be all lean chicken, and then we got damn crawdaddies too.
Chicken and crawdads. I love New Orleans food, so yeah, I would definitely try that pizza.
South American ribeye steak. The burdock
This
prawn.
is the weirdest thing. So they have an international steak menu, or excuse me, an international pizza menu, but it's only in China. This is the weirdest stuff. Burdock prawns and bacon.
Bacon.
What?
Indulgent.
Wait
pizza.
a minute.
We've got
the
peas,
shrimp
we've
has
got
the
prawn.
tail. Why would you leave the tail on a shrimp that you put on a piece of pizza? Why would you do that? Why would you not take the tail off?
We got some cherry tomatoes. This is the Japanese style eel pizza.
don't know, dude.
And on the description, it actually says, may contain soft bones. Eat with care.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're very tasty though. Here we have the Australian / South American grain-fed diced beef.
How
So
could it
they
be
either
Australian and South American? It doesn't make sense.
weren't sure
What do you mean?
where
It
the
has-
beef was sourced from, or if they run out of beef from Australia, they go to South America.
Yeah, exactly. What does that
over
even
here,
mean?
we have a pineapple
What do you
shrimp
mean, dude?
pizza. You know,
How
for
hard
those
is it to
of you who
understand?
hate Hawaiian
Big
pizzas,
ups, Dante.
this must be so much more triggering.
Duh.
No, I think it's actually worse than a Hawaiian. Also, in the indulgent lineup is our regular durian pizza. This is actually a bestseller. It costs 9 yuan less than the Sultan. Oh, yeah. No, that's great. Oh, that's delicious.
I've never had a durian fruit, so I don't know what they taste like. Everyone says they smell bad, but a lot of people think they taste good. I wonder what a durian fruit pizza would be like. Huh.
Here we have the okonomiyaki surf and turf. Look at that, that's actually
The
pretty
what?
decent. It's even got the furikake intact. Look at that. These little super thin flakes.
What is that?
That's decent. Well done. Yep, that's pretty good. Very meaty too. Bacon meat floss potato
What is meat
pizza.
floss?
And it is absolutely blanketed in meat floss.
What is
And
that?
a gigantic potato wedge. It's a little bit like the Hawaiian pizza, except instead of a juicy pineapple, you have sweet bacon flavored cotton candy. Not sure.
What? So they turn meat into like a fluffy texture? This is the weirdest shit. Meat floss, known as pork or yuk sum, is a dried meat product with a light and fluffy texture similar to coarse cotton originating from China. This is bizarre. All this food is incredibly bizarre. Why would you eat this?
Sure if like
The Domino's US menu obviously is not as robust as China's.
We already know all about this, about the Domino's US menu, right? Oh god, he's got more weird pizzas? He's got more. All right, hold on.
already missing 2 pieces. The Chinese
Salted
name for
egg
this
yolk.
is golden sands, which is a specific way of cooking the salted egg yolk so that it becomes a sort of frothy paste that can be used to coat various things. It's a salty, sweet umami-ness.
Whoa.
Teriyaki beef potato pizza. Teriyaki beef, yes. The pizza itself is already quite starchy. It's all carbs, and then a potato on top of that. It's a staple on a staple. Most of these pizzas are sweet. Peking duck pizza.
Why would you have Peking duck? Supposed to be like a top-of-the-line gourmet food. Why would you put that on a Domino's pizza? Why? It's like, you know, I put caviar on like a saltine cracker. You know what I mean? Like the lowest, not even saltine, like a low-end store brand thing. You're like you're taking an elevated thing and you're putting it on crap, right?
Very conflicted about this. I like that they're representing us, but this looks very blasphemous to me.
That actually sounds amazing.
Nope, nope, nope.
Terrible.
Nope. Blasphemous. Nope.
Okay, never mind. I'd still try it though.
Here we've got the tuna seafood deluxe. Not that big a fan of seafood pizza myself. Truffle flavored sauce, mushroom and chicken pizza. 2 types of mushrooms in that pizza.
Oh,
but
that looks nasty. Look at that. It's like goo. I don't know. These are so weird. First of all, I don't like Domino's pizza to begin with. I don't like this crust that they make. And then on top of that, to put all these weird-ass toppings on top, it's pretty gross. I think we watched enough of this one. We can move on. Good video, though. All right. Nostalgia nerd.
Rise of the Robots is absolutely up there in the list of games which receive...
Oh my god, guys. This video is 40 minutes long. Like, where am I going? What should I be watching in a 40-minute long documentary about Rise of the Robots?
far
Exactly.
more hype than...
Right? I have to say, I'm gonna start laying down the law, because some people have said to me, would I ever put limitations on the videos that are submitted for this show? And a lot of people are like, you let people submit videos that are way too long. And I said, well, you know, sometimes if a video comes out and it looks like it's an interesting topic, I'll watch a few minutes of it. Maybe it's a way so people to know, hey, you should actually watch that yourself later on. Watch the whole thing. Or maybe it gives us an idea, maybe a long-form react in the future. I'm going to be honest to you. I don't really care about the game Rise of the Robots. I don't care about this guy making a 40-minute documentary about Rise of the Robots. I don't think it will ever appeal to me. Look, let's fast forward. Look, it literally is a in-depth documentary about the game.
nightmares. This wasn't going to be some cutesy kids game. This was going to be for a real badass gamer who wanted real badass games. The initial plan was to get this game onto the PC and Amiga. After all, the two developers Sean had hired were focused solely on making it for Amiga and then porting it over to PC. And those platforms were realistically capable of dealing with the high loadout demanded by the graphics that Instinct Design were working with. But then there was a problem. The marketing budget. Where was that going to come from?
So that was the Amiga version. That's a great game, huh? That's literally the final game? That's the final game.
Of the cyborg looking ready to fight and throwing a punch.
Yeah.
Nice. It's actually one of the better looking games on the SNES for the time.
I'm ready to hit
It's just a shame that it plays like complete and utter baubles. And that's putting it lightly. Playing it is like wading through vomit. The SNES's SSMP high.
Alright. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about Rise of the Robots, and like I said, if you're interested, it probably is it's probably a good video. It's probably well researched. It's probably great documentary about this game, but it just doesn't fit the format of the show. This is a weekly clip show, okay? All right.
The Vikings in England. We all know they arrived in their long...
22 minutes! 22 minutes about the history of the Vikings in England. I'm going to skip this one, too. Hugh Jackman, famous actor.
You don't know. I demand a prize every day. It's important to me. Look, my kids at home.
He's Australian, right? Hugh Jackman's Australian? Yeah.
Respect.
Hello, Hugh.
How are
Rollo?
you?
It's good to see you too.
How are you, man?
I'm all right. I'm all right. So, I mean, you're getting an award tonight for contribution to film and stage.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel about that? And what do you
I feel good, but Rollo, I'm sorry, man. We go way back. I used to teach you at high school in PE, and I want to know how your physical education is progressing.
Oh!
It's very important to me. You guys don't know that, but this man here. Yes, I used to teach you at Uppingham School in London. Yes, that's right.
Oh, no!
How is your education going?
Oh, it's going great.
Did I set you up for life?
Oh, yes, definitely, definitely. I run...
Anyway, back to the festival.
He blew him up. That's actually hilarious. He fucking blew the guy up. He's like, dude, oh, how you doing, man?
You've got a nice shade of red there, Rollo.
Now, of course, I mean, like, we've seen you as Wolverine doing a berserker rage, and in this, you're very, very angry. I mean, in reality, what makes you angry? I mean, what...
You know what makes me angry, Rollo? You know, students who don't really listen. No, it's the kind of student who don't bring their kit. You know, the kind of students who don't jump in the pool when I tell them to jump in. That's what makes me angry, Rollo. In fact, I'm remembering you more and more.
Oh, no, I have to pass over. This is...
That's pretty good. I admit that was pretty good. Imagine if he actually knew you and he calls you out. Oh my God, another dude. Why did everyone nominate retrospective things that are long? Like at Lazy Game Reviews, I actually like this guy's channel, right? We've watched a few things. We've watched him talk about
we'll
weird
just skip
PCs,
around, dude.
And we watch him make sandwiches. So his content is quite good. I like it. Wow, this
Can
is
I
an
make
old
you
one,
some
2 7
sandwiches?
years ago. But I don't really want to watch a 14-minute long review about Fallout 1. Can we like fast forward a little bit?
Games instead. For a while, the project was known as GURPS Wasteland, and then Vault 13, a GURPS post-nuclear adventure. But then, for unclear reasons, the GURPS license was dropped, and at some point, Interplay founder Brian Fargo suggested it be renamed Fallout.
Dude, that's old as
At
hell,
long
dude.
last, after some final reworking, Fallout was released in 1997 for MS-DOS, Windows, and Macintosh computers. Oh, and man, is this box phenomenal or what? It's all rusty and grimy looking, and it sits on its side instead of straight up. It's a sign of quality right there. Just open it up to witness the full glory of 90s PC game boxes.
Yeah, back in the day, I got to give you guys a history lesson. This is what all PC games looked like back in the day. They were giant boxes, and they all had a fold-out
I don't need a history lesson,
and
Phil.
in the flap is like screenshots and a preview of what that game would look like. And so it was completely different than any console game. Console games were just in a normal box, and maybe you flip it to the back and see some art. But video games on PC always had these crazy deluxe packages.
Yeah, I miss the boxes too.
Stuff. All of them were
I used to love going to the
buying,
computer store
StarCraft
and like looking at all the
they
boxes for the
had
games and
these
shit.
Open foldable boxes, pretty neat. This game came out in '97.
Pretty
Thank you
dope,
guys.
pretty dope.
1997 Fallout 1.
Not only do you get this wonderful fold-out front cover with screenshots and marketing blurbs, but the inside is packed full of goodies. You get the game
they would give you
CD
a
in
lot of
one
extra shit with
appropriately
PC
grimy-looking
games, too.
jewel
Like
case,
tons.
a quick reference sheet featuring Vault Boy's eternally gleeful presence, and the Vault Dweller's survival
The original
guide.
survival
This thing
guide,
not only
wow.
acts as a manual, but helps you dive in head first into the lore of the game and the dark style of humor contained within. It makes me happy. Fallout begins with an opening cinematic that still gives me chills. The ink spots sing
To this
as
day,
the...
have they ever made this game playable like on a modern setting? Like, can you play it on a modern PC? Can you play it on
Why
like, a
not?
console? I'm curious.
Why can't
obviously
you
I've
play it
never
on a
played this
modern
game, I
What are
just
you
don't know if
talking
it's
about?
playable for anyone today.
harsh realities of war play
It's on
out, and
Dude,
as you're
what?
probably aware
Damn.
by now,
Why can't you
war
play it on
never
PC? Why wouldn't you be
changes.
able to play it on
Ladies
PC?
and gentlemen, Ron Perlman.
Is he an idiot?
War never
what?
changes.
I didn't know that it was Ron Perlman at first.
The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth.
It's a computer game.
Spain built an empire from its lust for gold.
You can play it on PC, people are saying. It's on
Hitler
Steam.
shaped
Oh.
a battered Germany into an economic superpower. But war never changes.
So after a global nuclear war
That's
in
cool.
2077, civilization as we knew it was wiped out, but a select few continued living out their lives in
Let's fast forward to the actual
Phil,
gameplay.
computer games don't stop working. Do you know that, right? There's always a way to emulate a way to
a gun to simply
to
open
run an
your
old program.
A little different
It
from the
takes some
Fallout
inspira-
we know. It's a point and click.
That's the difference between
isometric view
consoles and
adventure.
PC, dude.
It's completely different from the Fallout we know.
From Wasteland and even XCOM, but it ends up with its own unique blend. For one thing, you only ever control your own character, even if you recruit other members to your party. There's also no real cover mechanic other than placing yourself so that there are objects and people in the line of fire. Guns can be placed in single shot or burst fire modes. Melee weapons can do things like thrust or swing, and you're given a set percentage to hit something based on skill level, distance, lighting, and other varying factors. Beyond this, you can also place a targeted attack,
Phil lets
which
the
will bring
Phil
up
lets
a
the
more
original
detailed
content do
selection
most of the heavy
percentages.
lifting
VAT,
for
it's
him.
the early version of VAT.
And just he
It's the
adds some like
targeted
meaningless
Just on
commentary,
aiming at
basically.
specific body
Look, he blew his
parts.
arm off.
Why, yes,
that.
you
Oh, blew
can
his arm
punch a
off.
rat in the
Wow,
balls
okay.
if you want to. Strategically taking out certain body parts will have notable effects, like blinding, stunning, or crippling an enemy, and it can also happen to you, so it's best to protect your nads. Taking out your foes often results in loot and further quest information, and to keep track of this, you have a state-of-the-art wrist-mounted Pip-Boy 2000. This computer system is useful for everything from making maps to keeping track of your current objectives.
It's interesting. It's the same exact universe. It's the same premise, but it's a completely different style of gameplay. It's a turn-based, strategy-based, isometric game. Fast forward a little bit more.
Guys, ever since, there's
I'm
nothing
being
like having
told the game is actually on PC Game Pass, so I could play it if I want. I have Game Pass Ultimate, or it's $10 to buy on Steam. Okay.
a canine companion once the apocalypse hits, am I right? In fact, the game is chock full of pop culture references like this, from Mad Max to Doctor Who to freaking Coca-Cola in the form of omnipresent
right.
Nuka-Cola radioactive soda. It's this warped retro future combined with nonchalant references to our own world, contrasting against the unapologetic violence and moral atrocities
Look at
that
this.
makes
Pray,
Fallout such a
follow,
weird
unity,
and awesome
mind
reality to
control.
explore. And I mean it when I say Fallout is unapologetic, with things like absurdly gory death animations all over a place and
Blue is
the
big,
ability
yes,
to kill
yes, he is.
children,
He's a
which
big boy.
caused more than a few
You're a big boy,
controversies.
aren't you?
Yet the despicable stuff you do makes the
big.
positive things you can do stand out that much more, and it's awesome. If you play your cards right, most of the time you won't have to kill at all, since sneaking around and convincing people not to fight are always options.
Yeah, and I'm sure at the time that was probably incredibly unique for a video game to be able to talk your way or sneak your way out of all the situations. What's funny is that today, we all know Fallout, you could get the gore perk and everything explodes into a giant gory execution, geyser of blood. And everyone knows you could kill anyone in Fallout at all. Any NPC, you could kill the kids, little lamplight, go there, just murder them all, right? But
Why would
back
you do
then,
that?
that was probably a new thing in the 90s that would be a part of a video game. Interesting.
Why
That
would
is
you murder
interesting. Now,
kids,
here's
dude?
the thing. I liked watching that. I honestly don't know if that would be fun to play. Doesn't it seem like it would be more of a tedious game? That everything is slow-based, turn-based, Everything has to be strategic. You're probably between every single encounter you're saving so that if it goes wrong, then you reload it. You know, throwback to Divinity Original Sin 2, that style. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how entertaining of a game it would honestly be, but I'm glad we watched that. All right, one more video, then we'll split the part. Here we go. I want to watch the rest, but it's probably going to get in trouble for music. Why the hell did they fucking put that in there? Because I want to watch the end, and I don't think we're going to get to watch the end of it.
What do you mean? They put it in there because that's the song they wanted to use, dude.
Let's fast forward a little bit. Here we go. Oh, here they ended. Look at this. I said it's Halloween.
Bro, what the fuck, dude?
It's how Michael Jackson moves. Get it? He's Michael Myers, Michael Jackson Myers.
Is that what?
Oh my god.
What the hell was that?
What the fuck?
Yo, did you guys get it?
That I liked.
Did you get it, dude?
He turns into a dancing machine chasing people with the knife. All right. Pretty good. And that was definitely seasonally themed. I enjoyed that one. All right. Hope you guys are liking DSP versus the internet. Let's take a break. We'll come back with part 5, which will have viewer Q&A, and then moving on to more of these randomized videos. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a bit. All right. Cool. That was actually a good one. I enjoyed that one a lot. Shout out to Baronoli. Baronoli became a member. No, re-upped their membership. Because I was going to say, does that count as a new membership? The answer is no. It was a re-upped membership. Okay. So before we continue, I want to open up the Q&A questions for the week before we roll on here. All
it was
right?
only a re-up,
dude.
dude. It doesn't count, dude.
What song was that, Derek? I don't know the name of it. Maybe I know the lyric, the refrain is "Don't stop till you get enough," but I don't know if that's actually the name of the MJ song. He goes, "Don't stop till you get enough," but I don't know if that's what it was. That was a good video. It was funny. Okay, now. All right, so here we go. All right. Let us continue. We got some Q&A questions to do, and then we're going to get back to the videos. All right, let's continue. Here we go. Then, by the way, guys, thank you for your support. I'm happy we hit the Tier 1 Tips goal today. Thanks to the few people who did Super Chats. I appreciate that. Anything else in the next hour, greatly appreciated. But let's roll on. Here we go. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet for October 1st, 2023. This is episode 33, part 5, which means, indeed, it is Q&A time. It is time for me to answer some questions, turbo mode, lightning round style, for some channel members. So we start off today with a question that obviously I'm not going to fully answer, but let me read it for you. What is your relation with God, and how do you achieve the highest possible good that you could conceptualize? First of all, I don't share religious thoughts. And the reason I don't is because I'm not known for that. I'm a gamer on the internet, correct? And yes, this channel obviously has some game relation. It doesn't. It has some stuff here that has nothing to do with games, right? It's a React channel. However, over the years, the 15 years that I have been a content creator and content curator for YouTube, I have found the following. There are certain topics that people sadly cannot really talk about publicly without some kind of a polarizing response or outcry. Those topics are religion and politics. For example, I know for a fact that there are some people out there that simply because someone says something religious or non-religious or somewhere in between, and it doesn't agree with their personal belief system, all of a sudden they will completely write you off as their enemy and or basically not want to deal with you ever again. It happened to me. Are you aware that earlier this year I made a joke, a casualized joke about Jesus? And it was meant to be a joke and it wasn't anything serious. And apparently I personally insulted some people, and there's 1 or 2 people who actually went on Detractor podcast to talk about it. I'm serious. So
you don't care about detractors,
I don't talk about religion publicly because people are so touchy about it.
You don't watch detractor content. You don't fucking care about detractor shit. So how do you even know about it, bro?
Maybe one day when people would be more open-minded. And what I mean by that is, as I get older, I realize that I can agree to disagree on topics and have open conversations and respect other people's opinions and belief systems, even if they're not in line with mine. Sadly, a lot of people are not. Imagine if I came out today and I told you guys, God, I'm this religion. And everyone, oh, wait a minute, well, we're not that religion. Well, that's it. I can never watch another piece of Dark Side Phil content because, man, we can't just be watching someone who's, this religion that
So you're embarrassed of your faith, bro?
You know what I mean? And there's people like that. Lots of people are like that. They'll find it offensive that I'm a religion that they don't believe in. And, that's why I'm not going to tell you
Phil's embarrassed about his faith, bro.
Beliefs, about any kind of belief in God or relation with God that I have, because people actually can't take it if it's not in agreement with their own belief systems. Same thing with politics. Like if I came out and said I was one side or the other side in American politics, you'd have people who are so polarized about American politics, they'd be like, oh, I can never ever listen to him or talk to him about him again. I can't take it. I hate this guy now, right? So I'm not going to do it, all right? I hope you respect that. That's my wish, that I don't want to share my personal belief systems with the internet when I prefer to be someone who discusses video games and entertainment and have a good chill time with you guys. I don't want to cause problems. Now, as I get older, perhaps there will be a time or a place when I will do that kind of stuff. I doubt it would be on this channel. I doubt it would be on my gaming channel. Maybe we would find a different, like a discussion channel about politics or religion or both. I don't know. But at this point, I just don't see it as the right time. Being, again, as simple as making a silly comment and joke about Jesus earlier this year, people were legit offended. So I think that I'm going to refrain. Now, your second question, how do you achieve the highest possible good that you can conceptualize?
3 IQ
That is a very high-level philosophical question, because, of course, everyone has a different idea of what's good and what's not. For me, when I think what is the highest possible good that I could conceptualize about my own life, I guess what it would be is to be sure that, number one, that everything I do in my life is productive and doesn't hurt people. So never once am I doing something that I feel actually another person is being hurt by, right? And that's almost impossible. I feel like almost everything you do in life, when you have limited resources and things, one thing you do leads to an action that kind of isn't good for someone else. But I want to be okay that with myself, that everything I do in life is somehow not I don't want to get over at the expense of others. That's one huge part of my belief system. The other is, obviously, I want to have the best life for my family. And, I think I'm far from that right now. I think that I'm a part of my life where I'm transitioning from the past, where there was a lot of bad things that were said and done, and I'm trying to change myself for the better. And I think I am doing that. I think people have kind of realized that in the last few years. That feels a little different now. And some people are okay with that and some people aren't. But I basically want to make things right for my wife and family to make sure that they're protected and they're good, you know, and that they're not put at risk because of things that I'm doing.
Your wife and family? Who's the other person?
And then, of course,
who's the other person in your
things
family?
I could think of as well. Like, what would be the highest possible good that you could conceptualize, something that yourself could do? But, I mean, I could sit here for an hour talking about this. It's a very high-level question. I appreciate the question, but I do feel like that's a question to be answered at another time, okay? Here's some more lighter questions than that. When eating pizza, do you eat the crust or not eat the crust? I eat the crust. The only time I would not eat the crust is if it is too dry or too crunchy, crispy, hollow, where when you eat it, it doesn't taste good. Pizza should have tasty crust. Like that, my belief is that even if it's charred, the char should taste good. Or if it's a chewy crust, the dough should have flavor and be delicious. Pizza that has crust that sucks means it's not good pizza, in my opinion. Okay? Pancakes or waffles? Depends on the situation. I probably would eat waffles over pancakes if I had the choice. Top 3 favorite presidents. I don't really have any favorite presidents. What is something that someone said to you that will stick with you forever? You have nice eyelashes. What's a conspiracy theory that you 100% believe in? Well, if you believe in a conspiracy theory, technically, do you think it's a conspiracy theory? Right? Like,
wait.
Like a lot of people would say,
is
the
this
things
Q&A?
that I say about old school fighting game community stuff.
Wait, aren't we doing a React
right?
event?
Like, I know.
Why are we doing Q&A?
Back in the day, the older days of fighting games, tournaments were not fair.
Why is
tournaments were?
We're
very
in the
much
middle of a
skewed
stream. Why
to
are we
the
doing
popular
Q&A?
Players who were allowed every single kind of advantage. They could show up late to tournaments. They could be thrown right into the pools that were the easier pools for
Did
a
we
tournament.
switch to Q&A?
If it was
We're
on
not
arcade
doing
cabinet,
the
they
React
always
stream
should be
anymore?
Played on the best arcade cabinet in the arcade while everyone else had to play.
Oh,
on
it's
these little
ultra member
crouch
questions.
cabinets with half
Oh,
working controls. They get floated. They get buys. They'd be able to, you know, basically everything, every little casual thing that's nice that make everyone else has to work their ass off. But you know, and this was commonplace. This is not me making it up. I experienced this firsthand in the tournament scene in the early days of Street Fighter. But people, oh, that's a conspiracy. Well, I was there. I saw it happen. Do I have documented evidence? Of course I don't. No one documented anything back then. But I firsthand saw this happen again and again and again all the time back in the day when I went to Street Fighter tournaments. So, do I believe in that theory? Of course I do. I was there. It's not a theory. It's a fact to me. But to you, you may think that's some kind of a harebrained conspiracy theory, right? So, I don't know if I can answer that question. Because if you believe something is true, then it's not a conspiracy to you. You understand? All right. Someone has an insanely long-winded question. I'll read through it, and I'll answer it as quickly as I can. Ready? Phil, a few weeks ago, you said your audience is getting older, and you'll be talking about politics and emphasize separating art from the artist if they disagree. I never said any of that. I said that maybe someday we'll talk about politics or religion. I never said I would. I said I personally do believe in separating art from the artist, and I can still respect art that someone makes even if I don't respect the artist for their personal beliefs. You said something like, I don't think we should be medically... Wait, no. I read that wrong because I never said that. Hold on a second here. Listen to what this person says. However, if you said something like, I don't think that we should be... Now, by the way, I'm not saying this. I'm not going to allow anyone to splice this together.
You are saying this.
And say that I said this because I am not going to say, I did not say this publicly. I'm not a political guy.
We're going to cut that part out, dude.
In fact, I'm going to paraphrase this.
No, we're cutting that part out,
dude.
dude.
Don't say that I said it.
You
What
can't.
this guy is saying
No.
is, what if someone says something to the effects that people should not medically transition genders? That's what they're saying, okay? It seems like such a stance in a video would propagate a harmful message and potentially expand your influence in promoting views that I find detrimental. Separating the art from the artist doesn't work because, number one, the views you express can influence your audience's opinions. And number two, by consuming your content, I inadvertently support the dissemination of ideas that contradict my ethical beliefs. Hypothetically, if you were against transitioning kids, here's why you would be wrong. And then he lists the reasons why he thinks that would be wrong. Food for thought as we consider the impact of the messages we share. What you're saying, all right, to me is silly, and here's why. By the way, I'm not saying your belief about people transitioning of gender is silly. I'm not saying that at all. Here's what I think, all right? I'll give you the perfect example about this. J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, because that's really what we're talking about here. This is the J.K. Rowling Harry Potter situation, correct? You can watch Harry Potter movies. You can read Harry Potter books. You can go to the Hogwarts part of Universal Studios, all right? You could play Hogwarts Legacy that came out earlier this year, and you can enjoy that entire universe of fantasy, and it doesn't mean that you're in support of J.K. Rowling's feelings on gender. You do understand that, correct? If you don't understand that, it means you don't understand reality. Sorry, you don't. You just don't get it, okay? Just because someone does a piece of work does not mean that every single thing that they have done outside of that piece of work now applies to that work. That is ludicrous thinking. There's no logic there at all, okay? Now, if a new movie of Harry Potter came out and the subject matter was all of J.K. Rowling's thoughts about gender, then you could have that argument. There is nothing in Harry Potter discussing this topic at all. It's not a topic of anything in there. In fact, if you actually saw my playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy from earlier this year, you would actually see there's a character that's transgender in the game.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing,
interesting
dude.
characters in the game with backstory. You need to go back to them for quests, and they're a very likable, positive character. Everyone in town loves that character. So for you to say that simply because someone has a belief system and you don't agree with it, that everything else that they've ever done is permeated with that, I completely disagree with you. I think that is ludicrous. I don't think there's any logic to that whatsoever. I'm sorry, I don't. I just don't. Certainly for your own personal choices, you can decide whether or not you want to boycott something that person has done, but you shouldn't be enforcing that or imposing that on anyone else, especially someone who maybe doesn't have that connection like you do. You know what I mean? Like, they're not having that, I believe that everything is entangled. I don't believe that at all. And listen, there's some really heinous people out there that have done some really artistic things. Doesn't mean that their art wasn't good. It means that they're not good. Right?
You're talking about Hitler?
So, yeah,
There's
sorry,
no way he's talking
that's
about
just my
Hitler right
belief.
now, dude.
And maybe, again, one day we can
No
possibly
shot.
debate this, in a big picture way. But for me, I'm not going to sit here and debate this for 20, 30, 40 minutes on a show that's supposed to be a react show. All right? But I'll do my best to answer. So there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we got that out of the picture, it's back to reacting to member videos. Let's see what else people had in store for me this week, shall we? All right, here we go.
Price is Right. All right, crew, it's a new plasma TV and a new Xbox system. Okay, you know what? A new Xbox system.
Nice save.
Please take a look at how the...
Oops. They both hit it, too. It wasn't like one of them. They both clobbered it. Boom. And it smashed when it hit the floor, too. Wasn't it? That plasma TV looked really chunky, didn't it?
Because we're just here to
Xbox
suffer.
System, and they showed... That was Xbox 360, right? So that was a long time ago. That was like over a decade ago. Maybe that's why the TV was so chunky. This is a Crow B Cat video. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Is it Crow Cat? Or is it Crow B Cat? I don't know. So he does these kind of parody montage videos where basically he emphasizes things that went wrong during gaming and other things. We'll watch some of this, but I don't think that we'll watch all of this. Okay? Someone has an annoying avatar. Oh, I'll get rid of it. Thank you for telling me. Again, I can't see these avatars. So please tell me if someone has an offensive avatar. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, here we go.
The game looks on screen. This is the new world of Zelda.
I don't think
Did it actually
my
happen?
Nintendo Switch is supposed to be doing this.
Oh, God.
That's hurting my
Dude,
ears.
the Switch is like
That is
malfunctioning
fucking
bad. That's
loud.
horrible.
It's hurting my ears.
Highly annoying.
Yeah, how would you even shut it up?
What is that?
This is utter demonic. What is that over there? What is that?
Oh, it's demonic, dude. It's a demon inside your PlayStation.
What's going on?
I
Look
don't
at this
feel
screen.
well.
Your Switch, or whatever the fuck. It's so annoying, dude. Still likes farts, dude. Farts are funny.
Just trying to play Zelda. My fucking Switch keeps ripping big ones in my face, man. Right, now how do you turn it off? Exactly, if it does that, how are you supposed to turn it off? Right? What do you do?
Okay, let's play with the buttons. Let's play with the things.
Dude, why are they
Oops, I
making
went
the
into
pictures
things.
like that's?
Whoa, did you go like way
Is this
over?
the wrong side?
Is this?
Well, dude,
Do we have the wrong
it's
side?
Google, dude. Google
Okay,
allows
so
you to
it's
do
very
it.
evident.
Oh, mine's stuck
How
now.
does Google?
Oh, this is like cemented on now. What the fuck?
So they put the wrong.
Why does
things
Google allow
on
you
the
to put
controller.
porn on?
Yeah, basically the way it works is
on your picture, dude.
Oh crap! I completely backed out of the playlist. Oops. I wanted to pause it and I completely backed out by
Oh,
accident. I'll have
dude.
to replay that. No, the way it works is there were these extra pieces that you're supposed to put on the end of the Switch to make it like a handheld half, right? Instead of using the two Joy-Cons,
Dude.
you would just use one.
Wait,
and you
now,
put this other piece
now,
on
do I have to
make it
watch?
feel
Do
like
I have to
comfortable in
watch the
hand. If you
chat
put it on the wrong one, it actually breaks.
to black
It
out
does.
all the
It, like,
porn?
gets stuck on there and
Like,
kinda
are you
breaks.
kidding me, dude?
So that's not good. They might have just completely screwed up their Switch there. Anyway, hold
The
on, so I
thumbnail?
gotta fix that.
Big ups, Batman.
Completely screwed up.
Please take a look at.
There we go. I got it working again.
Like, dude.
So let's fast forward to where we were. Okay.
Damn it.
He did it too. Yeah, see? If you put it on the wrong end,
Yeah,
you're
it's,
screwed. It gets
it's pretty
completely
tiny.
jammed on. You
It's
can't
but
get it
it's
off.
like,
It
dude, like
breaks.
what? Like,
What are you supposed to do? Oh my god, that's even worse. Now that sounds like space.
I don't want to black out the
sound
pic. I
effects
like
from,
I like the
1950
profile pictures. I don't want to black them
Right?
out.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, thank God.
You absolutely 100% need a screen protector on your Switch. I have already scratched my screen, and it is scratched by the dock, because literally the screen has not touched any other surface.
The dock is terrible.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder, because I've only ever used my Switch in the dock. I'm curious. Hold on a second here. This is going to be a live exploration of this for me. I've never looked. I've literally never looked.
What?
No, it looks like I have no scratches on my Switch. I'm looking at it right now. I don't see any scratches on the screen. Keep in mind, my Switch is an early model. It's one of the earlier ones. I got it that first year the Switch was out. I bought one and it broke, and then a fan donated one. And there's no scratches. Now, keep in mind, I don't dock and undock it constantly. I leave it docked almost all the time. So I guess if you leave it docked, it's fine. But I could imagine if you keep putting it in and out, it would keep touching the dock and actually damage it, right? I think so. Close up. Nothing. No scratches. See, that's dirty. I need to clean it, but there's no scratches on it. So. Okay. The brick Switch I returned. I returned it to Best Buy. Yeah. Yeah, I bought a Switch from Best Buy at launch, and it was bricked within one night of me using it. It wouldn't even turn on. So I returned it.
I remember
and they
that
basically
video.
said, we have no idea when we're getting them again. So I didn't have a Switch for the longest time. And then I think it was that summer, a fan actually donated one because they had one. And I was like, wow, that's so nice of you, because I can't even buy one now
Wow.
if I wanted to. It was really nice. So.
How generous.
Okay.
dude.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
It's really low quality. I was really surprised
How
by
generous
how
of
just cheap
him.
and flimsy the dock is. It's essentially just a little plastic box.
It's hollow.
And
It's a
the
hollow
Switch
box.
just kind of awkwardly crunches in down on it. It's hard plastic even on the inside. There's been reports already that people are scratching their screen.
I've gotten like a weird smudge already, a smudge mark from sliding it in and out of the dock, and I think I've taken it in and out of the dock only about maybe 8 times.
That light is supposed to stay on the whole time. I don't know what to say, Internet. I mean, this really feels like the system broke.
That's what happened to mine. That's exactly what happened to mine. Nah.
Press again. What's gonna happen? The software was closed because an error occurred.
That's
Zelda for you.
That's not the Switch, though. That's the software. That's the game that's erroring. That's not the console causing that. Ew. Yeah, these graphics cards are fried. That's an effect that's not rendering. See that? Effects aren't rendering and causing that. Yikes. Terrible. Well, the Switch has now been out for how many years? 5? 6? Actually came out 2017, so 6 years. And, you know, many different models. I'm sure they've probably fixed many of these problems. But, yeah, at launch it had issues. Mine was bricked at launch. So, all right, let's move on.
Needle, Miguel. The whole thing was his idea. Right.
And who's Miguel?
Oh, he's like a ninja, vampire, Spider-Man, but a good guy.
A vampire good guy. I'd pay good money to see that. So how long ago did they invite you?
It's only like a few months ago.
You're hot, Cupcake. So what'll it be, man or woman?
What was that, Phil? Man or woman?
I didn't see either of those, so that didn't mean anything to me. Like, I literally have not watched either of those movies, so...
Phil, man or woman?
Okay, then. Look at this. What the hell is that? The most recognizable instrument in video game history? It is? Why is this recognizable? I don't get it. I'm so confused. Why would this be recognizable? It doesn't sound like anything I know. Do you guys know what this is? Oh! Oh!
You didn't wait long
Okay.
enough. You didn't wait long enough, though. You gotta wait till it actually plays the song.
Literally from one song.
On July 29th, 2020, a Louisiana cop pulled over a vehicle speeding on the highway. It started just the same as any other traffic stop, but a search of the vehicle uncovered something horrifying.
Whoa!
Sarge, there's a dead body in the trunk.
What?
Not only was Mitchell going almost 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, but he didn't even have a driver's license.
Do you have your driver's license?
No, sir.
Do you have a driver's license?
No, sir. This charge alone could net him fines of up to $500 and 6 months in jail, not to mention the fines from the speeding ticket. But unbeknownst to the cop, Mitchell will be going back with more than just a speeding ticket.
Oh my God.
Is there any weed in the car, man? Don't stop. Step here. Is there any weed in the car? Yes or no?
Just a doobie in the ass.
Yo, you got that loud pack, yo.
Anything else?
Oh, just the doobie. South Carolina, that'll get you hard time.
Be
Man.
honest.
What do you mean? He was just smoking right now, dude.
About an hour ago.
The cop is looking to get
He was just
Mitchell on
smoking,
more
dude.
than just a DUI charge. An 18-year-old speeding in a car like this that stinks of weed tells the cop that there may be something deeper to this traffic stop than a kid going too fast. But before he asks to search the vehicle for any other drugs, Mitchell starts to act increasingly suspicious.
All right, where are you headed right now?
I was headed back home.
Where's home? What's your
Damn.
address? No, stop. Come here. Where do you live? It's easy. It's easy to answer this. Where do you live? You don't know how to drive to your house?
I was coming from there, how I got lost.
So what's the address?
You're not answering.
You don't know your address?
No, sir.
Okay, come back here. Can I take a look at your car?
No, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mitchell has now consented to the search of his vehicle. The cop is realistically only searching for weed and any other drugs possibly in the car, but he has no idea what he's actually about to find.
Oh my God, his dead body? What? Come on.
A search of the
Mixtape?
front seats turn up nothing. But upon examining the
Fire-ass
outside of the
mixtape,
car,
dude?
the cop discovered multiple bullet holes across the left side of the vehicle.
Okay,
It's
so we got-
becoming more and more obvious to the cop that something is not right at all here. And this suspect was likely caught up in something much bigger than he first realized.
When did all this happen? When did all that happen?
That happened.
When?
My brother, he said it.
How long ago? Days?
Yeah, it was like.
Okay, come back. Just leave this here.
Right.
Come back
Days
here.
ago. Right.
Just stay right here in front of my car.
Right.
Hey, it's Jesse again. I'm sorry to bother you. I got this car speeding 73 and a 55. It's a black and orange Camaro. And it's got like 3 bullet holes in the left side of it.
The last lying. All right.
He said he thinks his brother said his car was in something 2 nights ago.
The officer's check of the vehicle returns nothing other than proof Mitchell is lying. His address comes back as somewhere completely different to where he's saying, and the car is registered to someone with a completely different surname.
Now, he says he lives in Winsboro, but he's got a Richwood address, and the car comes back out of Monroe, and he's got this, he's got a GPS thing put in, but he don't even know the address, so he's lying about a bunch of junk.
Complete lie.
Where do you live? Be honest to me. Monroe?
Okay,
Richwood.
I'm gonna go
You
out
don't
on a
live in
limb here
Winsboro.
and
Why
say
would you try to
that
bluff me on that?
the car
Why
is
would you lie to
stolen.
me on that? Because I already knew that before this guy said something.
You think
What's
the
up?
car is stolen, maybe?
Talk to me. You better stop lying to me right now. You're gonna be in jail.
I'm just going to my sister's house.
To your sisters? That's the last freaking lie you better tell me.
This whole situation is already immensely confusing.
Dude.
But then all of a sudden,
Is this fake?
something even weirder happens. A completely random man pulls up at the scene claiming that his family are looking for him.
Okay, all right. Well, I got somebody pulling up behind me, Scooter. What do you mean they were looking for him?
They looking for him. The car missing. Hey.
Okay, give me the phone. Hey, man. He's not giving that name, though. He's giving another name.
And when they give yet another different name for Mitchell and the owner of the vehicle, the cop rightfully is at a loss.
Yeah.
This has gone from a traffic stop to a full-on mystery, and the cop is determined to get to the bottom of it.
What is going
There's
on?
a kid that's been reported missing, and that they took the car from Monroe, and he lied to me about his last name, his address and where he's from. Random guy pulls up behind me and said, hey, this guy's looking for that kid. I need to know if this car's been reported missing, stolen. And I know he's BSing to me about where he's going. He says he's going to his sister's house down here. If you could, hey, talk to him, see if you can figure out if the sister thing is legit. He said this guy gave him the car. He's got the GPS on his phone on the back lid. He said that's where he's going, and I knew he was lying then.
Slowly, things are starting to become more clear.
Bro, he
Mitchell
doesn't
is
have a
telling
driver's
truth.
license,
It
Tom.
seems as though his brother is letting him drive a car that he stole from the original
So
owner.
you're
But that
going
still
in
doesn't
just
explain
off
the bullet
that, dude.
holes,
Like-
why Mitchell lied about his address, or why the random man appeared looking for him knowing he was driving that vehicle. But now on top of all of that, the cop has also just been told over the radio that there's a missing person report hidden amongst this mess.
What I'm being told
What are they doing? A whole
boy who gave
investigation
him
on the side
permission to use the
of
car
during a traffic stop?
is missing.
Where do they do this at, dude?
So he's lying his ass off. Go looking for the person who owns the car, find out that the son of the owner of the car is missing, and now we got bullet holes all in the car. I got you. So
Dude, they must got nothing going on, bro.
the only thing he lied
They
about
got
was his
nothing
address
going on in this town, dude.
If he's
This is the most exciting
knows
shit that
something about
happened
this
all
boy
month,
that's
dude.
missing, there's bullet holes.
He
I'd
got
like
bullet
to-
holes. He's
at
doing a
least-
whole
I guess
investigation
I'll
right
do
here
as much good
during his traffic
contact
stop.
as I can.
A few more calls are made, and it turns out the missing person is Michael Robinson, the alleged brother of the boy at the scene, and the man who gave him permission to be driving the car today. However, it's
Okay.
still unclear who owned the car in the first place, but the cop
So
decides to forget about that for a
solved the
moment
missing
and
persons
examine
case
the vehicle
during a traffic stop?
second
Damn,
time
son.
now that backup has arrived.
Now that all this is going on, do they have probable cause to search the entire vehicle? I don't know how it works, and of course, this is Louisiana, which is probably different laws than where I live anyway, because every state is different in the United States. But I mean, you've got bullet holes in the car. They found weed in the car. The kid's
Weed?
lying. You would
No way.
think they have probable cause
It was a doobie.
now to search the whole car, right?
Well, I mean, he's had probable. The guy don't have a driver's license.
Like, this looks close.
I think he was just trying to be
Like-
nice by asking him.
Like, bam, 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 bam. Yeah. And the boy. See?
Little did he know, this is where all his questions would be answered at once in the most gruesome way.
Is this the dead body?
imaginable.
Here's the dead
I'm gonna
body.
do the obvious.
This is when they solved the
thing I
missing
want to
persons
do.
case, dude. Yeah, we could have just skipped to this part, dude. Alright, pop the trunk.
Hey.
Wow.
Yep. Put your hands up. Put your hand behind your back. Put
You
your hands behind
you
your back.
can't even talk.
You have a right to an attorney. Have one present during any questioning. At any time you
Yeah,
choose
that
not
cop
to
is
make any
shook.
statements or answer any
That
questions.
cop shook,
You
dude.
understand? If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed
He's
to
about to throw
represent you
up.
by the court. Do you understand?
Inside the trunk was the body of Michael Robinson, and all of a sudden, everything makes sense.
26 is 125-03057, 125-0357.
Yo, he'll get more time for the weed than the dead body.
Need a supervisor out here. All right, I get the guy out. He's super nervous. He lies to me
Yeah,
about
no
his
shit, dude.
address.
He's got a
no
dead body in his
driver's
trunk,
license.
dude. There's no shit he's
He
gonna
says
do.
he's
So
He's
what,
got
he
no
killed his
driver's
own
license.
brother to steal his car? Is that what they're saying? He killed his own brother?
Going to his house in Winsboro. Well, I find out he lives in Richwood. I pop the trunk. Sarge, there's a dead body in the trunk. Okay, so I'm not. We blocked in front of the car and behind the car. We've shut the trunk. I have Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office with me. We're at 82. Okay, we're not. We're done.
It turns out Michael Robinson wasn't related to
Yeah,
Mitchell
you're
at
done.
all.
You're done, dude. You're
Instead,
done. You've done
he
enough
was
here,
merely
dude.
an unintentional casualty of an armed robbery Mitchell was part of earlier.
Damn.
Who is that?
That's fucked up.
Who is that?
That's him.
Who is who?
That's Mike.
That's Mike. How did Mike get there? Tell me.
Oh, he's not done. He's got it.
Man, it was. I just hit him.
He's got.
You just hit him?
He's doing the interrogation right here on the street,
In the
dude.
mayhem of the robbery,
Yo, he got a
Mitchell
confession.
shot Robinson
Yo,
multiple
this is a
times
super
with
cop,
a
dude.
handgun before loading him into his
Yo,
trunk and driving him away to
his
Winsboro
supervisor was
to
like,
dump
"You're
the
done." He's
body.
like,
But of
"No, I'm
course,
not.
before he
I gotta
could make it,
interrogate this
he
guy."
was pulled over by the officer for speeding. Michael Mitchell
He's
is
like, "I
being
got an
charged
interrogation
for
to
the
do
armed
here."
robbery and the
Who's Mike?
second-degree murder of Michael Robinson.
Where is he?
Mitchell is currently awaiting his trial, but is expected to be sentenced
Big ups,
to life
Tartan.
behind.
Wow. What a story. Crazy.
A dead body in a
darn
trunk
good,
is
and,
pretty crazy. I
I
don't
like
know.
both games, so I hope you'll enjoy Inside After Limbo. Okay, guys.
He smoked his ops and put him
Let's
in the
do
trunk.
it. Final
I mean,
part.
yeah.
Here we go. Alrighty, everyone.
Dude's
it is time
nuts.
for the finale of DSP versus the Internet for October 1st, 2023. This is episode 33. It's been a wild ride. We have seen all kinds.
Pressed it off with like 2 stars.
We gotta slash this red orb.
Oh no! Come on,
Well, this is my playthrough of Ninja Gaiden from
dude. We
many,
don't
many years
just
ago.
play
I
it.
never beat it.
We
I tried
don't
so hard to
need
beat this game.
a.
Let's go to the end.
Why?
This is the final boss.
No,
and I
what's
keep
in the
getting to him,
beginning?
and then I just can't
No,
fucking...
what was in the beginning?
Oh, this is where I rage quit. Hold on.
There was something
What?
in there,
You
dude.
told me I didn't press a button?
He skipped the good part, dude.
I can't... The game's button presses aren't working. I give up. This is bullshit. This game's complete bullshit. Fight the final boss for the first time. Oh, you didn't kill him on the first try? Replay the whole
Thank
final
fuck he's skipping
stages.
it.
Fuck you. So poorly made. Fuck. I'm done. I'm done. I quit. Fuck this. So,
Rage quit.
the problem with Ninja Gaiden is not that the final boss is insanely hard or anything. It's that to get to it, you have to replay the entire final stage, and the entire final stage is insanely hard. So you have to get to the whole boss in one go. See, let me show you. So this is the first form of the boss. It's like Dark Souls before there was Dark Souls. This is the first form of the boss, and all it is a bunch of fucking shit flying everywhere. Oh. So you beat it. Now watch this. Fuck. Now what? We're not done. Father! Where am I? Ryu? Are you Ryu? Yes, Father. Oh, he's awake. See you later, Willow. See you later, Derek. This fucking asshole. The Jockio. You both will die. Watch out! Oh, of course. I just saved him and now he's gonna die. Yep. Father! Ryu! You've got to get them for me. You got to get them for me. You're so verbose, Father. Now here's the true final boss after having fought the first form, and you don't get you do get full health. Oh boy. This is the true final boss.
Ninja Gaiden? Yeah, I love Ninja Gaiden. Roll back Necro, baby. Ninja Gaiden.
What the fuck? Oh my god. You're still hitting me no matter where I go, I get hit. It definitely looks like there's a pattern to it, does it not? It looks like
there is a pattern.
You can jump on the wall.
There is a pattern to it.
You can jump off the wall.
It's pattern gameplay.
Never take damage. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, there's a Star of David. There's a Star of David in the middle.
I'm gonna die. I'm done. And that was it. After that, you have to replay the whole stage, and I couldn't get to the boss again without having like any spare life. So I was incredibly frustrated. So I never beat it. This is one of the games, Ninja Gaiden 1, I've never legit beat. I would love one day to go back and try to beat it. It's on Switch right now, but I never beat it. I would like to try at some point. Anyway, what's next? Breaking Kitchen Episode 6.
You never beat it, dude?
This?
Come on.
What are we looking at? Head chef? What on earth? Yes, it's Gordon Ramsay and Walter White. Breaking
Previously,
Kitchen.
with the bar set high by the Salamanca family.
Definitely a 5. Good job.
You make 7! 7. Breaking Kitchen enters its next phase. Let's turn our attention to the next participants.
Right, next up.
That was
Walter.
funny, Abyss.
It's time to make America cook again.
Nice.
Oh, is it meth? Inside the
Pizza.
box?
Stop it. Seriously?
It's one of these mashups.
Oh, this isn't
That's
real?
the pizza he throws
Oh,
on
shit.
the rooftop,
They got me,
right?
dude.
Honestly, it looks terrible. The dough's uneven. Look how soggy it is.
Can't we at least just sit down and eat a piece of pizza together? Just hash things out like adults.
But let's be honest,
Salamanca.
because you didn't really make the sauce.
It's meth.
Methamphetamine.
The music.
That is it. Get up!
That was funny.
There it is. There's the pizza.
Gotta be kidding me!
All right. It's funny. It's if you like Breaking Bad and Hell's Kitchen, but it's also very dated, right? It's all right. Let's keep going.
It's all right. It's just all right.
What the fuck are these things? Giant haystacks? More? All right.
Oh, hell yeah, PUBG.
No, we're not watching more of me this week. Even I'm sick of me
Dude,
this
the
week.
PUBG ones are the best, Phil. No. Oh, he knows it's bad, dude. He knows it's bad. He knows it's fucking... Dude,
Now, this I
PUBG is
dig.
so bad, dude.
This is Boomer Kuwanger. I know.
Why wouldn't you watch it, bro?
Boomer Kuwanger from Mega Man X? Yeah. With real instruments. Sounds amazing. So good. That song is so good. So good. Love Mega Man X. Amazing.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, dude? That actually they pay him money to submit these videos.
Exactly. Masterpiece.
And he just says,
correct.
"Fuck you, Skip." That's actually insane, dude. Like, I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah. The bass makes the whole song.
Yeah, that's how he feels.
I could fucking listen to this all day. I really could. This music is so good. All the classic video game music is so good to me.
They're paying him to maybe watch a video.
Mega Man X. Those are like the
You might skip it.
epic.
You might
I
not.
remember a lot of these songs from back in the
Roll
day.
the dice, baby.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
If you want to guarantee he watches it,
Sometimes you just eat
yeah,
chill.
make sure it's about food. Or some dented shit like this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. A bunch are LARPers
There it is.
with gifted subs,
Yugo
but
Takahara was the original
that's the thing, like you don't know.
composer.
You don't know who's who.
Well, shout out to Andrew Thompson, David Koch.
You don't know who paid and who
an
didn't.
amazing job with that. That was
Because
really,
he doesn't
really
tell
good.
you their name.
I loved that. Very nice. And whoever
He
nominated
doesn't tell you
that,
who
thank you.
did,
That was really
he
good.
doesn't tell you who
Very
nominated
nice.
anything.
Okay.
So there's no way to ever know.
Steve O getting injured.
This video is probably going to upset some
Yeah,
people,
dude.
but it's a story that must be told about the time
where's
I got
Wee Man,
burned
dude?
while wearing this t-shirt. It's actually a really beautiful love story about me and my fiance Lux.
Oh, I'm sure.
We've been living together in my house, which looked the same way it did back when it was my bachelor pad. So I wanted to redecorate it, and I decided to blow up my living room to create new
So he blew up his living room and it blew him and lit him on fire.
Steve-O's
What
voice
an
is so
idiot.
fucked. It's so funny, dude.
I don't understand. Again, this is the jackass culture, right?
The jackass
I don't
culture.
understand this.
I
Wow.
don't- is it a culture?
He's so cool because he blows himself up. And look, his arm's all fucked up. I don't want to watch this. You know how disgusting this is?
I mean,
his
he's-
arm probably has like giant chunks. Yeah, look. He's got burns all over his fucking body.
Bro, he's the OG.
Like, wow, good job, Steve. You stood in front of an explosion and let it damage your body. I mean, it's so impressive.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, somebody's got
I'm
to
just
do
so
it.
blown away by you letting things blow you up. I don't get it. I just don't
Phil,
get it.
he has to do it so you don't have to, dude. Don't you get that?
Oh my God! What is it when you guys submitted these
Somebody's
clips?
got to
This?
do it, bro. Somebody's got to do it. And he's not the only person that's blown himself up, bro. Plenty of people have done it.
Come on!
Did you know that there was a time when people paid to watch other people's deformities?
Yes, they did.
You'd
Free
probably
shows.
get canceled today if you did this.
What the
and
hell?
rightfully so.
What the fuck was
But
that
back
one
in the
guy?
day, circus freaks did actually exist.
Yeah.
And people would travel great distances to see people who had physical deformities.
Yes, they would.
They'd pay money, go into a tent,
That's why we watch
and then
Phil,
look
dude.
at the
Wow,
of
wreckage
course,
that
that's
was
Computer
somebody
Jerry.
else's
That's why
life.
we watch Phil,
What we
dude.
may overlook now, we were allowed to point and laugh at back then, but only if we paid to do it.
We come
Join
to the
us
freak
as
show
we
to
tell you
watch the
about the
freak show.
10 circus freaks that actually existed.
Wow.
Number 10. Charles Stratton as Tom Thumb.
He was real.
Charles Stratton
Right.
was born a healthy baby boy in 1838 in
He was
Bridgeport
tricked.
with
Bridgeport,
a waitress
Connecticut, where I used to live.
and carpenter for his parents. All was well for a few months until it would be discovered that he had actually stopped growing. At only 4 years old, the boy was only 25 inches tall and would not grow much taller. In the 19th century, a person like Charles might have faced a grim future, but somehow he managed to make the most out of his life. That year, his parents took him to meet a person who would eternally alter his life, Phineas T. Barnum.
Yep, from Barnum
could
Circus.
see the potential in this tiny but good-looking young man. He taught Charles comedy skits, and the student quickly outperformed the master, showing a knack for improv.
Wow.
Barnum, who gave the boy the stage name General Tom Thumb, took him on tours all throughout the United States. Curious visitors railed to see this man in miniature, intending to pity him, but being taken aback by his wit and charm. He even performed for Queen Victoria and Abraham Lincoln. In the meantime, his employer, P.T. Barnum, hired a 32-inch tall woman, Lavinia Warren Bump, who had already gained fame as a performer. Charles fell in love immediately, and they married at the year's biggest event. Matthew Brady photographed the wedding, which was featured in every magazine and newspaper in the country.
Wow.
The newlyweds ventured on a 3-year working honeymoon worldwide, and Charles had performed before a greater number of people than any other person in history before the creation of television, arguably the most successful of all circus freaks. Number 9.
Oh, they all
Myrtle
pointed and
Corbin
laughed at
as
him.
the four-legged
Yo.
girl.
I knew about that because
All those dudes pointed
there
at him
used to
and
be a
laughed.
P.T. Barnum Museum in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I went to it a couple times when I was a kid, and it had all of the people who Barnum had featured in his shows featured, and Tom Thumb was the biggest one. Like, he became like a worldwide celebrity. Yeah.
On my 6'4".
The four-legged girl fascinated many. Born in 1868 in Lincoln County, Tennessee, with a rare fetal abnormality,
Oh my God.
Myrtle's body was fully formed from her head down to her belly button. Below that, though, it would split into 2 pelvises and 4 lower limbs.
Wow.
And not only that, but she also had 2 pairs of sexual organs,
God.
complete with 2 wombs.
What?
She also appeared to
Are you
have
dead
had 2
ass?
sets of bowel systems, both completely independent
Oh, hell
of
no,
each
you
other.
trolling now.
So one side could have diarrhea, and the other could actually be constipated.
What the fuck?
It's pretty fascinating,
Oh.
actually. When she was age
Are you dead
13,
ass?
Myrtle decided to join the Barnum Circus. Nothing about Myrtle's appearance on stage hinted at her strange condition, aside from the unusually large
hell
lower
no.
body
Yeah,
and a
I know,
clubbed
right?
right foot. She was a pretty girl with a normal figure. But when she pulled up her gown, the audience then gasped. She was 19 years old when she got married to James Clinton Bicknell, and a year later, doctors discovered that she was pregnant from her left uterus. That first pregnancy ended in an abortion, but Myrtle, who had stepped down from show business, eventually gave birth
He
to
liked the
4
left
healthy
side.
She
children.
was able to have a family.
Other circuses would
Oh.
attempt to recreate her show's incredible success, but enchanting
Yo,
ladies
even-
with supernumerary legs were never to be found.
Even
The
Squirtle
issue would be
Myrtle
resolved
had,
with pretty standard freak
had a
show
family, dude.
creativeness by employing some
Bill
ruse.
can't even get a
Although she
family
was
together,
labeled a
dude.
freak, Myrtle lived an everyday life and passed away just shy of the age of 60. Number 8.
It's nice to hear that she had a normal life and a family, you know? I mean, what a predicament to be born with.
Bro,
2
that's
lower
nuts,
halves.
dude.
Fannie Mills as the Bigfoot lady. Fannie Mills
my
seemed to be an
God.
ordinary woman from the waist up.
shit.
That's why her stardom came from her feet.
Oh, hell no.
Mills, also
Holy
known as
shit.
Ohio Bigfoot Girl, had a condition
Yo,
that
where-
allowed
yo,
her feet to
yo,
grow
somebody
to
hit up Deuce
incredible
Bigelow, dude.
proportions.
Whoa.
Fannie set out to make a lot of money from her
Send my-
Did
circumstance
she even walk
Send
normally?
Rob Schneider
oh my
through.
God.
and did so from the years of 1885 to 1887.
Rob
She would
Schneider
perform in
is-
dime museums all over the East Coast, which showcased anomalies like
The
two-headed
animal.
calves. People would flock to see her, and that meant that Mills could earn up to $4,000 per week at times.
Huh.
Fanny would be born with Milroy's disease, a condition which mainly affects women,
Gout
and was
foot.
the reason for her lower limb
Damn.
swelling.
Oh my God.
Mills's feet quickly ballooned to an unbelievable size. Most accounts would say that her feet were 19 inches long and 7 inches wide, and she was said to have worn shoes that were crafted from 3 goat skins and socks that were made out of pillowcases.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was
Damn.
that's not
That's a hell of a
muscle.
crafting recipe
That's
right there,
not
dude.
Sinew, that's not bone. That's like swelling.
Yeah, you need to
right?
farm 3
Like, that's
goat skins
incredible amounts
and
of swelling and skin and probably callousing. Oh man.
Even though Fannie Mills made a modest fortune as the Ohio Bigfoot Girl, she still didn't have enough time to enjoy it.
Aw.
When she gave birth to a stillborn child in 1887, her health began to deteriorate, and she then retired from dime museums in 1892, and at the age of 39, she would pass away.
Oh,
Fannie
that
Mills
sucks.
was a byproduct of her time, faced a misconstrued medical problem. She relied on performing at dime museums where she could at least get paid.
Yo, look
for
at that.
stranger
See, look at that
stares.
member, dude.
Number 7.
King Be Cruel, my bad that we skipped your PUBG vid, but like I said, we had watched way too much of me playing games already this week and
Bro,
previous
that guy's
weeks.
a
It just wasn't
longtime
the right week
supporter,
for that
dude.
Video, but you submitted the Mega Man video, right? That one was really good. So thank you for that.
Yo, that guy's a
Elastic
longtime
Man,
supporter, Phil.
Felix Wary.
You skipped his video.
Felix earned the name the Elastic Man for his ability to stretch his skin out and bend his fingers backwards and forwards.
What's up with the
Felix
skin?
could truly stretch out the skin on every part of his body, and this was due to a condition known as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which causes the skin to be highly flexible.
Oh,
Skin,
shit, is that what Mr.
joints,
Fantastic
and walls
had?
of blood vessels are the connective tissues in the body that are affected by this disease.
Can we go to another one? Can we please go to another one? Oh,
The time exploitative to make money off of people
Ugh.
like Felix, or were they instrumental in providing
A
good work
6-month
for
LARPer?
anyone
Damn,
who
yeah.
couldn't find a job
That's impressive,
elsewhere?
bro.
Number
Cannot-
6.
cannot get banned
Robert
after 6 months.
Huddleston as the
Oh
Pony
my
Boy.
god.
Robert Huddleston most likely had a severe congenital disability, commonly known as back knee deformity, and according to most records, Robert couldn't stand upright or even use crutches, so he lived and moved about on all fours.
Wow.
Even after what looked to be a crippling illness, Huddleston maintained an incredibly active lifestyle and an incredible work ethic. Robert Huddleston was born in
So
1895
his
in
legs
the
are backwards. His legs don't bend forward at the knee; they go backward at the knee.
Oh, he's like a cat.
vicinity of Excelsior Springs, Missouri, and spent much of his early life helping out on the family farm
No, do you
by
think he could
milking
jump
the
really
cows,
high?
loading up livestock, and harvesting crops. Huddleston spent his young adulthood as a logging teamster, hauling trees and lumber 15 miles per day while attached to a wagon. He guarded his hands against rocks and brush
Wow, so he
particles
was
by
basically like a
attaching
friggin'
small wooden
workhorse.
blocks with
Literally a
leather.
workhorse,
And
get
due
it?
to this heavy labor, his
Shit.
arm and shoulder strength became famous amongst his peers. He would later become
put
a
him to work,
Texas
dude.
freak show performer, albeit a very respected one. The short stint
Yeah,
was
put that
highly
freak show to
successful
work.
thanks in part to his fantastic work ethic and led to additional work with many larger organizations. Huddleston finally
break
toured
out the
North
freak show.
America
I got
with
a
the
heavy
Tom
load
Mix
on.
Circus, and his act was
I got a
mainly
heavy load
composed of
coming in.
exhibits of strength coupled with unusual flexibility. According to legend, he could throw his right leg across his shoulder like a bale of wood. Number 5. Chang and Eng, the Siamese twins.
Oh, Chang.
When it
Uh-oh.
comes to renowned performers, these two are unquestionably the most well-known Siamese twins of all time. They were born in Thailand in 1811 and discovered by a British merchant who helped to bring them to America to perform in the freak shows. They decided to retire after making a lot of money in the circus and purchased property in North Carolina. And like any other rich person living in that
Bro,
day
but
and
if their
age,
name is
they
Chang,
also
it's not
enslaved a
racist.
lot of people. They were
Right.
married and even lived in separate houses, with the brothers switching half weeks in each.
Phil, if his name
They
is-
ultimately
if
had
his name is
21
that, it's not-
children
you can
between
say
the
it,
two
it's
of them.
okay,
What?
dude.
Like many Siamese twins, Chang and Eng died just hours apart.
You're
Two
allowed
and a
to say
half
it.
hours apart, to be precise.
If it's his
Chang
name.
and Eng were surgically detached upon their arrival to the United States, but some concerns about the operation's safety,
Uh-oh.
along with the twins' obvious concern for each other's comfort and impressive adjustment to their condition, would lead them to decline the surgery. They were skilled marksmen who could also run and swim and worked very well together. Number 4.
Yo,
So basically,
that would look crazy.
They
Them
were
running.
Siamese twins, and they could have been medically separated, but they decided
They could
not
run
to.
together. That's crazy.
And they lived a normal life together and had 21 fucking kids. That's insane.
Stefan Bobrowski, the lion-faced
So
man.
this is real.
Now, if this man was born today,
So
he
this
would
is
be
real.
hailed as the
That's what-
best hipster.
that's what he says.
Bobrowski seemed to have had werewolf syndrome, but it was later known as hypertrichosis by scientists. Hypertrichosis is a hereditary condition that causes excess hair growth upon the body, and when Stefan's mother was pregnant with him, she witnessed his father being struck by a lion, which she obviously blamed for Stefan's ailment. He was discovered when he was 4 years old in Europe
what?
and spent most of his career touring that area of the world. Still, though, he did spend some time performing in America, where he went on tour, of course, with Barnum and Bailey.
Yep.
Stefan was not only strange in appearance,
Barnum
but
and
also
Bailey, they did
super
freak
bright
shows.
and actually
Oh,
spoke 5
damn,
languages.
I didn't realize that.
The word on the street was that he cherished his congenital disability
nuts.
and the prospects that it provided for him. And when we think about it, it was a wise and optimistic perspective for him. According to one friend, he also aspired to be a dentist, but found freak show work more financially viable. He then moved to New York in 1920, quickly becoming a popular attraction at the Coney Island Dreamland Circus. Stefan went back to Germany and succumbed to a heart attack in 1932.
Heart attack.
Number
Yeah,
3,
sucks.
Isaac Sprague as the live skeleton.
Oh my God, this can't be healthy.
Isaac
Look at
Sprague
this
was
guy.
born in 1841 and was the healthiest child in the area.
Oh my
His
God.
parents noticed him losing weight dramatically when he was 12 years old, and it was too early for a boy of his age to be changing his metabolism. His mother and father were both healthy, so they had no idea what illness had struck him. He eventually stopped losing weight around age
Yeah,
18
when being a freak pays
and
more
wound up
than being like a
weighing
doctor,
only
damn.
19 kilograms.
hell?
But he also needed to make money, so in
Although dentistry
1865,
was
Isaac
different
met
back then.
P.T. Barnum, who convinced him to sign a deal for $80 per week to be part of his show.
Weren't they also
$80
barbers
per
too?
week back then equal to $1,320 today.
There you go.
So
That's
decent
fire.
money for not a whole lot of work, but at the cost of daily
Bro, that's more than I,
humiliation.
that's more than I
Despite his
make. That's
condition,
twice
he
as
went
much
on
as
to
what I
marry
make.
and
dude.
have a family, and even had healthy children.
Nice.
But this also meant that he'd have to keep
That's
up with the
crazy.
gruesome work to support them.
Right.
When he was 41 years old, Isaac would be diagnosed with extreme muscle atrophy, which caused by the disorder that kept him skinny. Because of the shows and his worldwide acclaim, the medical community became interested in the case to the point where Harvard Medical School offered him $1,000 to investigate his body after he died.
Wow.
Some of Isaac's family members revealed that he had lived in extreme poverty for the last 3 years of his life, with no earning from anyone, and even after accepting the funds from Harvard Medical School, nobody knows what became of his body after he died.
Oh, wow.
Number 2, Miran
Oh, they
Dejo,
chopped it up.
the invulnerable man.
What?
Have you ever wanted to put a blade through your chest? No? Well, me either. But even so, there's someone who did.
What the
Miran
fuck is going
Dejo.
on?
He began
What's
doing this
going
in
on?
his 30s
Oh,
while hanging out
God.
in Amsterdam bars and made a whole
Get
lot
skewered.
of money by ingesting glass and razor blades and
Oh.
also allowing
Finish him.
people to pierce his body with other things.
My God.
So how did he get there? Well, when he was severely wounded one day, the injury didn't actually cause him any pain or discomfort, and it had no impact on his
Scuffed dog.
body
What
at
the
all.
fuck?
He had believed that he was invincible since that time. He wandered freely around bars and cafes, offering for people to try and kill him with a knife for money. Doctors would watch his performance several times and even offered him an x-ray because they believed that he was under the hypnotic influence when he was pierced by a blade through his chest. The blade clearly passed through the vital functional organs, but Miran was unfazed and unharmed by it based on his condition. Despite doctors' fears that there might be bleeding after the knife was extracted, nothing happened to him.
What?
He insisted that he had guardian angels that were telling him what to do, and one day they asked him to swallow a needle. It would later be surgically removed, but soon after that he was found dead due to a punctured aorta.
Damn.
Nobody knows how he survived all of that time, but needless to say, don't try it at home.
Bro,
So
no
no
shit,
one
dude.
actually knows. Literally no one
No
knows.
shit, the guy.
How he survived all of that. That's crazy. We have no medical documentation of how he didn't die from all those
Fatality.
ailments.
Oh my god.
What the
One,
fuck?
Susie the Elephant
There
Girl.
it is, fatality.
Susie, nicknamed
Brutality.
the Elephant Girl, suffered from a disease called ichthyosis. In early childhood, Susie's skin disease was expressed vigorously. Her skin soon thickened, turning gray and crumbling to visually elephantine properties.
You got that fatal
Susie
blow,
also
dude.
experienced emotional distress from being mocked and isolated by her peers. And during the summer days, as other children played in the water, she pressed ice on her arms to stay cool because of her skin condition and it preventing her from being able to sweat.
Wow.
She wouldn't cry as the children pointed and laughed at her, not because she was strong, but because she physically couldn't.
Cry.
While she clearly didn't enjoy it, her situation did allow for her to participate in some freak shows in the 1920s, even though she was timid and didn't like to put herself on display very much. Having said that, she was a massive success and earned a lot of money all throughout her career. She even landed a job for the Ringling Brothers,
Barnum
which
and
was
Bailey.
at the pinnacle
Oh, shit,
of
it's
the
past
industry
4,
at the
dude.
time. To the people participating in the freak shows, it
the
wasn't
stream
nasty
over?
or intense, but the question for them was, how much am I going to get paid to be mocked and laughed at?
Right.
They were ordinary people just trying to make ends meet.
That's it, Phil.
Wow.
That's the last video.
Well, I think that was a good one to end this week's show on. What
Big
a
ups.
different
Big ups,
show
everybody.
this week because, like I said, this is October 1st. We're at the beginning of Halloween month, and I get the feeling with this themed content. We might have more and more of this kind of content over the course of October. It's very different, is it not? It was weird. We had some weird stuff today, but fascinating stuff too. Correct? I had a good time.
I'll catch you guys
today.
tomorrow
did too. I was
night
creeped out with some of it for sure. But I think overall,
Street Fighter.
This was a good episode,
Master
a good
rank
installment of DSP versus the Internet. Thank you to everyone who
with
suggested things for this week. Thanks to all the members, obviously,
Big ups.
posting up these videos, and thank you to everyone who supported the stream live. All right, until next week, same time, same place, Sunday next week, we'll have more videos. And again, I would urge those of you who are channel members, please consider more, Halloween videos, oddity videos, horror videos, this kind of things. Obviously, it's working. It was a really interesting show this week because of that. So I hope you'll join me next week. But in the meantime, thank you for watching episode 33. Until next time, peace out, my friends. All right, guys. Well, what a show, right? Pretty good. And I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload these videos. Two will go live today, and then a new video will go live every day this week. If you're already a channel member, this stream will be archived live on the channel, and you'll actually be able to watch it right away on demand all week long. Okay? But
all right.
Thank you all tonight. Remember, I will be doing Lies of P over on DSP Gaming at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Time.
Master
Tomorrow,
Salt.
more Lies of P.
Yes.
And tomorrow night will be Street Fighter 6 ranked matches in Master level with Blanca. I'm going to give it a shot.
You guys later.
All right? All right, guys. Thank you so very much. Please enjoy the break. I got to upload so I can get downstairs and have dinner with my wife. But I'll be back tonight with Lies of P. All right? I'll see you then. Peace out, everyone. Later.
Without consequence. Consequences have actions, pimp. So, it's this simple. Stop being a bitch. Let's do it.
Pussy face goatee. You can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost.
Big up Specchio. Big ups Demented. Peace out, Bruno.
Symmetrical jawline, crispy hairline.
Cyclops. Big ups.
Crispy complexion. It's the gym daily. Body.
Peace out, PNF.
Peanut butter skin. Focus on your sexy, bro. Your shit's looking real poverty, bro.
See you later, broski.
You looking real pale and shit on stream, like pussy face goatee. You can't speak to me. Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost.
You fucked up because you took the first step towards a public view. Crispy hair.
Peace out, YouTube commenter.
You're not crispy, dumbass. You're crisp. My streams are clean. They don't have a bunch of butter on the screen. Look at my face. It's fat. It's oils. It's grease.
Big ups, Mind Hive.
You can't speak to me.
Just missed you there.
Transplant hairline trip. You can't speak to me. My services cost.
My